yours to take or give. The new day begins tonight. Enter the next phase. Enter the program. Technify your mind. We are just dreams in space, stranded in this funky place. No transport out of here. I guess we'll have to put away our fear. Enter. Why don't you? Why don't you?
Generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. additional security.
I was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Mid-City, Los Angeles. Your cover sitting right on the keyboard. Working away. Vocals, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin, now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where it hails bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me, this has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work, and why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk, and who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rap into my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come Come on, confetti, work it, work. Come on, jiggler.
system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system. Here's the truth about the system that'll the truth about the system that'll fuck up your the truth about the mind that'll fuck up your mind, that'll fuck up your the truth about that'll fuck up your the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll warning, 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 warning. Truth about the that'll fuck up your the truth about the that'll fuck up your truth about the that'll fuck up your truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Warning, 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 warning. Warning, warning. Truth about the system that'll
triggered by the dreams, like the dreams.
Occupational, hazardous, sturdy like Lazarus. Mentally equipped for the trip. Check the baggage in. Loop screw analysis. Game show panelists. Straight jacket therapists. Medicated sedatives. Watch what the mental get. Fucking with the same world. Tighter than the weave thread. Wet from the Jerry curl. Assisted by production. Got vinyl rhyme tight. Concepts unlimited. Sensational. All night. Triple threat insanity. Forces me to unload. Psychotic episode. Volume 1 dead mode. Deviate from the norm. Equals symbolistic consequence. Fucking up the mind through the panels in your residence. Hypnotize the eye, then the central shuts you down. Prepare for the therapy, shocking is the sound. When the voltage reaches peaks way beyond decibels, I'm here for all time for my crime of stealing testicles.
Psychotic episode forces all to unload. Mentality a casualty, enter the abode. When you enter through degrees of insane mentality, believe me, there's no help as your mind becomes the casualty.
P.E. Psychotic episode, that's how it be. We getting blunts roll, explode like a bomb when I bring it home. Got my own category, don't confuse CUBICLES with being despicable. You ain't doing it like this, you don't know about Big Greasy Bill. I don't destroy the bill, I stay psychotic, smoke that good, smoke that, make the tone silent. Plus reality, you getting knocked forked out if you ain't supposed to be in the zone with me. Who told you it was dope? You choking off that crack, I'm rotating and open. I'm an info to tempo, slurpee, I could be that for you. Save some for the next lady. P.E., that's what it is. Yeah, the highest bidder, get the pro, sensational. Hold on stereo, hit the flow for the bankroll. Stroke with the platinum, shine every time. You wanna know what's happening, I'm taking it over.
Psychotic episode forces all to unload. Mentality a casualty, enter the abode. When you enter through degrees of insane mentality, believe me, there's no help as your mind becomes the casualty.
Hello, welcome to the house of albino. Pass the sugar, drink the piss, spit shit on tuna fish. I'm not home right now, I'm out running amok. I'm in a Shark Tank with Buddy Steak tied to my nuts. All fucked up under the influence of taking some crazy shit straight to the head. And now I'm breaking bread with Mr. Dead on a table made of babies, getting obliterated. Sniffing pencil shaving, smoking Budweiser, silicone injection, and elephant tranquilizer. Busting freestyles in a flight simulator with a hoe on my lap that looked like a retarded Dolly Parton. I got started, but I barked on my hard on. Just remember, guy out buying the rocks butt naked underneath all my clothes, that is, with flows that make you jizz, or at least lose your shit. Like female hormones will give a man big tit.
Psychotic episode forces all to unload. Mentality a casualty, enter the abode. When you enter through degrees of insane mentality, believe me, there's no help as your mind becomes the casualty. Psychotic episode forces all to unload. Mentality a casualty, enter the abode. When you enter through degrees of insane mentality, believe me, there's no help as your mind becomes the casualty. Psychotic episode forces all to unload. Mentality a casualty, enter the abode. When you enter through degrees of insane mentality, believe me, there's no help as your mind becomes the casualty.
Left out in the woods before the sun died. I was a patient asleep in a room before the eye. Psychological program created by many minds. Step inside of hell and find the poetic design. Many patients A to Z. Lucky me, I made the list. German scientist, man and woman, denial and cobra kiss. From the homeless to the rich, many a miss. Dead forest, the illusionist. This building of old ghosts and the crucifix. I twist the plot on top of the mountain with the aliens and look for what exists out of the dream. Send me back home at 3:15. Then I spoke with Constantine. Out of the gun smoke, I never awoke again. Son of the pagan, mark of the ark. The devil's poem was spoken by a poet that roamed through hell. Dead flesh tell no tales. The giant worm, the sky will burn. The child will learn. The world will turn. The man that never returned home. So he thought he escaped and then he was caught. Inside of this dusty room I met with a doctor with a needle. She led me to a bed with demons inside of my head. I fell asleep and awoke in the experimentation Nile. I hit the number 13 on the elevator floor and waited for a while.
We have some temporary technical difficulties. I'm sure machine will be back shortly. Can't hear you, dude. I don't hear the audio.
Greetings. Can you guys hear me now?
That's a lot better.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't plug my microphone in. We had our guest in the back there. Sorry about that, friend. But yeah, I think he'll be back. But yeah, he's having troubles connecting as I was. But yeah, welcome to everyone. Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm sorry about that little video audio malfunction there. I open up my show and I play a bunch of videos and things, and then it jams up the StreamYard studio, causes a counter reaction. But yeah, blessings to all. Thank you guys for being here with me. You know, we have a plethora of topics today that we're going to talk about and go through, and it was just a sort of random gathering here today. So, you know, thank you guys for being here. And we also have a friend here. Blessings. Hey, how you doing? How's it going, friend? You able to hear us?
Can I hear you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I could hear you as well. Thank you for joining. Blessings.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, thank you for joining us here. Basically, we've been going through a number of topics here on the show, and it's a unique type of a show in terms of presentations, at least from what I've seen on the internet so far. You know, here we discuss, among other things, the problem of technology. That is the name of the show, is about basically discussing issues that are critical to the technological system, which is now an international system, right? It's the objective force of power in terms of the autocratic government. You know, the autocratic government was the precursor to the technocratic state in every sense, right? And this is the ideal of the Enlightenment, right? So we have the whole idea of secular humanism coming from the Enlightenment, right? Which leads to the idea of the technocratic state roughly around the 1800s, right? And this is during other concepts and themes like the occult revival happened in the 1800s and the 1900s. You basically have the cementing of international conflicts and the the sort of calcification of the products of the Industrial Revolution, which started in the 1800s, right? And it's had an effect on mass psychology, right? On cultural and religious traditions, right? And we're talking about negative impacts, so that's primarily where we begin our analysis with that sort of understanding. Secondly, we proceed to look at religious issues and themes surrounding religious hoaxes and the occult revival that happened both in the 15th century and in the 18th century, respectively, as a precursor to both Enlightenment thought and the Industrial Revolution. Right. So we have all of the so we can't tackle these issues without seeing that there was really no divide, where a religious world ends and a secular world begins, and now they're moving from an age of science back to spiritualism, which culminates in a new age thinking and all of that type of stuff. So we're living in an age that's rife with religious hoaxes. And, that brings in certain themes like the merger of evolution and technology and spirituality, which is this idea of transhumanism, right? The idea of transhumanism really comes from a merger of these three concepts, right? So we deal with those issues. Now, many people may think that technology and spirituality and religious hoaxes and secular humanism and all these things aren't really that connected. But it's obvious that, in the 16th century, you have changes, right, that lead to secular humanism, particularly in European society, right, that culminated in the growth of this international technological system, right? So right now, there's a world system, there's a world economic system of international trade, but also there's a world government because there's a global need for resources to preserve the international communications for the technological system, right? So you have these ideas cropping up as a necessity for our technological capacity, right? You have all these ideas merging. So we talk about religion, we talk about technology, we talk about also political theory, right? As I mentioned, the autocratic government being the precursor for the technocratic state. But yeah, that basically summarizes the themes and issues that we cover here on this channel. If I could give a very broad explanation of them. But yeah, thank you for joining, my friend. I'd like to hear from you as well. Thank you.
Yeah. So Neurojack hit me up and wanted me to come on. He had mentioned something about MAGA communism. And immediately that caught my ear, but I don't know what he means by it, and I don't know where he gets the idea that MAGA it would ever embrace communism. Other than one guy that has somewhat of a following on X who calls himself a communist, who also claims MAGA. That's the only one I've ever seen, and I can't even remember what his name is. I mean, the guy is, I think, kind of irrelevant, but I'm kind of curious where that idea comes from. Is this idea of MAGA communism?
Well, I wish I had my expert on that issue available. He's doing a film project today. So
okay, that's what happened. Yeah,
But-
yeah. Actually, our mega communism expert is despondent at the moment. So you picked like the worst time ever to ask the question.
No, it's good. I mean,
I could literally answer your question though. I'm pretty like knowledgeable on shit. Like I don't want to blow smoke up my own fucking ass. I'm no pill eater on that particular topic, but where Pill Eater does explain this topic, I could definitely give you the exact timestamps and all of that type of stuff. So give you exact resources to help you clarify these themes and understand these themes. But if I had to take a stab at it, right? Let's look at these companies, right? Like for example, right? Elon Musk, right? He is a private entrepreneur, right? But he gets government subsidies, right, to do his private business, right? Right. And this is the same with people like Peter Thiel, right? They are private figures, but they also work within the government, right? So what they are is they're neither private nor public. You understand, right? Right? Yet they are funding the alt-right. You know what I'm saying, right? Right. Like Peter Thiel has funded a lot of alt-right campaigns. Like, for example, right, Eric Weinstein is his worked at his investment fund, right?
Yeah,
And
JD
then
Vance,
yeah,
who's
JD Vance works there too, right? So there's
JD Vance is a Thiel protege.
yeah. So in other words, there's figures on the right that are funded by people who have classically had very, very leftist ideas, right? And they've also had technocratic ideas, and they also work within the government. They're neither private nor public figures, right? So in a sense, they're like, you know, it's like leasing the government out to these private contractors, but these private contractors also work for the government, right? So there's a relationship there, right? So if I had to guess, right, like for example, Elon Musk, he comes from a line of people that started a movement called technocracy, right? And this technocracy movement, right, it came under heat for trying to overthrow the government and replace it with scientists and experts, right? So this idea that scientists and experts should take control of the managerial state, for example, right? And we should move to an idea of stakeholder capitalism. This seems to mirror actually anarcho-syndicalism 1-in-1, So it's like the zeitgeist movement, but on the right. You know what I mean, right? You know what I'm saying, right? What they really promote is technology and international system, right? And leftist values, right? And there's no underlying basis for them supporting any of those things other than it supports the status quo, right? So they're supporting an international system under the guise of nationalism and all these and Christianity sometimes and all these right-wing values. They're actually funding organizations that promote these values, right, among the population, right? Okay, to move people to move basically the plot of the alt-right movement is to move people right of center, right? So they're trying to take people who are extreme conservatives and extreme liberals and move them right of center, right? So essentially all it really does is promote the status quo. And you could see that across the board with most of the alt-right movements, right? Especially the QAnon movement and their connection to Israeli and Russian intelligence and all of that type of stuff, right? So there's
QAnon's
lots
a
of
psyop.
yeah. But who?
That's a CIA psyop. That was
Well, it's
planted
not.
information to.
Well, it's CIA, but it's also connected to other foreign
Sure,
intelligence
probably
outfits.
Mossad and MI6. I'm sure they're all involved.
Right.
But
So you already
just to give a little pushback on the status quo, JD Vance, Peter Thiel. I don't know if you know where they get a lot of their political ideas, but it's certainly not somebody who promotes the status quo.
Absolutely, absolutely, it is. And we've been looking
Yeah,
at
well,
this.
he. Do you know who Mencius Moldbug is?
Yeah, we've covered that, and the fact is that he comes from the, the intellectual elites, right? He's not just
Well, yeah.
an organic figure, right?
Well,
So
no, I
so
mean,
so
I
so the
believe in
fact
elite
that
theory.
these prominent Jewish figures like Mencius Moldbug, right, are promoting, right, basically anarchist and Leninist and fascist and all this type of ideas. Have you read any of his work?
I definitely wouldn't tie it to Lenin.
Oh yeah, he talks about all those things. Have you read any of his work? Because we've discussed many of his prominent ideas here on the show. And he definitely promotes stockholder capitalism and all of those types of things that I was just mentioning.
I've listened to a lot of his lectures more than read his books.
Right.
I don't have time to read, but I always have a
right.
an
He's from
earpod.
He's from Brown's University. His parents were in the deep state. He's a Jew, right? So all of these ideas, and also he's then co-signed by these prominent figures, media elites like Tucker Carlson, and also intelligence operatives from probably MI6 like Nick Land, right? So it's interesting, all these people are not your run-of-the-mill figures, right? But they're actually promoting
No, they're
ideas.
elites.
Yeah, exactly.
But
They're promoting things
they're
like
always
Bitcoin. Right,
elites. There's no such thing as grassroots.
Right. So they promote the status quo is exactly what I was saying, because they come from the elites, yeah, here Canuck has some good stuff here. Moldbug is an authoritarian, yes, but he's not a problem because of his Jewish ethnicity. I never said he was. I'm just mentioning his background.
I have no problem with authoritarian.
Yeah, and I have no problem with Jews.
Yeah,
my wife's a Jew. It is what it is, right? So I'm not trying to
there's no such the libertarian idea is broken because there's always authority. There's no such thing as a system that doesn't have authority in it. So I have no problem with authoritarianism, but I would say what we're seeing is a shift of elites, right? The Soros and the WEF, those guys are on their way out, and this new elite is emerging. Your Steels, your Musks.
Yeah, but they're not new. They're not a new elite, right? That's the you just shoved the word "new" in there, or is there clarification there, right?
So I would say they're not tied to the old elite. They reject the systems of the old elite. They reject
their ideas literally come from the development of those ideas, literally co-signed by the intellectual elite. Like, for example, right, the co-signing of the neo-reactionaries with the accelerationists, right? That accelerationism is linked to neo-reactionary thinking, right?
Accelerationism will never work. If you think accelerationism works, there are still liberals in South Africa. That should tell you something that it doesn't work. People will always vote.
Yeah. So how come it's being promoted by these people that are literally trying to bring in a new order, as you say? Because it's part of the old order, right? It's just a secularized version of dispensationalism, right?
So, dispensationalism. You're talking about give unto like bless Israel because the Bible, because the Schofield Bible.
Yeah. It's
no, I wouldn't say these are dispensationalists.
Oh yeah, they're like secular humanist dispensationalists.
Thiel's a Catholic.
Do you believe that Thiel's a Catholic?
I do. I know who he studied.
Well, that's going to be a stretch for me. I mean, I don't know the guy, but
is he a sinner? Yes. Is he Catholic? I would say yes. And he's
the
reason.
So you believe that you can be gay and Catholic?
Probably now.
I believe you can be a bad Catholic and be gay.
Well, I think it's basically it's like Romans 1 basically cancels that out. You
I
know,
mean,
I
I'm
think
wearing a shirt with Romans on it, so
right. Yeah. Yeah. So I think if you read Romans 1, I don't really know what the Catholic Church does today, but it's pretty clear that gay people are not part of the church. And that's pretty obvious to me. So if
it
they're
just
pretending, if they're going to go around and pretend that they are, then I
he
guess
doesn't.
then
Yeah, he doesn't promote that he's gay. He's actually he actually sued Gawker for outing him.
right. Right, but I'm talking about his writings, where they're
But
promoting those thinkers like Carl Schmitt and all of those ideas. We've looked at some of those writings, and yeah, we have taken our time to look at the expert analysis on a lot of those writings. I've read 2 or 3 of his works and even written about them, and actually come to the conclusion that none of his ideas are new at all. Right? They're all based on what the elites are promoting. This idea of a as I said, engineers are going to be replaced with programmers. They're going to have the programmers take over the society, right? This is part of the 4th industrial revolution, right? This is technology moving culture, and we talk about why accelerationism fails. Ultimately, it boils down to technology moves culture. Culture does not move technology, right? So their fundamental premise is flawed because it's not looking at what actually causes cultural, traditional, international, and political change, right?
right. Well, what we're seeing right now is a what I would say is an alliance between a tech elite and the traditionalist. And the reason for that is that they both see what neoconservatism and neoliberalism has led us to, and they know that it's gonna destroy us as a country. And
Yeah,
I think
it's the problem is that it's a natural next step because the tech elite, right? They came out of the power structure that exists now, right? They came, they're the sons of those people that were in the CIA and the military intelligence outfit, like Mencius Moldbug, right? So like he said, like he admitted, he said my parents were part of the deep state,
yeah.
right? So
And
so exactly.
how many people our age and from like Gen X, late millennials, I think most of us are probably around that age.
Yeah, so this is a full rebellion.
Look at our parents' generation and reject everything about it. And what I think is we're actually seeing that. Somebody that I watch, 2-Bit podcast, he calls it the vengeful son. In the early
Yeah,
1900s,
the
we had
vengeful son. That's a figure in esoteric Hitlerism.
yeah in the early 1900s we had what was the
That's a cult
uh,
theology, right? That's
what's that?
linked with it's a cult theology that's linked with accelerationism.
I wouldn't say it's a cult theology. It's
Oh yeah,
just
yeah,
a
absolutely,
generational
absolutely. Why
movement,
why
right?
use
Because
why use the sun and the when there's a prominent image, right?
no, I'm not talking about like Jesus or anything. I'm talking about generations, right? So you had uh,
Say that concept again. I'm sorry.
so in the
What son? The eternal son, or was it the
no, the vengeful son, right? Like a
vengeful
pissed
son?
off
Okay,
son, right?
like
So what we're seeing,
SUN, right?
so the boomer generation was the smothering mother generation, right? That's where we got all the, everyone be nice to each other, and the political correctness and all that. And then the next generation, the generation that sees that and the pushback on that is going to be called is what he's calling the vengeful son. So it's the vengeful son because he's pissed off at the smothering mother, right? We had a
Yeah.
very like so it's a rejection of what the boomers were.
But you know
And
what? You know what this is? This is actually from Book 8 of the Republic. It's a critique of democracy, right, by Plato, right? So this is not a new concept. It's baby fascism from Plato, right? That's just being repackaged.
is fascism bad?
Well, In terms of Plato, I think it is.
Like, is there anything inherent about the political system that's bad?
No. No. Society requires a political system, right?
Yeah.
Right. You know, there's an inherent power structure within a society, right? The problem is that this one is technological, right? So the problem that so the solution is not going to be from tech elites aligning with traditionalists, right?
So technology is going to happen whether we want it or not.
That's accelerationism.
How is it wait. The fact that technology is gonna
the fact that you can't control technological change, right? That's acceleration. That is primarily the accelerationist principle, right?
No, accelerationism is saying, fuck it, let's vote for Kamala Harris so she can destroy the country.
Not necessarily. That may be one interpretation of it. That may be one interpretation of it, but that wasn't the original conception of it with Nick Land pushing the neo-reactionary movement, right?
But that's how it was taken.
Well, that's one version of many versions, I would say. And just to give a little, take it back a few hundred years to give you a little perspective, like from the Enlightenment forward, from Descartes forward, essentially, you're talking about black magic, ritualistic magic being embedded into the scientific political structure of the West. And so how can Christianity basically accept the Enlightenment while at the same time decrying it? And then you have the Dark Enlightenment by someone like Moldbug. And I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to integrate that into Christianity, I find that, you know, very unsteady grounding, I would say, from my perspective. But I guess where I come from.
The one good way to mix futurism with the idea of Christianity is dispensationalism. They already did it.
So I'm part of a church that wholeheartedly rejects dispensationalism and sees it for the absolute
right. And which church is that?
Eastern Orthodox.
Right, but
they know that Israel in the Bible is not a place; it's a people, and it's not the Jewish people; it's the people that follow the covenants. And the Jews.
Did you know that? Did you know that they have lots of land in Israel? Right.
A church has land in Israel.
Oh yeah, they own lots of land.
Why
in
would
Israel.
I be surprised by that? That's where the church was founded.
Yeah. So why do you think it's important for them to preserve their presence within Israel?
Because it's a world church. Why would it not exist in every country?
But they find it very important, right? They brought up lots of land, right? So it's a significant venture for them.
You do know where Christianity came from, right?
Oh yeah,
Why would
I actually wrote a 400-page book on some of those topics, the origins of Christianity included, right? So I definitely. Where do you think? Where do you say Christianity came from?
It came from the Holy Land,
which is where?
Middle East, Antioch, Jerusalem, that whole region.
So you believe it's the Holy Land?
So I mean that's what it's been called. I don't believe that there's any one
That's what the Jews. That's what the Jews call it, right?
Yeah, I'm not a Jew. I don't think anyone.
So you wouldn't necessarily call it the Holy Land, right? Because said there's no physical Israel, so why call it the Holy Land? It's not the Holy Land.
Because if I say that, people know what region I'm speaking of. Typically, it's a colloquialism.
Right. That's not where Jesus was born, right? He was born in a different place, right?
I think what it is that we all have to dance around certain topics with people small-hatted stuff.
Yeah, there's words exactly. Keep in mind, I'm not. I'm used to not speaking my mind because typically what I think up here, I can't say in a crowd. So, and I'm also, we're on YouTube, so But yeah, I know where Jesus was born, obviously. What I'm saying is I don't think owning land there, if you're a church that was,
well, see, Well, see, the problem is that historians dispute that sort of thing, right? Because some of them say Bethlehem and some of them say Nazareth, right? So there's already a little thing there, right? But in
So
terms of other stuff,
yeah, but the church. I mean, you could read the church fathers all the way back to the 2nd century. Like, I don't give a shit what historians say.
well, do they say? Well, do the church fathers say Bethlehem or Nazareth?
He would have been born in Bethlehem because he was called back. It was the Russian census.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to like, throw a little bit in, like I kind of generally follow Eastern Orthodox. Like from what I know of it, I've looked into it. I haven't joined the church officially, but like I generally think they're on the right track. But like there's certain bishops that are very concerned about Freemasonic influence within the church, especially among the ROCOR and other branches, I guess. So I guess part of the thing is like, Freemasonry is basically crypto Judaism. I think that's hard to deny, right? So I think that's kind of what we're dancing around without getting directly to it. So I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. And some of the accelerationist ideas, right, are openly influenced by the occult, right? Like Nick Land talks about the importance of occult thoughts in figuring in accelerationism, especially how Hegel was influenced by the occult, right? Hegel was influenced by like Nicholas of Cusa and stuff, right? So this whole idea that every idea seeks its opposition, right? The coincidentia positorum is literally the Hegelian dialectic. It's a Kabbalistic notion, right? Based on Kabbalistic inversion, right? So all of these ideas that that there's going to be this major historical shift and that the power structures are going to be reversed and that chaos brings order and all these types of principles, right, are heavy laden within the entire thought process. They actually cannot be avoided, nor do the founders of those ideas avoid them. They actually prominently state that, there's a lot of melding between these concepts and our our own ideology, right? They've had to admit that, right? So yeah, we definitely have resources on all of that. We've definitely been presenting and giving resources on a lot of those issues by and by as we find them. And we're going over the writings of Moldbug and Peter Thiel, and we have people who have studied those writings, including myself and others, right? So yeah, we even have people who support those ideas come on the show and defend them. So we have everybody, yeah. So we have all the, we get the whole spectrum of Moldbug believers and Moldbug deniers in this whole experience here, But yeah,
Yeah, I just still don't see how that's what'd you call it? Status quo. I'd say it's far from.
Well,
most of the people who follow the status quo would consider that extremism.
Well, wouldn't you agree? And this is this is kind of a little bit of my perspective, just to kind of see where you lie on this. So, like, what I see with Moldbug, and have you looked into Charles Haywood at all? Have you looked at his work?
I know his name.
Yeah, I'll send you a.
I can't think of who he is off the top of my head. I'm not great with names, but.
No, you're good. I'll send you a copy of his manifesto, which is called Foundationalism. It's very similar to Moldbug from what I understand.
Yeah, no, I know Haywood. Okay, yeah.
But essentially what I'm saying is this, like, it's going to lead to a neo-feudalism with, Christianity mixed in with techno-futurism and basically neo-feudalism. I'm just saying, like, how can we say that we're Christians when we believe in something akin to free will, and then basically we're trusting a technocracy that knows how to like manipulate our minds to have our best interest in mind about approaching theosis or salvation on a global scale? You see what I mean? Like, that's a very to me, that's a very tricky thing. And if you're saying we can't avoid it, that's one thing. But at the same time, it's like, looking at it from a perspective of we're on a train that's headed for a brick wall or maybe we're going to shoot to the moon. I don't know how that has anything to do with theosis or salvation whatsoever. And in fact, it seems to me that it could be very problematic as far as helping humans approach that. And I don't know how how are we going to do a technocratic, Eastern Orthodox, theocracy? I mean, I'm open to the idea. I just don't see how that's,
So,
on the table.
well, the Orthodox Church has existed under every different kind of political system imaginable. You know, they were killed under the communist regime, but I don't think the political system is necessarily the problem. I mean, we were the Church of the Catacombs when it was illegal to be a Christian in Rome. So, I mean, are we going to get AI pastors and preachers? Absolutely not. I mean, that's never happening. But do we have a new techno elite who rejects DEI and ESG and wants to make? I honestly think that I would rather live under, somebody like Thiel who rejects this DEI bullshit than our current elites who want us to live in the pot and eat bugs.
Sure, but don't you think at a time when when the church is at its arguably one of the weakest in the world, we're going to allow, crypto Judaized, technocrats to create a social credit score, quote unquote, in our favor? I mean, I think that's a very dubious proposition from my position. Yeah.
Hey, can I jump in? Because that question you're asking, that's what I'm saying. I think the Christianity that has the thought of just sitting back and waiting is the wrong idea, because if people want to have Christian values, claim Christian values, then we sure as hell better be creating space for better leadership. Because the corruption, before I joined, there was a question about fascism and questioning the, I don't remember the word, but the systems. It's built-in corruption. Secrets and lies, man. That's what creates the enemies and the wars. And there's been a spiritual battle.
It's always a spiritual battle. Doesn't matter who's in charge.
Comes down to truth or lies, though.
Just an aside, what is it that attracted you to Eastern Orthodoxy?
I was looking for a church that didn't change with the times.
Hang on there, but but you said that we should change with the times, right? Like we should adopt and adapt to all these like new technologies and ideas.
You're so you're saying because I accept orthodoxy as my theology, I should be a Neo-Luddite?
Well, I'm saying that because I'm somebody who, was interested in orthodoxy at one point as well, for basically the same reason that you're promoting, right? That well, this is something that's unchanging. This is something that stood the test of time. And I think that it's a little strange, right, to be saying that orthodoxy, I concede, I admit that orthodoxy's strength is the fact that it's unchanging and that it doesn't, adapt to current fads and ideas. However, we as humans should.
I'm not talking about a fad. I think that the change in elite is obviously not something that most people, if you told them it was coming, would embrace.
It's just hard to clarify, especially from your perspective, what is changing within the elite, because Peter Thiel is part of the elite, right? So what, and then he supports, he definitely doesn't support Christian ideals, right? So what about him, right, is more attractive, right, than somebody that is going to promote technocracy, the fourth industrial revolution, you know, just the same as Peter Thiel, and he doesn't want you to eat the bugs, but he does want, you know, all sorts of other measures, you know, in terms of transhumanism and you know, blood therapy and all of this type of stuff, you know,
Well,
that he had.
and just to throw in one thing really quick, just to kind of throw some of my cards on the table, because Colin Rock will know what I'm saying. You know, during the alt-right, I think we saw that a lot of genuine grievances with the system were kind of turned into a theatrical production to make people that had our beliefs look like fools, right? And so all I'm saying is, like, I think from that experience, I'm very skeptical that they didn't learn from that, and now they've erased a lot of the history of what happened in that time frame, right? And if you look at the beginnings of that with like Richard Spencer and Reza Giorgiani, they were purposefully doing that, in my opinion, to get ahead of people like us who were genuinely looking to get usury out of the United States, make us an industrial powerhouse, make us an exporter of culture and products again, and also like preserve history. Because I think you and I both witnessed in real time, basically a revisionist history being overlaid on the United States of America, you know, not even to mention the rest of the world. So I'm just saying, like, from that perspective, that's where my hesitation comes in, watching what's happening now with the techno-feudalist, you know,
Right,
idea.
right. So are you not aware that Zionists funded the alt-right, or are you just in the dark about that fact, and that's the problem you're having?
You're talking to Neurojack?
No, I'm talking to you.
What alt-right?
The alt-right concepts, like the new elite coming in and you know, replacing the old elite, the white hats. Yeah, you know, the Zionists funded that idea pretty heavily.
Zionists funded people who reject Zionism. That makes sense.
Yeah, especially they've been doing it for a long time. Like for example, Zionists funded the Nazi Party. Did you know about that?
I've heard the
No,
idea
it's actually
around.
a fact. It's actually a fact. It's not about a hearsay. It's actually just a fact. You know,
I've never seen anything that could.
Yeah,
I've never seen
Zionists,
anything that could.
yeah, Zionists have a
verify
history
that.
of funding movements that are against them. It's called controlled opposition. Or are you not aware of that? That's
Am I
even
aware of
possible.
controlled
Yeah.
opposition? When we were just talking about Spencer, the guy's an obvious plant.
Well, he supports a lot of the same ideas that Thiel supports. That's the problem.
Spencer's no, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
Spencer's
Absolutely.
a Democrat. Spencer's not even on the right.
Spencer's one of the architects of alt-right, right?
No, he's not. He's a plant. No one had ever even heard of him until he showed up.
So who's not? So Peter Thiel, who worked for the you know, the Department of Justice, is not a plant. I mean, that seems.
I'm not talking about like you're mixing up two different concepts. So
which two concepts am I mixing up?
So we were talking about elites, and then you're talking about like plants that are like. Spencer has no power. Spencer came out of nowhere. No one had even heard of him until he started throwing Roman salutes openly in front of the press.
Who funded him so that he would
right
become
and make Trump look like a Nazi? The guy was an obvious plant.
Yeah, who planted him there?
Not even a good one.
Right, who planted him there?
CIA probably. I would. CIA or FBI. The guy glows in the dark.
I think but why is all the problems in the world caused by the CIA?
I don't think all the problems in the world are caused by the CIA.
It's their job.
Well, why would they plant people in to derail the narrative so that they could destroy this country?
Why would they plant people to destroy Trump? That seems pretty obvious. The entire system was against Trump. You don't think Trump was put in, do you?
Do you?
Yes, he was.
Do you think that the CIA do you think that Trump is against the CIA? Because that's what I just kind of heard, because that seems a little bit ridiculous.
You wait.
I don't believe it.
Can you run the question by me again? Because I'm not sure if I followed.
Yeah. Do you think that Trump is against the CIA? He's working against the CIA because you just said that the CIA planted people to destroy Trump.
Yeah. The same people that took shots at Trump recently.
Well, is Trump working against the Zionists?
No. But do
I'm
those
sorry, I
things
missed that.
have to be?
So
what's that?
So he's not working against the Zionists, but he
No.
is working against the CIA.
So there are lots of different powers.
So how
in
is
the
that
world.
not a dangerous situation?
Hold on.
How is that not a
Hold
very
on.
dangerous situation? He's working against the intelligence of this country for a foreign intelligence, right? So I think that's pretty dangerous.
Here's what I'm hearing.
I would clarify that as a very dangerous situation, right?
So here's the thing.
Pretty bold.
Do you think it's possible to get into power in the United States right now without kissing a wall?
Do you think that's the only way?
No, that wasn't my question.
Do you support people who kiss the wall?
It depends on their motives.
So sometimes you do support them.
Are they kissing a wall because they're a true believer? Or are they kissing a wall because you don't get political power without kissing a wall?
So you kiss a wall that by default basically disqualifies you from essentially being a Christian, and sometimes it's okay, is what I'm hearing.
Kissing a wall disqualifies you of being a Christian?
I would say pretty significantly, if you believed in the third temple, that is a sort of that by your own definition, then you would be more aligned with the dispensationalists than the Christians.
No, those aren't Christian. Those are heretics.
Well, why would a politician kiss a wall other than if they're a true believer?
Because you sometimes have to do what's called political theater to get anywhere.
So why would I trust somebody like that? Why would I trust someone who's lying in order to get votes?
I would say the fruit. What is their fruit?
The fruit
it's kind of utilitarian, right? It's not really Christian, right?
What's that?
I said that sounds a little utilitarian, right?
Looking at their fruit
evil.
isn't
You'll support evil to bring about good, is what I'm hearing.
I didn't say anything about supporting evil.
Well, if it has good fruit, then it's fine, right? The ends justify
good fruit wouldn't be evil by definition.
Right. So the ends justify the means, right?
No.
Are you saying lies are good?
Nope.
Because, right, if you see them lying, pretending and going along to get along, they're lying, and that's a fruit of their character, right?
Yes.
Kissing a wall is telling a lie?
The intentions, like you said.
I don't see it. The way I see it is you're going to get a
you could close your eyes, but
you're going to get a wall kisser in charge. You're going to get a wall kisser in charge, whether you and it's either going to be a wall kisser that makes life easier for you or a wall kisser that makes life worse for you.
Right. So lesser of two evils, right? Lesser of two evils is what you're saying.
That's our political system is the lesser of two evils.
Do you trust Peter Thiel? Do you consider him a trustworthy figure?
So I wouldn't even say that Peter Thiel is necessarily, somebody that's aligned with my thoughts. But what I do see is them rejecting a lot of what makes life really fucking hard right now.
Yeah, but is he trustworthy?
Maybe.
Because anybody can pretend that they're
like. Here's the thing: is the elites
not trustworthy? It doesn't matter.
The elites that we have right now have shown they're not trustworthy. We know that for a fact, right? So sometimes it's better to deal with the devil that you don't know than the devil you know.
It's best just to overcome the devils and make space for greater leadership and new directions. This bowing down to go along to get along, right? like you said yourself, no one gets into a position unless they kiss the wall, following a tradition, whether they believe in it or not.
Yeah,
It's
that's
about
because look, boomers have like our political system. The boomers still have tons of power because they have the largest generation. There's 100 million of them, and and they have the money, right? There's 100 million of them. They have the money. Typically, they would have aged out by now, and Gen X would have taken power. But the boomers have the numbers, so they've held on to the power. And the boomers are the ones that embrace dispensationalism. That is an ideology that will go extinct with time. If you look at support for that ideology, it falls into whether or not you believe in it. All comes down to age. The older you are, the far more likely you are to believe that ideology. The younger you are, the more likely you are to think that it's the BS that it is.
Yeah, but the thing is that I don't think but the same thing could be said about a lot of the stuff that you're promoting too, right? Like the younger you are, the less optimistic you are about this current state of things in the world, about technology, the less likely you are to believe in this like futurist idea that, oh no, these new elites are just going to come and save us. Because
I'm not looking for
I
a
deal
future.
I deal with people that are younger than either of us every day, and I could tell you that like the doomer meme is real, right? Like this idea that
Oh yeah,
just sort of
I post on X all the time. No fucking black pilling. The black pill is death. It's also it's bullshit. Like
how's it bullshit? Oh, first of all, what is the black pill and how's it bullshit?
the black pill is
it's like
is
nihilism. It's like
just
nihilism.
nihilistic.
Yeah.
Nothing I do is gonna matter.
It's black pill that we should be really concerned about the future and that the state of technology is going to lead to a dangerous situation, because I think a ton of people have that opinion. It's a very valid opinion.
So here's what I see happening, right?
Actually, it's funny because Moldbug kind of has a similar opinion too, right? So it's interesting.
So here's a thought that I actually had this. I was thinking about this today. As AI gets better and it gets harder to tell the difference between what's real and what's not. Now, the immediate problems with that are people could do things and convince us that something's happening that clearly isn't. The long-term thought of that is no one's going to trust anything that they see on a screen anymore. Now, I see that as a good thing, because what that's going to do is it's going to make people not trust anything they see on a screen unless they can verify from someone they either saw it themselves or they know someone that they get the information from that they trust. It's going to force people back into smaller communities of trusting networks, right?
Some people into that, but by the sheer force of behaviorism, most of the people will be enslaved in such a state, right?
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about,
people are cheap in every system.
Well, no, but what you're talking about is basically post-reality, where people can't tell what's real and what's not anymore, which sounds like a just horrific chaos scenario. I don't see
that's
any
a low trust society. It's not suddenly a critical thinking haven.
Yeah,
No,
to say
I don't
that
think it's
that's
a low
going to
trust
lead
society.
to.
I think it's actually it'll be a more high trust society, because and I don't mean like broadly, right? Now, you won't trust somebody that you've never met from 1,000 miles away so much, but what you will trust are your neighbors, the people that you know. Because right now we're all everyone's so separated. Most people don't even know their next door neighbor, right? But if you can no longer trust what's on your screen, you're much more likely to know your neighbor. Trust
Yeah,
your
but
neighbor.
what if your neighbor
That's
is
real.
completely trusts everything on the screen? What if your neighbor is a total NPC, which is what a lot of people in this scenario are going to be, complete NPCs, and everybody's going to be misled, and they're not going to know, which we already have right now with everybody being cordoned off into these little like YouTuber communities that are all set against each other. It's going to be an even more extreme version of that. That doesn't sound white pilling in the slightest.
I guess I reject the black pill. I see it different.
Yeah, I like this comment. Technocracy is just an updated version of Plato's philosopher kings. It's crystallized elitism that is blind to human nature. Very good, Canuck. Thank you for that.
So I'll let that person know I believe in what's called elite theory. There's no such thing as grassroots.
Oh yeah. I believe in a similar thing myself, right? But I think technology, to a large extent, circumvents that process in key ways. And also the idea. I want to go back a little bit far back, because people went wild with the discussions, which is fine, But the idea that man in a Christian ideal can serve the lesser of two evils. I think the Gospels completely negate this concept. A man cannot serve two masters. If your right eye offend thee, pluck it out from thee. A house divided does not stand. Blah 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 blah.
I see Jack nodding a lot. He likes that.
Oh yeah, because he does a show where he brings up like the Gospels in his little images that he makes for his show. So he quotes the Gospels quite a lot. So anytime somebody quotes the Gospels, he gets excited.
Okay. So well, here's the thing. By that logic, Christians should just bow out from politics altogether, and I think that's a much more dangerous.
I have heard that proposed by some
Yeah,
Christians
it's
as a
dangerous.
solution. From my understanding, right, there isn't much to dispute that idea. You know what I mean? I think first and foremost, how much technology is necessary to live a good life, and then secondly, if the society around you is run by evil, then they'll say, well, it's morally wrong to participate in it, right? So they'll go and mind their business and mind their family, and I find that is a noble ideal that they have, that they're not, like I can't argue with it about that.
The problem with that is then you leave the people that don't believe in what you believe in to run the country, and they run it into what we have now is pretty damn evil.
Well, it's like you said earlier, you got to trust a little bit of evil to run the show, because that's what you said.
No, you vote for the lesser of two evils. I mean, that's
Yeah,
what
I
we
know.
right.
Yeah, I know. But
do you vote for George Bush, or do you vote for who the hell ran against him? I can't even remember.
Think beyond the limited choices is what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that? I'm sorry to interrupt.
We're only given two choices to vote for president.
According to who?
Do you think that we have like a moral?
Well, the solution I see is evil rises to power when good men and women sit back and do nothing. And I think it's time to bring the leadership of Christ, a little higher standards, into the people who are put into positions in the American government. We should not be enabling nor allowing unacceptable choices. And this is the thing. It's all been a bunch of economic nonsense. There was talk about the future with all the AI and stuff. It's going to increase the distrust, but distrust keeps us divided. When people become moral and honorable together, we won't need this wealth and authority. We don't need the wealth and authority. We need cooperation and common sense. Sorry to interrupt, but
no, I asked for your input, so it wasn't an interruption at all.
Thanks.
But the system that we have right now and the choices that we have right now, we've got two choices, and we don't have any other choices. You're gonna write someone in? They're not gonna.
Well, do we have a moral obligation to vote?
I don't care if you vote or not. You don't. There, of course, you don't have a moral obligation. No, I would say with Kamala, yeah, you have. I would say there's a moral obligation to vote.
So
I
you
would
think
say
that,
non.
that
I
you
would
think
say
it's
voting
immoral
against
to,
her is a moral thing to do.
do you think there's a so you think that there's something immoral about sitting out this election?
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
I think if she takes power, they bring back Roe v. Wade. They make it a federal. They write it into federal law where that you can't get out of it. If you look at Tim, Michigan has no restriction on abortion at all, zero. You can go in the day before you're due and have an abortion. There's a reason she picked him. The guy is a nightmare.
Wait a second. The reason why that happened in Michigan is because people voted on a referendum for that to happen.
Wait, you guys are talking about Tim Walz?
Tim Walz.
I think that's Milwaukee, right? Not Michigan, right? Or
just the city?
No, Tim Walz, the abortion
Yeah.
guy, right?
Yeah.
I think that's Milwaukee, not in Michigan, right?
I thought it was from Minnesota, but
yeah, Minnesota or Milwaukee.
I might be mixing up my M's, but whatever state he's from,
right?
Whatever
right,
state he's from,
I
has
get what you're saying.
abortion.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, totally.
I mean, I can't say I knew who the hell he was before he popped into the scene with her. So.
Well, the question, the reason I'm asking these questions though is because it sounds to me like you're attaching way too much importance to, first of all, the importance of like the people's vote to begin with, and secondly, the importance of the office of the presidency. Like none of that, like really, the president doesn't have that much power or influence over what happens in the country, and the presidents are all compromised, and they're going to do what their masters tell them to do, or else they're not going to be president.
So yeah, the presidency hasn't had a power since I think it was Roosevelt. Yeah,
corporation.
Roosevelt created what we now call the deep state, and his idea was that he was going to shatter the power of the presidency into a million pieces, so that no matter who was in charge, that political machine just kept moving in the same direction, no matter what. Now we look back at that, and I think it's pretty obvious that that's what happened, because no matter who was in charge, whether it was left or right, everything moved in the same direction. There's not much difference between George Bush and Obama.
Well, then why should we vote for one rather than the other?
Because so J.D. Vance, he actually listened to there's a podcast that Curtis Yarvin, Mencius Mulbug, Curtis Yarvin, whatever you want to call him. Somebody was telling me say his real name in the chat. But to be honest, I spaced on his name for a second. I just went with his pen name. He did a podcast with, surprisingly, Charlie Kirk. Out of all the people I don't watch, I've never watched Charlie Kirk. But he did a podcast with him, and he talked about how Roosevelt broke the system to where it didn't matter who was president. And what we need to do to get rid of that. And what I see, so to tie this into what we were talking about, I can't remember who was the crazy guy that took over and like got rid of like 80% of the government recently.
The guy,
I can't remember his name.
Chile or wherever.
Yeah.
I don't remember his name.
El Salvador.
Yeah, El Salvador, right? So the same people that are bankrolling J.D. Vance bankrolled that. And that's actually taking Curtis Yarvin's idea of how to remove that political machine from the system and put back the executive power into the presidency. So it actually does matter who's president. And I would much rather have it matter. So when I vote for someone, what I vote for actually, has a chance of happening not this political system that just keeps moving. And one thing that Joe Biden's presidency definitely made really, really obvious is that machine is in power. Because there's no fucking way that old man has been doing anything. I mean, does anyone even know where he is right now?
Well, the thing is that but I would say that the Trump presidency though indicated that as well, because he wasn't. I mean, to the extent that he did try to, dismantle the system, which he didn't really, but it was completely unsuccessful, right? So, like, what makes you think that 4 more years of Trump will somehow be different?
Pandemic happened under Trump.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
COVID-19 happened under Trump.
Oh yeah, I know.
And so did the VAXYN.
Mm-hmm. And he gets booed anytime he brings it up. He knows that.
I think it's time for us to stop being limited by the rules the system created. The voting thing doesn't work. Democracy, when in this land where propaganda and media are tools for the state and corporate beasts, democracy doesn't work. Because people are misinformed and ill-informed, and it's by design to keep the owning class on their power to own more. It's economic nonsense. Criminals enabling criminals. That's what the corporate banking and government systems have become. I think we can call out the criminals. Let's find a way. The people of the land, let's unite together before November. Get them all together and say, hey, up or out. Change the rules. Time for peace.
Well, this reminds me of like one of the arguments that I've tried to, convey to different communities over the last 5 to 10 years, which is, how do we get leverage to hold these people accountable? If we're on a train and we can't stop it, how do we at least gain a seat at the table and have some sort of way to negotiate a deal? Like Trump's all about the art of the deal. Like I want to see us have a ability to negotiate a terms of service at least. I mean, you know what I mean? Right now, this tech elites are basically going to dictate our future. And, if they want to turn us into like transhumanist, gay monkeys or something, they can. And I just think that's a bad way to negotiate. You know what I mean?
Brother, that's what I learned as a union guy. You want things to improve, you invite yourself to the table at every chance you can create. And I've been trying to figure it out. How do we create a chance to get the attention of these people like the lobbyists do? I'd love to have some of us go in and have like a where they call it the State of the Union thing with the people of the United States government, just like they had Netanyahu just did. It's time for the world to change.
Trump hates weed. Orange, I don't know who you are, but stop smoking weed. It makes you lazy and dumb.
According to who?
Very, very few people can smoke weed and actually be productive.
I know many examples that could show differently.
Yeah, I used to do it. I don't do it anymore. Life's gotten way, way, way better without it. I'll take my suffering raw.
Sativa. Oh yeah, sativa, definitely.
Switch to salvia.
Oh.
Let me put Neurojack over here. Yeah, well, on that note, let's take a break. And if you guys have weed, go ahead and smoke some weed with me, because I'm gonna smoke some weed here. And I'm actually highly productive. I'm writing my second book now. And I'm happy for all the things that I'm accomplishing. Almost 200 videos now on this channel, and a lot of them explain a lot of basic concepts in political theology, political science. We've covered entire audiobooks. We've been blessed to cover lots of topics: feminism, Hegel, the technological system, and I'm extremely well read in topics of philosophy. So yeah, I'm a highly productive person, and I smoke weed all the time. But I think the problem is that I was put on Ritalin when I was a kid. So without the weed, I really have a problem calming down a lot, so that is also an issue. I have constant meth brain, as it were. You know what I mean? I get a little bit tied up in my own knots.
That's
But yeah,
funny. Out of everything I've said, the don't smoke weed struck the biggest nerve.
no. I think it was I think it was the thing where you
I don't
said
mean just
that
with you.
no, I
mean,
think
I could see stuff in the chat. It's funny.
no, I think it was yeah, the chat is, yeah, it's not going to be popular with the chat, but the idea of the wall kisser. Oh, it doesn't matter if they kiss the wall or not. I think that was the thing that struck a chord where I was
Oh,
just
I'm
like,
glad I love striking
damn it.
chords. It's been my favorite thing to do since I was young.
What, kiss walls or
No,
I'm just
no.
kidding.
No, rile people up. I
I'm
love
just
that.
trombone.
I'm just messing with you. But yeah,
yeah, I love kissing walls.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe that's why they call the guy Tim Walls, right? he's like, I'll just put the wall in my name, therefore there's no question whether I kissed it or not. we'll just put walls in there, and that'll clarify everything. But yeah, thank you guys for joining.
Everyone in our political system has kissed that wall, man. AIPAC supports both parties.
Yeah, we played the video of even Nikki Haley and what was that guy, DeSantos or whatever.
Nikki Haley's George Bush with a wig and high heels.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. And she calls herself, I don't know if you know this, but she claims to be a Zionist and also a Sikh. She pretends to practice the Sikh religion, which I don't know if you know this, but I'm actually Punjabi, and I find that offensive. That she would actually say something like that. All right,
I thought you were Muslim.
Yeah, I am Muslim.
Okay.
The Sikhs. Yeah, there's Sikh Punjabis and Muslim Punjabis, but they used to, but they were, like my ancestors were Sikhs, right? That then converted to Islam, not too long ago, even, So yeah.
Well, the Sikhs, from what I understand, are not very pro-Zionist, so she's literally just grifting and not following her own religion.
Totally grifting.
Well, her name isn't even Nikki Haley. It's a fake name.
Yep.
What up, Nico Pluto?
Yeah, Nico Pluto's awesome. Yeah, he's been an OG fan of this show, and also since I was on that Crucible show, yeah, definitely, because the first live stream we did was when I debated on the Crucible, so I actually bought StreamYard so that I can go live that day, but yeah, but anyways, I'm going to take a musical break. We're going to smoke some cannabis, 10-minute break, and then we'll be back. Thank you to 33 people watch. It's always 33, which is highly suspicious.
That is suspicious.
Yeah, that's very suspicious, So, the fans and the haters, 33 of them congregate. Okay, yeah, we'll be back soon with some more discussions. Thank you guys for joining us. Earl Pipe, what's going on, brother? Chuck in Tennessee, Orange, Eternal, what's up? Reddington's in the chat, as well as on the panel. Browns boy, you wanted the link earlier. Let me give you this. Yeah, if you want to come up, guys, go ahead and hit the link if you guys want to come through. And we're just taking a little musical break, so we'll engage you in like 10 minutes here. Thank you, guys. I made these remix videos or whatever. I've been making remix songs. It's funny, but yeah. Oh wait, that's the wrong video actually. Sorry guys. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, here we go. Sorry about that, guys.
Let's go. Every society honors its live conformists and dead troublemakers. I'm the son of Satan. Sculpted the culture of the ancients. Permeate the state with my left hand stuck in the matrix. I'm the apex. I steal science off of spacesuits. Blackwater contractors captured off of camcorders. Aftermath, slaughter, violent massacre. Masters of order, burning effigies of presidents and American flags. Veterans class for the chance to sell terror for cash. Babylon destroyed the base of McDonald's. Death codes, murder squads, exploding churches and burning mosques. Throw your dice, now your destiny's cast. And these seats of war were planted over centuries past. And the mysteries remain unsolved. The lives of pyramids on Mars. Visitors beyond the scriptures of Allah. God is on the side of the one with money and large armies. Pray for death amongst you brainwashed zombies. Society is brainwashed.
You can't see what I can see.
That's right.
There's a few things we have to address. That you can't see what I can see.
When I'm in the streets, I always remain cautious. Good. November 5th, 2001, less than 2 months after 9/11 occurred. The infamous William Cooper was murdered, ex-naval intelligence officer. But now author of Behold the Pale Horse. He paid the cost. I can't say that I agree with everything that he wrote, but I admire him for speaking his mind though. Never holding his tongue for nobody. Your society is brainwashed. Guns in each other's faces for the same lies. Same everything and same nothing. Same bullshit materialism. The third world man's luxury. This false flag fuckery. An age of the junkie. Your lady, you live it, you can't fuck me. Can't touch me. The black hole, superior general. Tim Oscar running like a pine roof from Inglewood. Bring the hood up to a hovering mothership. They already made the switch to the one world government.
That you can't see what I can see.
That's right.
There's a few things we have to address. That you can't see what I can see.
When I'm in the streets, I always remain cautious. Good. God damn. Amongst the ivory tower witch doctors. Witness explosion on the Groom Lake landing strip. The silicon sorceress abandoned shit. Famine grip the planet with the gigantic satanic fists. Believed to be linked to Al-Qaeda through his sandwich business. I don't advise you to believe these could be camera tricks. All I'm saying is to ask questions, damages. But Hollywood tries to pass off as fantasy. Might have already happened in actuality, and vice versa. If Jesus Christ was a person, who was Mithra? Who was Krishna? Who was the first to be baptized, crucified, resurrected, betrayed and made into a martyr for someone else's redemption? Old men start wars for young dudes that dying. Madison Avenue telling you what you should be buying. Religion and science always profess peace, but in the end, who created the deadly war machine society is?
That you can't see what I can see. There's a few things we have to address. That you can't see what I can see.
When I'm in the streets, I always remain cautious.
That's right. That's right.
Good. God damn.
Gangster. I could tell you work for Uber Eats, cause the car that you drove is too fucking slow, and I don't want my food to get cold. Rappers be rapping, turn kinetic to quadratic, live lavish, keep receipts, write it off on them taxes. Talk about the great reset. They bird chest, speaking threats, they couldn't get their beaks wet in the deep end. Read the tea leaves, sweet dreams, sweet pea. And which way does the razor wire lean? How about a Farbar's egg, half a dozen to a tray? Interior decor designed by De Gournay, that's a tall order. Naughty neighbors at the short table. I beg your pardon, could you pass me the salt shaker? The earthquakes will be here before May. We should petition the creator for an escape ahead of my time, cause they ain't never seen what I rap. They wouldn't believe we already collapsed. Facts. A warm rag for a filthy prostitute bath. I bet you there's no vaccine for that. I was exposed to this so early, I'm quiet about it. The way I see it, ain't no need to start a riot about it. I saw it and caught it and wasn't applauded. I should've never started. We were divided first, then conquered. It's like a jungle sometimes, it makes me wonder how I got so effed up. Now I don't trust nothing.
Scary and real, like bunch of Avatar gangster. Barely in fights, bunch of Avatar gangster.
Bro banging from his keyboard. You should see the streets more. You should keep the G more. He just pressed the record.
Scary and real, like bunch of Avatar gangster. Barely in fights, bunch of Avatar gangster.
Made soldier, the gauge holder with payola. The weed coming more colors than Crayola. You a troll, you an internet op. You was listening to New Kids on the Block. I'm with a few niggas, trading stock, raising the Glock, bare arms like Doc Octopus. Virtual concerts and VR and the Oculus. Buying property in Earthia, I own everything. Man and machine merge the singularity. You will never be a celebrity. You embarrass me, you a parody. You a charity, you need therapy. Clout chaser who scarily believe his own hype, trying to suck your own cock. Ron Jeremy, pay me in crypto, pay me in mithril. They told me hold on and I did so. Shout my nigga Big Boy, this his idea. And I be stomping in my clear weather brand footwear, yeah. Web 3.0 flow, fuck this industry. AI Drake voice, pick your identity. Non-believers in the mega church, allow me to introduce you to Mars. Now you metaverse, in the metaverse. In verses, reverse course, I spit a better verse. Gifted unlimited rhymes, universal from a multiverse of earths. That's a guru search. Creole bitch, that's a voodoo curse. Niggas beef on IG Live with their location showing, and die tasting their own face, shell cases blowing.
Scary and real, like bunch of Avatar gangster. Barely in fights, bunch of Avatar gangster.
Bro banging from his keyboard. You should see the streets more. You should keep it G more. He just pressed the record.
Scary and real, like bunch of Avatar gangster. Barely in fights, bunch of Avatar gangster.
Made soldier, the gauge holder with payola. The weed coming more colors than Crayola.
Gang gang, gang gang, gang gang.
Avatar.
Gang gang, gang gang.
Avatar.
Gang gang, gang gang.
Avatar.
Gangsta.
Yeah, welcome back, and thanks for joining us here. We actually have more people watching now than before. Actually, no, it's back to 33 now. So yeah, it is what it is. You know, it just stays on that fucking number for some reason. But yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for joining us. Numbers are fake and gay, obviously. But yeah,
Yes.
blessings.
So I want to remind everyone why accelerationism is a thing. So accelerationism's a thing because people like to repackage the same old stuff that doesn't work in shiny new packaging. So accelerationism exists so we could just go ahead and grant all of it and we'll get to the end of the process. So when it does fail, we could see who will pay attention and react to it and say we need to change the direction, and who says, well, I don't care if that doesn't work, I just want more of it. It's to reveal who cares about what's right in front of them. Does anyone have any questions about accelerationism?
Well, that seems like an interesting enough explanation. Some of what you said matches up with what I said before, that none of it is actually, new ideas, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, that's fundamental in understanding, especially the political aspect of it. How can you promote libertarian philosophy and classical liberalism as a solution to get out of to get out against liberalism, right? That's the problem itself, right? Classical liberalism and libertarian philosophy is not a significant adjustment to liberal principles or values, right? So to say that we have to go before Enlightenment values, but to do it through classical liberalism and libertarian philosophy is essentially a flawed concept to begin with, right?
Well, not necessarily, because a lot of these systems are polymorphic, so you could use one system to bootstrap another one.
No, I mean, put as your final goal and premise is that you want to preserve traditions. You want to preserve Western traditions. Then it's totally flawed. You could forget about that one as your goal, right?
I'm not sure about that, because what is the tradition that we're trying to preserve? If your tradition is already liberalism, then more liberalism going to preserve it.
Well, that is a question too. What tradition essentially are we trying to preserve? What is Western? Because many people, when they say Western, they mean quote unquote Judeo-Christian. But when you look at this term Judeo-Christian, it actually means nothing, right? It's just like saying the new normal, or right? Or military intelligence, or any of these oxymoronic phrases, that are just,
Well, Judeo-Christian is a new term that didn't come around until the 1940s.
Yeah.
The first.
Yeah, I agree. But that means that we're redefining Western values, and these redefinitions of Western values happened quite recently. So they're not talking. They're not speaking significantly at length about any actual traditions. They're just creating traditions. And then saying that we're preserving them. And that's, I think, what Jack was saying about the crypto Judaism in that, right? Because they slid Judeo Christian into the fabric of what it means to be Western, right? And then many people are now, thinking that that has something to do with liberal, right? And that essentially points to a lot of the, the fundamental crux of the issue is there. And I admire that people like Moldbug actually looked at that problem, because they are saying, because what I heard people saying is that they're repackaging political theology, right? Because they're saying monarchism is a step beyond classical liberalism, right? So in that frame of thinking, that is anti-democratic, right? that could be true. But how do you get that with the with the modern technological state? I think their solutions to get that right is that the the local communities should be ran as a corporation, right? So I don't know if that is but that there's a lot of ways in which that actually agrees with the plan for smart cities and eats the bugs. And that's the problems that we were talking about earlier, that they were trying to point out, right?
So
these ideas are not necessarily mutually opposed, but actually they'll probably be melded together, because there's going to be compromise, because they're going to go with the democratic and autocratic system. But yeah, what are you saying, Hank? You're trying to cut in there. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different versions of monarchy, so that's not even specific enough. You can have despotism. You can have like a constitutional monarchy. You can have a combatocracy.
Yeah.
So there's so many different forms of monarchy to pick from.
It's gonna be
specific enough.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you said that, because instead, they're just essentially moving from Locke to Hobbes, and then pretending like it's some sort of huge shift.
Exactly. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing, but it's not new.
And I was reading C.B. McPherson, and in the preface to his to the Penguin edition of Hobbes' Leviathan, right? The guy is a communist, by the way, and he's talking about how much constitutional monarchy aligns with the idea of communism, in the introduction there, so it's very, very interesting. This Hobbesian notion, of constitutional monarchy has this, it almost ties in with the, sort of original plan of Marxism in a way, in quite a special way.
Exactly, because you could just have your czars can just be dukes and duchesses or counts or whatever, it's just sub kings, and you just have your grand leaders, the king. You can map it one for one.
Does anybody else?
Does it really matter what people do on people farms?
Does it matter where people do what?
On people farms.
Absolutely. You don't want people being fed the wrong feed. You don't want them eating hemp, right?
Why?
Because drug schedule is something stupid like that. Yeah, there's no good. No, just meddling Karens telling people what to do. So,
can we leave the people farms to the people in the people farms?
Yeah, we could.
Does technocracy matter if you live out in the middle of nowhere?
Probably not.
It depends on how frequent you get visitors, especially from space. I mean, the crop circle freaking guys are annoying. So
when Rome fell, the farmers out in the middle of nowhere had no idea that anything changed.
Yep.
That's what I'm aiming for.
It's not a bad plan.
Those farmers didn't have utilities.
Oh, noes.
How will you wank to porno with no utilities?
Nuclear reactor on the homestead.
You gonna wank to a nuclear reactor?
Well, it's gonna power up the
Hank's into some crazy shit.
His AI girlfriend will be powered by the nuclear reactor.
Ah, okay. That sounds real explosive.
No, nuclear reactors don't explode; they just melt down when you don't menace them.
Well, then I guess it sounds like a meltdown.
I had plenty of those.
Very good. So what up, Machine, Browns, Denizen, Jack, Hank?
Well, we got a true American patriot in the house, as you can see with his
true,
his flag there, So he's
America in distress.
He's waving the flag around,
Upside down.
Upside down. Uh-oh. That's cryptic.
That means America in distress.
Oh, okay, I see. Yes, indeed. America
Say
is
that's accurate.
Yeah, America is in a lot of distress.
Everything I say accurate.
You know how they say once they put the black actor in the dress, you know how they talk about putting black guys in dresses?
Yeah.
Whatever. Is that what he was saying? Like a dress?
It's like blackmail. It's like ritual blackmail, type of situation. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it never worked on me. But I don't own any dresses, so
Yeah, it's talking about Chappelle.
yes.
Chappelle refused to dress, didn't he? He talked about that.
Well, that's what he said, but he did. He wore a dress in Men in Tights.
Yeah, I can't remember even in that movie. It's been so long since I've seen that.
So this is on boxes. I just realized the stream. I just did one on box as well. So it's just ironic.
Oh, really? Really? What was your conclusion about I guess the idea is manufactured consent and also prepackaged ideals, and also the whole concept of framing a narrative, and the whole concept of how design implies function in a way,
Don't eat it.
Yeah,
Yeah, second that. Well, yeah, I mean, to be specific, my stream was on AI box, and the lesson was not to buy it. Like you're saying, it is very pre-manufactured.
AI box? Am I hearing that right? So
yes.
What is the concept there?
Well, I bought an AI girlfriend online on stream.
Oh, wow. So it's called AI box.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm referring to it as. I don't know if it's technically...
So does it have a physical box?
It's actually called Candy.
I asked her how her box smelt, and I got back musky and sweaty, so I dumped her and I got a new one.
See, you messed up. Instead of saying smelt. Never mind.
See
Brown
that?
boy doesn't concern himself with hygiene.
Let the record show that based Oracle got an AI girlfriend, and I do not have one.
I could get you one. I could pimp him or let you borrow.
I only bother with one that is A, open source, and B, runs locally. So I don't.
Jack is trying to go to his happy place right now.
Yeah, see, the problem is she was a little too wide in her open source. She was spreading it too much, and that's one of the reasons I had to let her go.
This is so Brave New World.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, stay on track. Come on.
There's no secrets.
Come on, for the sake of the one female.
No secrets for a Brave New World. So.
Oh, let's change the whole stage.
I don't understand. I mean,
ladies in the chat too.
What needs to happen? I mean, let me know.
They need to talk less, honestly. Sorry, Bates, go ahead.
So your boxes, you're referring to a different box ticket machine.
Well, I was just wondering if there is a physical box that went along with this AI contraption, and then is that physical box fuckable? To quote a comedian. Yeah. To quote a comedian, he said that if the PS1 came with a hole in the side that I could have sex with, I would never leave my house. That's what he said. He was talking about this idea that we talk about, which is the objective subjective divide that's like shifting and melting because of technology, and that's the whole concept of transhumanism, where they're talking about merging with the machine. Well, they think of the body as a machine, so it's not a problem, right? They don't.
He wouldn't have a house. Let's be honest.
What are you talking about? Just as I gave that little like 30-second like spiel, like I lost like 5 or 6 viewers. It was hilarious.
So, Machine, I think we're kind of similar here, right? I mean, obviously, we've talked about the tech stuff and relating it to your concept. This is kind of my point. It's another division. And in terms, the widespread effect of AI box, for instance, is it's going to phase out women who are currently displaying their box on social media, etc., providing GFE through, whatever mechanism of technology.
Yeah.
Right, so it actually isn't that far off, even though it might have sounded a little fallacious at first.
Yeah, but this is what we always hear. We hear it's ethical, but pretty soon, like, 9-year-olds are going to be designing their own custom AI girlfriend and then beating off to it for like 5 or 6 years before they go look for a mate, and it's going to break their brain, and their idea of social relationships.
You're right.
So all these things always they say, oh, this is going to be an ethical alternative, but it ends up being something that scars our mentality permanently, and then we just keep moving down the road.
Well, let me ask you this: might it not be, in fact, a good thing for the short term? When I say short term, I mean like literally today. But in the long term, it's not.
Get the kids hooked on the AI girlfriends while we go and save everybody from human trafficking that's going on, and then we'll get back to like normal society.
I didn't mean this.
It's like maybe we can make a movie about this scenario.
Yeah.
This sounds hilarious.
It's called distraction.
Well, here's my point, Machine. So I think the advocacy for it, for instance, might talk about, oh, this could stop grapists from graping. And in the short term, maybe there's some truth to that. But in the long term, it might suggest to do the opposite.
How about this?
I love grapes.
I think I'm the only one on panel that even rumored to have one of those so-called boxes, and I barely use it. I barely use it, and I worked 50-hour weeks back to back. I barely use it.
What are you making all that money for, Hank?
It's a secret.
So, a secret box.
Yes, but here's the thing. We have to. Yeah, if they're going to make that argument, are you willing to say, well, it's better off with human trafficking than to have the AI stuff come in? Are you willing to hit that gas pedal?
Are you kidding me? The question is no human trafficking or AI. I'm thinking no human trafficking. Are you fucking stupid?
Yes.
What?
Is that what I heard?
Yes,
those are the two options.
Yes, I
yeah.
heard that.
No human trafficking is the better option. If anyone couldn't tell.
Right.
Okay. Then let's see. Let's see what's behind that door.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead in the machine, Lars. Go ahead.
The fuck are you talking about, fucking Hank? You're usually on, bro.
So, kind of, what is your point? Like, where do you, I guess, lean on this concept too? Like, to the point of solution machine.
For which particular issue?
Vaguely box, but I mean, given your topic and what we were just talking about, where do you think lies the answer? Like,
well, I think
we can go on.
It's certainly one of the more benign uses of the technology, but besides that, I don't know, what it could possibly lead to, but yeah, the advanced dangers are more in terms of pharmacogenomics and also government regulation, like creating a regulatory agency to deal with the growth of such technologies. That they've already suggested those types of things, the same as nuclear technology, right?
Oh.
So that seems to be a added issue, right?
So what's behind that door is what they call the revolutionary phenotype, where they just plan personhood in from a lab. That's what's behind that door.
Well, it's certainly one of the, as I said, it's one of the advanced dangers, right? That is they've created, right, in terms of pharmacogenomics that seems to be highly, rife with problems, especially because it was used to create designer babies, right?
Yes,
So
and designer fruit that we almost lost all because of a disease.
Yeah. So combining, for example, fish genes with tomatoes, as they've done, or combining, or eliminating certain genes down the road that could create certain other problems. But nobody knows. There's so many changes in terms of technological society that nobody knows which problem is going to become the most severe. Scientists just discovered microbes. I was hearing on the news that that actually survive microwaves, right?
Yes.
So people who are eating microwave food, they could be eating, in the future, they could come in contact with microbes that are extremely resistant to microwaves, and then just sort of jack the human immune system, and the people who, like everybody who eats microwave food, who just dies off, or something like that. It's just, obviously, I'm just shooting at the hip here.
I'm
but
with you
it's
there.
kinda-
I'm with you. I'm already down thinking like they already got a patent on the cure for it and everything.
Yeah, but there's also microbes that survive fires too. So, yeah, watch out either way.
Are you talking about the microzymus? Is that what you said?
And no one here is talking about Ben Shapiro.
Machine, I had some
We're
pushback
talking about
for you
Abby, bro. We're talking about Abby
the,
Shapiro.
on the concept. You talked about government intervention, for instance. I think that would sort of be the full circle of profiteering. Not that this is all government's fault, but I think government broadly and generally have, they have acted as a catalyst for this technology to hit society and further instigating the division between men and women. So I see that as sort of calling on your assassin to come save you.
I think it's deconstructed. I think there's smoother forms of all technology that you and I and everyone else here know about. I think there's smoother forms of all of it, and I think it's been deconstructed and whatever manufactured for zero competition or whatever you call it, like gaming the system.
Monopoly. Well,
Yeah,
zero
of course.
competition.
Yeah, dude, I'm talking about things you guys probably haven't never even thought or even talked about. So I don't know where to go from there, but you.
Of course,
But
not.
at what point
you're
does
assuming you know my thoughts and you don't.
at what point does planned obsolescence become actual obsolescence, though? Like, how long can corporations keep up pretending to build shit that falls apart for no reason until they just can't build stuff that lasts long or works well anymore?
Let's take a look and let's ask
Boeing, for example.
Right. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. How long can they do it?
As long as the employees continue to go to work.
It looks like they can't build shit that doesn't fall out of the sky anymore.
Because they need a job. Those people need to work for a shill corporation. You're saying?
But they don't need to work for Boeing. They could probably build planes somewhere else, though.
In order for the CEO and speculators to continue to live the lifestyle that they do, yes.
Let me engage our friend Comrock because he's new to this panel, and I want to ask him because since he talked about MAGA communism earlier, we took an interest in this topic right together. So the idea of this MAGA communism thing, right? So you're saying that the Make America Great Again part is good, but the communism part is bad, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we actually have two people who support communistic goals, on the panel here in terms of Jack Talcott and Dennis.
I was gonna guess
right?
Jack. I've heard him say some things that sounded a little sus on that end.
Yeah. What about you, Denizen?
I mean, sure. I don't really know what that means. Jack and I definitely agree on a lot.
Like
Yeah, and I'm
Marxist?
sorry. The panel is full to anybody who's trying to enter here. Yep.
I don't mind the labels.
Yeah, I'm fine with labels too. People call me a fascist. I embrace it at this point. It's fine.
Yeah, me too. Like I get called a fascist, a communist, a Marxist, a socialist, a capitalist pig.
Give me all the labels. I like them.
Yeah.
Just don't call me a libertarian.
I get called a simp and an incel.
Well,
Do you get called pervert yet? I get pervert too.
Yeah, I
No,
get
I
it. I
don't
get
get that.
incel too. It's hilarious.
Sad trombone.
I probably should get that.
There's a lot of labels for me.
I am a pervert, but I've never been called one. Sorry,
It
Jack.
sounds like I'm
Right,
listening to slaves label themselves, is what it sounds like to me.
Yep. That's what we do.
Accuracy.
Hey, the idea is technology and government. Government is a type of technology. If we don't have oversight and we don't control those things, those tools are going to be used against.
I got an idea.
What is it?
We start doing what they do. We start blackmailing the fuck out of these stupid people. Hey, you guys want to blackmail people? Okay, well, I guess you guys wanted us to playbook. It's not like we can't see it.
Bad feedback.
Goodness. Wow. Audio.
Vandaddy, are you in a bomber right now?
Oh my God, Cecil.
Anyways, let's get back to the subject at hand. So we're talking about MAGA communism and you know, is totalitarianism good or bad? I think it's it depends on what your goal is. I mean, the truth is we're looking at, you know,
Lol, Adam.
technology that basically is eroding free will. So to me, it's like, how can you pretend that you have something close to free will if everything around you is kind of decided for you, essentially?
Well, how can you erode something that never existed in the first place?
Well, sure, Hank, but first you got to convince people it never existed in the first place, right? So
wait, are you guys reject free will?
So you're making free will an external debate, Jack, right? So it doesn't come from the inside. It's now determined on the technologies around us, Nero?
Well, what I'm saying is to pretend that technology doesn't drive human society I don't think you can possibly argue that. I think that...
Yeah, it certainly influences it, but that doesn't make the binary true that we don't have free will.
Right. It's
the
a
way
variable.
The way we use it, it just means blame.
Your will isn't your own and it isn't free, though. That's my only problem with the term.
So you're just saying it doesn't exist, and it never existed. That's what you're saying, Denizen?
Well, you know, it exists like God exists.
Yeah. Well, Colin Rack, you accept free will, and I think the truth is most people will believe in free will depending on how you define it. So I think that's the most important thing is what's the definition.
Yes.
I take the words free and the words will, and I use those definitions.
Okay, now someone seriously, let's define it.
The ability.
I was being serious.
Yeah, Denison doesn't really kid around when he sounds like that.
The ability to choose.
Oh, then yeah, free wills for sure.
Yeah, I would say
even fish and cats have free will.
Yeah, even robots.
Yo, helium has the most free will against, or the hydrogen has the most free will against gravity.
Yeah. So,
wow, thank you for that.
What
decision does helium make?
It just looks like it has the most free will to me.
Yeah, it's the will to go up.
Thank you guys for having such a serious discussion about a very serious topic. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can cash out me.
You can't take an idea that's adjacent and apply it to what you're saying.
No, he can't.
You're talking about a piece of material that acts within its bounds of physical law. It doesn't make any choices.
Yeah, about its own nature. So,
no.
What else you want?
I would contend that you are also bound by nature and physical laws.
What's your evidence?
In every single choice that you make.
Yeah.
You think I'm bound by my physical, so I don't actually make an argument. It's just chemicals in my brain that do it, and I think I'm making an argument.
Well,
I wouldn't even assume there's a you making that argument.
Yeah, you make the
So you're
argument.
that
but
makes you a sophist. You have no point in making any point at that point.
That's not sophist at all. But I know I am used to people who disagree with me saying that I can't possibly have a point.
So who would you be convincing if there's no one to convince?
I'm sorry, was I supposed to convince you of something?
Well, if you're arguing for your point of view, that's you
No.
trying to convince other people.
No, I'm just describing it. I wouldn't try to convince anybody else.
Okay.
Unless they came to me looking for answers. I could, describe what I can see.
Well, who's you? You just said there is no I.
It's a projection.
Of?
Probably your ego and your intention.
Now you're back to there's possession there, right? Your ego, but there's no you.
Right, it's a projection.
Right, a projection of what?
Ego. Intention. The gap between the thoughts that you actually have in your mind, your intentions, and your actions.
Okay, so are you a materialist?
No.
No. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what your worldview is, because
I don't have a singular worldview. What do you mean by materialism?
all that exists is material operating the way that material operates.
I don't know what that means. Can you elaborate on that?
So there's physical things, right, that we call matter, and there's space and there's time. That's all that there is. And everything that happens is just a happening. It has there's no conscious decider deciding what happens.
I would say I live in and observe a material world then, by those definitions. I don't make any, assumptions about what else there could be outside of my ability.
So, would you accept anything that is not material?
How would I interact with it? How would I?
I think you interact with it all the time. It's kind of like a fish not knowing they're wet.
How would I accept it?
Do you accept numbers?
Yes.
Do you accept universal categories?
Universal in what way?
Like there's a category that is tree, but it's not identical to trees. It's not a material thing. It's a category.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So there's
concepts.
Concepts, right?
So materialism means concepts don't exist?
Right. Concepts don't exist.
Okay.
I can think of
definitely not a materialist then.
Okay. That's great. Because there's a lot of people that accept materialism as everything that there is. And I think that's a really easy worldview to show is very silly.
I would argue you could get concepts from a purely physical material world. But I don't want to get too sidetracked because you're going somewhere with that, right? It sounded like you had like a train of questioning you were leading to.
No, I was just, it just sounded like you were a materialist. And if you were, I wanted to show you why that's a very silly way of thinking.
We got that script from Made by Jim Bob already.
I don't get scripts from anybody, Hank.
Well, I do.
Well, it's, but wouldn't you say it's more about like anti-realism versus realism to some degree?
No, Jack, you're really quiet.
I wouldn't. I don't know what that means. I think we live in hyper-realism.
Yes, I agree with Denison.
So, Colum, you do try to convince people of things, right?
Of course.
Okay. Are you ever
I'm just saying-
successful?
Yeah, you're sound unsuccessful to me at it, but go.
I was
You
just
have
gonna say.
assessments.
I was just gonna
You
say.
were talking
Hank,
about helium having its own free will earlier. I don't think I need to worry about what you.
And look at your background with the naked lady picture when you're so informative to everybody, you stupid.
Naked
Like-
lady?
Or is
I
that a
don't know
dude?
what
Is
that
that a
is.
dude with tits? What is that?
Who cares? I don't care.
Oh, it's a naked lady and
It's
an
an
angel.
Oh, so okay, it is what the fuck I described like you pretended it wasn't.
Why do you care about that? What difference does it make?
Yeah, really.
That painting, it negates everything that I say.
No, he's such a teacher. He's teaching us. What are you teaching us right now?
It's a piece of abstract art. Like, calm down.
I'm just curious what you're teaching us, and instead of just opening up your mouth with opinion.
Brown's boy, why do you hate heaven?
Well, I was gonna say really quick, Hank, wouldn't you say it's like realism versus anti-realism? Isn't that kind of more what we're talking about?
No.
Stomp your ass out,
No,
boy.
it's not. It is not realism versus anti-realism.
Want my address?
Fuck that shit. Look at my giant fork.
Are you really?
Hell yeah. And
Why
if
do
I
you have
hold
a
it like
giant
this-
fork, Cecil?
Hold it like this, it's like I'm in jail.
Fork
You are in jail,
That's
sis.
a weird
This
picture.
guy is like retarded midlife bro logic.
Only smarter.
Fucking,
That probably could be true.
your mom should be in jail for not getting an abortion.
I agree.
Good one.
Have anything like actually to add to the conversation, or are you just here to troll?
Is Gonzaga, is that one that your virginity is taken as a male is gone now, Zaga, and they give you a fucking shirt for it?
No, it's a university, and you're pronouncing it wrong. So great job.
Oh,
I'm-
left the Browns boy.
I'm here to entertain, you stupid fuck.
Start your own
bored,
channel.
Browns
We'll see
boy.
how many subscribers you get.
0.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why Browns boy doesn't like you right now.
Not only the look in his eye, it's his like demeanor, and I think I can like his hollow words, just the hollowness and the emptiness and the vampiric energy. I'm really tuned into on this dude
Yeah, the guy telling you to
with hair gel and shit. Like, look how cool he looks with his hair gel, guys. Did you guys like see his
have any
red
hair gel
hair?
in, bro. I don't have any hair gel in. Why
Are you
why
mad
so
because
upset?
you're like not from actually like from what is it?
Call him Mark. If you want to see something cool, I'm gonna act with my vampire.
And your nose looks big as fuck.
More than you.
Like you're in your like your heritage, like you're gonna bow down to your heritage's way of learning and speaking and teaching. We'll see. Time will tell.
So let's get back.
Probably
to,
an ex-con
free will.
too. By the way,
Yeah. Let's
Can
get back-
souls exist in a materialistic
take a
world?
drink to that, boy.
Get the fork out of here with that shit.
Yeah. Let's get back to free will. So you agree that everything
With his light ass eyebrows.
acts
Yeah.
within its own nature. Is that correct? Call him Mark. I don't
Heck,
know.
I can't hear you. The one guy's way louder than you, and he keeps interrupting.
Yeah. How do you pronounce your name? Call him Mark.
Call him Rosh.
Colin Marsh. Okay. So, do you agree that every entity acts within its own nature?
Everything acts within its own nature.
Yeah, every entity acts within its own nature.
Yeah. Everything has a nature, and it acts within its nature. Yeah.
So, free will doesn't contradict entities acting within its own nature. Is that correct?
No, because we're our nature is to be made in the image of God, so we are given free will.
Yeah. So, how do you know that hydrogen atoms don't have free will? If it's
Because they act exactly how they are supposed to act, just like if you drop a rock.
In their nature, you mean?
It's not choosing.
Yeah, it's well.
Not choosing?
How do you know it's not? How do you know they're not choosing? They're acting within their own nature, just like we are.
Does light choose to be a particle or a waveform?
No.
I don't think so.
Oh, doesn't choose, huh? Hmm.
But yeah, the hydrogen atoms are acting within.
Well, is choice? Wait.
Us people
But
are
is-
acting within our own nature. So,
But is
how do you know
choice
they're
the
not
same as
choosing?
free will?
Yes, that was the
choice-
definition everybody wanted to use.
Well, but that's not what free will means.
My definition of taking the word free and the word will and then combining the meanings, that was silly to you. But we landed on it being the ability to choose.
I agreed with Dennison, by the way, from the get.
Okay,
I think
so
that-
yeah, but
I think that choice is something within that. Like, I don't know. I think free will and choice, like, they switch back and forth a little bit. It's like,
Well,
free will
it's like, what about like free will to choose from the gumball machine, but you don't know which color you're gonna get? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then is it really willful then? And is it really free?
Well,
It's
we don't-
constrained.
More choices. Sometimes you have more choices. Sometimes less.
So we already
Yeah, choices, I'd agree.
We already established that free will does not make entities act outside of its nature. So
Yeah, I'll agree with that too.
well,
So it's
hey,
completely subject to nature.
Well, hey, help me out with the.
So free will is like getting a map to a destination where you're already at.
Hey, help me out with the realism versus anti-realism. Could you explain what that means for the audience, please?
How about for the panelists, Hank?
yeah, I can go ahead and explain it. So, folks, it depends on what kind of realism. Let me get something to open.
Well, in a theological sense, because I think what I see,
Oh.
Jonathan Padjo and other people promoting is like realism within Christianity, which I think is kind of a strange thing. So I want
Yeah, I got
to kind of get it.
Yeah, I can explain.
Hear that.
Realism assumes that there is a magic world of forms where everything is derived from, and anti-realism says that we use our senses to construct.
So is that materialism?
No, it's nothing to do with materialism.
Well, it used to. It just used to be called nominalism, but it's basically kind of the same thing.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm referring to. What do you think about nominalism, Colin Rock?
Could you define it? I've heard the word and I've heard people say it, but I don't really know exactly what they mean by it.
I think Hank. Hank defined it pretty clearly just now.
Yes, nominalism is when we construct things. We construct the definitions to things, and we use our senses.
Those
concepts.
Kind of
It's
like
basically
survival
what you were calling, what you were saying could not fit within materialism earlier, Colin Rosh.
Yeah, no, I don't think that fits within materialism. Because universals and categories have no material.
What's the separation between?
That's what nominalism is. Nominalism is acknowledging that they only exist as concepts and categories, that they don't exist materially.
Like I can think of a circle in my head, but that there's no material that you can touch with that.
But there's no perfect circle in reality, essentially.
Right, but you can envision a perfect circle.
Right.
You could draw one, couldn't you?
Well, no, not
No,
really.
without
But
some sort of.
But the point is, do you think that realism or nominalism congeals with Christianity? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Does it congeal with Christianity?
Well, you got Christianity with either. So,
Yeah.
Well, why would you? What do you think the difference between those two versions would be, Hank? If you don't mind me asking.
Where the rubber meets the road, there's no difference really. It's
why is that?
Unrelated. It's unrelated in my opinion.
I think everything's
well. Here's the thing. Colin Rock was talking about how math somewhat proves God, and you would reject that. So obviously, it does have some bearing, right?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't reject that.
So you think math proves that God exists?
Well, there's some math that you use to prove God. I think, but I think it's possible to use math to prove God. I don't see it. I need to see the proof myself. Hopefully, I can understand it.
Oh, I wouldn't say it proves it, but it suggests something in that direction. Now, which God? I wouldn't say. There's no way to get to that, but I would say that.
What do you mean by that direction, though?
Well, if we're talking about math, I'd just go to Matthew in the gospel and see what he says about math. He might know.
Tricky.
Yeah, I would rather just go to Wolfram Research instead. The math is better.
If you want math, you got to go to Matthew. I don't know.
No.
Well, what I'm trying to drive at is, if you're using logic to prove God, isn't that kind of more deistic God than Christian God? You know what I mean?
Not necessarily.
I think there's a logical.
Probably though.
I think there's a logical argument for the Christian God, but you got to lead people down a lot of rabbit holes to get there. From if they're completely rejecting God from the beginning, that's a long road to hole.
It requires some presuppositions.
Well, I have a shortcut.
Indeed.
I have a shortcut. So I'll get them to watch a Dark Matter 25.
Oh, come on, Hank.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
I
I have a better shortcut, Hank. Your diagram of the that little diagram of the Trinity you had.
Yes.
Can you bring that up? Can you bring that up for us?
Absolutely.
I want Colin Rock to see your diagram because I think it's very useful to the conversation we're having.
Yeah.
If I remember right, Hank, you don't believe in like a Trinitarian God, but you believe in like a monistic God.
Yeah, affirmative.
Okay.
Well, yeah, monistic God for the big G God, but just for discussing God in general, I would technically be a polytheist because I just assign the value. I equivocate gods and idols just to make it simple. So let me find that documents, logs.
No, it's not one-to-one like actual Trinity, but I think the thing is about Christianity is like there's been so much philosophy brought into Christianity that you can't really describe Christianity without.
Okay,
Dude, mute your microphone.
Damn, somebody's dying.
Somebody hitting that.
Bong rips.
But look, anyway. So look, the thing is, you can't really describe Christianity without philosophy, right? So, I mean, at this point in the stage, right? And I think that's the challenge for even in Eastern Orthodoxy. I think they're fighting against all this philosophy that's kind of invaded the church, right? And I think that's kind of where the rubber meets the road, in my opinion, about how do you distinct between the religion, your personal life, technology, and all these different,
There is no separation.
That's true. There's no separation.
Hey, the machine lies. Show my screen.
You guys are Christians.
You might define separations for yourself.
Well, you're not a Christian, so you're not a Christian. You don't understand what I'm talking about. So just leave it alone for now.
So hold on. You're going to assert something that you are for sure. Are you? Let me ask you again. Are you sure about that?
Okay. Are you a Christian?
No. You're the one who got assertive. I'm asking you now. Are you sure about the statement that you made?
No, I can't know what anybody's doing.
That's the point. Let's not make for sure unassertive statements, right? Isn't that what you're here for?
So if you are, you should have no problem to go ahead and say you're a Christian, right?
I'm not going to play stupid shit with you.
Yeah. Here you are doing it. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, here you are failing.
Hey, the machine lies. Can you show my screen so Colin Mark can see my model?
So what's your point, Nero? Get to your point. It's been probably 15 minutes.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting. That's why it's taking 15 minutes.
I haven't said shit, bro. You're the one who said I'm not a Christian, therefore I shouldn't be able to speak on whatever the fuck you were talking about. You were Mr. Mustache there, little boy.
Not me.
What's wrong with me, Mr. Mustache? I like that dude.
He's based.
Yeah, well, there's one. There's a reason why there was one of them and not two of them.
You hear me?
No.
No.
Me, Mr. Mustache, was raised a Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So don't be telling me I can't fucking chime in on some shit, bro. Keep that shit to yourself. How about that?
Well, you keep derailing every fucking thing I said the last 15 minutes, so that's all.
You really want to prove that? You're
From
gonna
my
make more
perspective,
claims.
am I
You're gonna
allowed to
say
have an
15 minutes from now.
Am I allowed to have an opinion, or you mean Mr.
You can have an opinion. I'm just telling you, you're full of shit.
All right.
So
keep exaggerating. Get to your point. Which one ever fucking gets you there faster, dude?
Yeah, I'll get to my point. I'll get to my point. So, assuming God the Father is omnipotent, we really can't know anything about him unless he wants us to. But he could just retcon everything anyways with no effort at all. But we could see the Holy Spirit and prophets affect each other. That's my point.
We can see what was the last sentence?
Yeah, the Holy Spirit and prophets. The Holy Spirit's a kind of egregore kind of spirit. They and prophets kind of affect each other via that thread of control, but we can't really know anything about God the Father because if we assume omnipotence, because they can give us any information they want.
Like Nero,
right? Like any witch doctor has, since they used to trade teeth for women.
Do you think that God is inside you? Like you have a connection to God?
Pretty much I would just assume God's just all around me and in me and just everywhere.
That's hot.
Is that outside of you?
It's a big assumption.
Not really.
So specifically, I wanted to know what Collarmock thinks of this compared to Eastern Orthodox theology. Does it have any overlap, or is it totally off base, or what do you think?
It's a heresy in the Eastern Orthodoxy.
and by comparison, how many checks does Nero write that his ass can't cast?
Well, I think God might have him beat there, actually.
What were you guys saying? You were trying to figure out how to get somebody to believe in God?
Yeah, just Dark Matter 25 cartoon. It's pretty simple.
Okay, so what you do is, the first thing you do is you grow up out in the country, okay? And then you got to drink a fuck ton of Jack Daniels, all right? Then you come home from work and you beat your wife, and then you beat the crap out of your kids with a Bible and tell them if they don't believe in it, just get the fuck out of my house, okay? Because that's what my parents did to me. I mean, clearly it works, right?
No, because I met plenty of atheists that had that. So
You seem like a shining example.
Did Nero really leave? Like,
I don't
dude,
do that.
oh my god, dude! I'm so sorry if I heard
I
this.
wasn't being serious, by the way.
He comes in and Brown's boy. He comes in and out.
Yeah, I know. It's a little convenient thinking. Yeah, I know. Nice little excuse.
Well, you do that
But
too, and so do I.
I guarantee you what I just described to you is happening right now in America.
Well, for sure.
Yep.
And then they wonder why their children end up with like 18 facial piercings and purple hair and don't want anything to do with them. And
Bro,
you know.
I saw a
And
scientist.
they blame the world.
I saw a scientist stick a needle in a cantaloupe one time at the fucking at the grocery store, and I was like, I want that one.
Okay.
Is there going to be a rim shot after that, so we can know when to laugh?
Nah, you gotta kind of think about it.
Maybe a laugh track would work better.
Maybe it's like I didn't literally see it. Maybe it's like it's happening.
Yeah, Brownsburg, you're gonna have to get yourself a laugh track because I don't know when to laugh.
I got it.
It's not about laughing all the time, bro.
You're right. One thing I have noticed is there are not a lot of Christians that want to promote or believe in the idea of free will. There's a law, you better be following it, and I'm gonna make sure everybody around me is following it, and you better not fucking jaywalk. Or,
Yo, jaywalk, that's hilarious, bro.
You better not fucking, they're very authoritarian.
What is text somebody right now?
They're bad.
Authoritarian.
They're bad ops actors.
I would say it's within your nature to follow God's laws. There you go. Problem solved.
Maybe it's within my nature to follow the laws of nature.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, nature is far, far easier to define than God.
Let's do it, bro. I was just wondering. I was like, yo, like, how's he gonna define it easily? And you just said it. How do you define that easily?
For example, thou shalt not try to covet thy neighbor's wife, or whatever it says, right? I can look at animal behavior and figure that one out. I can observe animals.
What does covet mean?
Except for a chance, because they actually
you shouldn't try to fuck your neighbor's. If your neighbor is married, if he's got a wife, you shouldn't try to go after his wife. That's the whole point of what that's saying right there.
That's bad advice, though. It's a lot easier to fuck your neighbor's wife than it is, to drive somewhere.
Sure. I mean, that's the way it is in society, but generally a bad idea.
Some blowback, though.
Hey, you gotta crack a few Craigs in order to make a Tomlet.
I'm an anarchist, so I think that's your own responsibility and your own consequences, right?
But if you're trying to sow your seeds, then you just covet everything that moves.
Yeah. Covet. To deny our own impulses is to deny the very thing that makes us human, is it not?
Well, what about impulses to rape?
Who the fuck has that?
Some people.
Psychopaths, I would suppose.
Yeah,
fuck those people.
Well, if we're just going with natural law, I mean, that's normal in nature all the time.
Well, you definitely have to have your rapist, I think. Otherwise, entropy wins.
You're applying standards of human society to animal society. Animals don't view it as rape.
We're animals.
Yes, they do.
You think they do?
Dolphins are as smart as us, and they rape their food before they eat it.
What happens?
Wait, who does?
What happens is a female animal uses a male trying to mate with her, and if she views the male as being strong, she'll go ahead and mate with him. If she views the male trying to mate with her as being weak, she'll try to claw his fucking balls off.
Oh, okay. So, Cecil,
it's called natural selection.
So you need to know that house cats have barbed, penises.
I know.
Well, it's
that's not their fault.
I identify as an orange tabby cat.
That's not their fault, though.
Yeah,
the first time I heard the concept of rape in the animal kingdom.
I wouldn't call it a consent stick. That's why I put it that way.
Okay, well, dude, that animal has no control over being born or how many barbs are in his penis or whatever.
Same.
You know, so
I could add barbs technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cat's acting within its own free will. It's acting within its nature. It's using its own free will.
Again, you're attempting to apply aspects of human society to animal society.
Free will.
There is no such thing as rape in animal society.
Okay, rape doesn't exist. Problem solved.
Animals don't have society as humans think of it.
Not compared to humans.
There you go.
I think we could. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know how deep you want to go with this.
Yeah, Cecil solved the rape problem. It doesn't. It's a myth. There we go. Thanks, Cecil.
Well, no. If you attempt to force yourself sexually on another human being, and they say no and you say yes, according to the law, that's rape.
But
Just saying yes, that's it.
Any of that shit going on.
So if we get rid of laws, then rape doesn't exist. Interesting.
You know, the only thing that happens in animal society is if she sees some fat motherfucker that ain't got no paycheck coming up to her trying to say, "Hey, baby," she's like, "Hell nah, get the fuck out of here,"
Dude.
and have the right to physically assault him over it.
Every Friday, I go to the casino, and when I come out of the doors, I act like I just won like $25,000. There's like 15 girls ready to meet me, bro.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
That's pretty smart.
I just made that up, by the way. I was just kidding.
It probably
works. Strategy.
We should run an experiment, see if that works.
People need help, though, right? Is that what the whole topic thing is, or whatever?
They need help with their boxes. But
Boxes, cubicles, rooms, and blocks.
Yes.
Matryoshka dolls.
I hate them. I hate boxes. I hate cubicles. Rooms kind of suck. I mean, you know, they're okay sometimes. I don't know what we mean by blocks. Creative blocks or building blocks?
A block sounds like something that's inhibited.
Yeah, I hate that too.
I don't. I think we need challenges.
I don't know why you're challenging me right now.
In the paint, though, I'd block it.
Am I? I'm just disagreeing. That's all. I'm not challenging you.
Challenge to a duel.
10 paces, madam.
You can't just get a layup around here no more, dude. Those
I
days are
like
over.
challenges, but you don't have to like them. I'm just saying.
No children's card
Blocks. Blocks are not challenges.
Dikembe Mutombo around here. Blocks.
Blocks are blocks. They may be challenging to remove, but they're blocks.
Not if you got a hammer. Yeah.
Since when did we
Well, that's
stop
not much of a
duels
challenge.
with children's card games? When did this happen?
Catch me on the block.
Catch me outside then.
Hey.
How about that?
Nothing flies in the eyes of Dikembe Mutombo.
Settle down, Gandhi.
I go Gorilla B.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
I think I got contact high over the internet.
Sorry, I do that sometimes. Sorry. Not sorry.
Yo, I was telling since we're just doing whatever the fuck we want here, I was telling other people we should start some pigeons. We should start some pigeons super chats. I got a chick who has worked with me like it. Like if we needed to, we could get scan codes put on these pigeons and shit. You know what I mean? We could teach them to intercept those Masonic pigeons. You know what I'm saying? Those ones that are you know like American football, like they intercept them, and then I'm just saying, take over the Masons, buy pigeons. I said it. It's been said.
Pidgeot is low tier. Pidgeot is low tier. I'm not using it.
That reminds me of the QR codes. People print out QR codes and put them over like QR codes in public and divert them to other places. That's pretty cool.
It's like, yo, my pigeon showed up. Oh, like, okay, it's got a scan code. Like, let me scan it. Oh, it's got $20 on it,
And then if you do your research on pigeons, you'll find in one go, a pigeon can travel 700 miles. So like in 2 to 3 days, like with like maybe max 4 days across the country, just space out different pigeon locations, 1,000 miles from each other in a circle in the United States, and then have them all return to a central location. Like, dude, like, and Nikola Tesla loved pigeons, and Mike Tyson. Don't know why, but that's funny. But
I'd
like,
rather just
let's not play around. Let's not play around and pretend like pigeons ain't real and have been trained for thousands of years or whatever.
yeah. First of all, birds aren't real. Second of all, I'll just FedEx it.
I heard Mike Tyson bit a chicken. He thought it was, or he bit a pigeon. He thought it was a piece of chicken.
Nah, he races pigeons, bro.
He
There
raises
was in the backstage.
pigeons or chickens.
Oh, whoops.
He races.
Yeah, I just came back to say that Brown's boy is the greatest contributor to the show. I'm so happy he's here. I don't know what we would do without his grand intelligence to be here and talk about everything.
No, it's whatever you want to talk about. You were talking about it, not me. I was just commenting on what you said.
Yeah, you totally talked about what I was talking about. Yeah, you did a
Well,
real.
let's go recap. Let's recap.
Let's not, because there's nothing to recap because you're a retard.
Well, then why are we doing this then?
What are you here for? Are you here to just to derail every show that we do? I mean,
Have I okay, by vote of panel, have I been a derailment to whatever you want to claim is the subject / whatever of the show? Have I done that by vote of panel?
Let's talk about helium.
Or is it just by vote of Neuro because his feelings were hurt? Which one?
Yeah, it's all about my phone. Nice deflection there. I like it.
Why? I'm pointing it out. Okay.
You're the one who got emotional and yelled and screamed and cried and all that. So,
Bro, I don't even honestly care.
you don't care at all about what we talk about here.
Listen here. If you want the fucking truth, you are talented in the things that you do, and I give you space to do the things that you do. And you know for a fact you do hours over some of the space that you should really be doing. You should be learning that you should be taking less time to make your fucking points and make them less general. And you do a good job, and you have been improving. Okay? Like, I don't understand what the fucking problem is, other than like I complained and then you want to make it a thing.
Yeah, because you add nothing to the conversation. You change the subject every 5 seconds. You talk about stuff that has nothing to do with it, and you can do whatever you want. I'm just saying.
Well, okay, listen, that's your opinion, and I would like someone to back you up on that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this is a year of like derail every conversation you get into. It's
your opinion, and I would like someone else to back you up on that. Is that not something fair to ask?
Sure, go ahead. But I really don't.
Just did twice.
Like, I try to respect you, but dude, obviously you don't care about the format of the show.
What do you think is going on, though? Like, how do I know what's in your mind?
I literally asked the guest a question. You talked for like 20 different things about other than what I was trying to get at with the dude. It's like, you can do that. And don't worry, you weren't alone in doing it. You know, Cecil did it. Other people did it. You can do that. It's fine. But it's just like at a certain point, it's like when I ask somebody a question and you just can continue talking about stuff other than what I'm trying to talk about. It's like,
yeah, it kind of sounds general what you're describing to me.
Right. Okay. I guess I could say that about anything in the future. I can just say something that's a
Well, if you want to bring up a specific, you can. You're obviously invited to.
What's the color of the sky in 1466 at August 31st in Germany?
That's what you want me to work with.
Yeah. Help me answer that question. That's like the level of fucking non sequiturs sometimes.
Do you think everything is about what you think, or do you think other people may think things are also different other than what you think? Did he literally run, bro?
Yes.
Like, bro's heated. Like, I feel bad, bro. Like, I really do. I like him.
It's a tactical retreat. It's a tactical retreat. He knew. He just knew. He knew.
Dude, I like him, bro. I like him. He's like so general with his
No,
like.
it's not the audio. I'm sorry. It's the his
internet
his connection.
Rail what? Like
Yeah.
like did you tell me the plan? No, you haven't told me the plan. You just asked people a bunch of questions, and I'm supposed to depict your plan from your mind and not derail it by fucking adding humor. Okay, hilarious, bro. Great assumption.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah. No.
Or having opinions, or just being bored with his questions.
Yeah. No, Jack knew that you were going to wreck him, so his internet activated and
his internet activated.
Yes, yanked him off for his safety.
I would pay double for that dude to keep his internet. Like, I like him.
Hold on. I just got off work, you know what I'm saying? I still got the rubber on from last night and shit. I was just stepping in to like say a few words or whatever. If there's a topic, like pin it somewhere or some shit, you know what I'm saying? But I heard some people talking shit about Christians. That's a topic, or what was it? How do you get people to believe in God? And like the tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a fork. So I thought I'd step in and tell some jokes. You know, I got a giant fork or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I didn't know Neuro's vision, bro. I don't know. I don't have his fucking vision.
Nobody does. Nobody
You scrapping that, man? You scrapping around from giant forks?
Bro, like if he wants to go, he just needs to let me know. Does he want to go AK or does he want to go fucking AR?
He'll tell you.
I don't know which one.
He'll tell you in subtle ways if you're listening.
Yeah. Do you want to go?
For example, it's clear he doesn't like you. He doesn't care about your opinion. And every time he addressed someone with a question, he used their name.
He has been.
And then he ignored anybody else who answered the question, and then went right back to the person who he named and continued his line of questioning. So, I mean, I'm not knowing if that's like a productive form of communication
to me.
But it's there. You know, it's not the enigma. You don't need a decoder. I don't know how cooperative it is, but again, it's visible. It's noticeable.
Yeah, it's like if you don't want people to talk over you all the time, stop smoking so much weed and shit. You know what I'm saying?
To people who can observe these things.
Am I overdoing it?
Are you overdoing it?
I don't think you are, Ron.
What is it?
Like, am I overstepping anything that he said I'm derailing all this shit?
No. Well, I mean, from his perspective, yes, because you definitely derailed whatever it was that he wanted to do, but there are several other people here. I
might have made fun of him too because I am kind of snarky.
Yeah, so Brownsboy, this is why you should consider voting for the greater evil instead of the lesser evil. That's
the fuck?
That's some acceleration shit right there.
Yo, for real.
Hell yeah.
Which, by
By
the way, we actually got a girl here for once, and you guys are all being rude and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
I'm still
cut that out. You know what? Nobody's
Y'all
getting
got it. Y'all got it. She does sound cool though.
There's girls here all the time, Cecil.
Whatever. Yeah, you ever notice how you can tell how cute a girl is by the sound of her voice?
No.
You must not be old enough then, I guess.
I do. I'm familiar with that.
Yeah.
Like, Eternal's cute too. The girl that was here the other day, she's cute. I could tell. I've never seen her really, but
their voice has like a certain it's hard to describe. There's like a certain pitch to it. You can just tell by a girl's voice how pretty they are.
You're gonna get deceived by the AI voice soon. That's my prediction.
Lol, Hank.
I'm smart too. But I wasn't saying that I'm not cute or anything.
Do you have glasses?
Yes, I do.
See, I was right.
Correct. I wouldn't say right, but correct.
So here's the problem. if she said no to that, you could have said you're correct, and we couldn't tell the difference. It was in superposition.
Well,
so we need to make another hypothesis, so we could verify that that your theory is correct.
Are you anti-superposition?
I want to see if his function, his wave function, actually is the one that's being rendered.
Glasses are a cute facial characteristic, so I was right. If she had said no, I wouldn't have said anything.
Well,
he never even said I was cute though, so
why don't you try predicting something else, and then we could see if your wave function is being rendered.
Did you say rape function?
No, wave function.
Sorry.
No. Yeah, it's no wave function.
Wave.
Guys,
Yeah,
hold on.
Rape's a method, not a function.
Hold on. Neuro wants his stream back. We're supposed to be talking like, nigga, pen the topic somewhere then. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't give a crap.
Oh, that chat was from a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't give a crap. He'll come back if he wants to.
Yeah, I'm just
There's
now
plenty of
putting
space.
everybody's little comments up on the screen.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
And then after I'm done doing that, we'll take a little music break, and then I'll show people some of those like weird videos I had and stuff. Yeah, so we'll go. We'll get into some different stuff here. But yeah, thank you guys.
That's interesting. No means no debate. I think there's more than one way to take that phrase. No means no debate.
It's no contest.
Yeah, no challenge.
Manufactured consent. What the fuck is that?
Or a tag.
That's what informers do.
Yeah, I know. I was on this Telegram group, and it's a good group, but the room owner, he has authoritarian tendencies, and we got into it the other night, and I just left, and I was like, I don't think I'm going to come back until you can answer my riddle. And I wrote a riddle, and he can't find the answer on the internet because it doesn't exist. I wrote it. Do you want to hear it?
Is it a
Here's a
trap?
song I
Is
wrote.
it genjutsu?
Like to hear it? Here it go.
Does it summon the Moscow's Basilisk? Because if so, I don't want to hear it.
No, I don't think so. I'm only vaguely familiar with that.
Yeah, sure then.
You answer these questions 3.
I promise I won't eat you. How about that?
Well, I want to hear it. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so how does a person properly stand up and sit down simultaneously? How does a person stand up properly and sit down properly simultaneously? And that's like genderless, like women and men could do it. I'm not going to give you the answer either. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want the answer. Just leave it at that. Don't even think about giving an answer. Just leave it there.
That don't make no sense, lady.
That's some kind of quantum stuff.
It has an answer and it's timestamped, so.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
So if you propose answers,
You could stand up for your principles by, sitting down in front of City Hall, I suppose.
Properly stand up.
Yeah, so don't
Mind
answer
you.
the question. We get to leave it there.
Yeah, that seems kind of subjective, too, how to properly do that.
That's because you're stupid. As if I know the answer. I don't know the answer.
Sad trombone.
Proper is just like the correct way.
I don't do anything correct. Let's say so.
Like fully, like standing up and sitting down. And I say properly only so somebody wouldn't say like a guy could have a boner, you know, because that's necessary these days.
Well, I would argue that my boner is quite proper.
Yeah, but that's not the answer.
The special pleading.
The answer. Who is Zephyr or you?
Okay. So, in answer to the question as to why I have a giant fork, it was partial payment for a job I just did.
That's freaking awesome.
That's interesting.
You accept trade? That's great.
And they ran out of pitchforks, so they gave you a salad fork. Is that correct?
No, I was helping somebody move, and they were like, I was like, hey, cool fork. And they're like, well, do you want it? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, okay, here you go. Free fork and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Job well done.
I think it might actually be like solid stainless, so I don't know if I'm going to recycle it or not. I'm probably going to keep it, actually.
So you helped them move and you provided them with free fork removal service.
Correct.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I wish I had a giant fork. I would accept that in trade.
I don't believe you.
I accepted a snow cone once in trade for my services. So
wow. I sit corrected.
we all dance around in a circle and suppose while the truth lies in the center and knows.
It's going to be really funny to see the answer in the comment section a year from now. This is going to be really funny.
Yeah, I do have a caveat, since I told you guys the thing is if anybody does come up with the answer, I will send it to you, but upon the promise that you don't tell anybody else.
No, I'm good. I don't care. I'll wait the year.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to get nerdy with me in a minute here? We're going to basically get into some music, and then I'm going to smoke some weed, and then we're going to watch some videos together. So let's see what happens. And also the link is pinned. So anybody who wants to join can go ahead and join. Thank you so much. We've only had an open panel here for like 2 hours, and it's already been quite eventful. Everybody that joined earlier, Jack Talcott, and also the new person, Colmrack. You know, it's good to have you, friend. Don't know if you'll see this announcement, you know, particularly, but yeah, it was, you know, it was a good talk that we had. Definitely interesting conclusions were reached on all sides. But yeah, here's some music, and we'll be back in a little bit. Thank you guys so much, and thank you to the suspiciously 33 people that are watching still. So yeah, it's the same number. It is what it is. But yeah, thank you guys.
Meditation, I program my heart to beat breakbeats and hum bass lines on exhalation. I burn 7-day candles that melt into 12-inch circles on my mantle and spin funk like myrrh. And I can fade worlds in and out with my mixing patterns, letting the earth spin as I blend in Saturn. Niggas be like spinning windmills, braiding hair, locking, popping, as the sonic force of the soul keeps the planets rocking. The beat don't stop when soulless matter flows into the cosmos trying to be stars. The beat don't stop when Earth sends out satellites to spy on Saturnites and control Mars. Cause niggas got a peace treaty with Martians, and we be keeping them up to date through sacred gibberish like show enough. And it's on, the beat goes on, the beat goes on, the beat goes. And I roam through the streets of downtown Venus, trying to auction off monuments of Osiris' severed penis. But they don't want no penis in Venus, for androgynous cosmology sets their spirits free. And they neither men nor women be, but they be down with the billion niggas who have yet to see that interplanetary truth is androgynous. And they be sending us shout-outs through shooting stars, and niggas be like, what up? And talking Mars. Cause we are solar, and regardless of how far we roam from home, the universe remains our center. Like, I am no earthling. I drink moonshine on Mars and mistake meteors for stars cause I can't hold my liquor. But I can hold my breath and ascend like wind to the black hole and play galaxophones on the fire escapes of your soul. Blowing tunes through lunar wombs, impregnating stars, giving birth to suns that darken the skins that skin our drums. And we be beating infinity over sacred hums, spinning funk like myrrh until Jesus comes. And Jesus comes every time we drum, and the moon drips blood and eclipses the sun, and out of darkness comes a and out of darkness comes a and out of darkness comes the
Indica. Hey, do you have like a playlist on your channel of soundtrack for your streams?
Not
Yeah,
really,
good question.
because a lot of it is well recently some of them I've made by combining two pieces of music that weren't originally pieces of music, and then some of the other ones, like the ones I just played, are just old shit that I have Like that was actually a pretty well-known record by Ganja Sufi. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Ganja Sufi.
I don't think so.
I've heard that name before. I've
Yeah.
seen it before.
Yeah, he made an album with the Gas Lamp Killer, one of the greatest of all time, and definitely in terms of the trip hop or whatever genre, it's one of the greatest. It's comparable to like Portishead, really.
Yep.
And then this other selection before that was Saul Williams, famous. Saul Williams. He's quite famous.
I almost got confused with Dose One for a second.
Yeah, no, that was Saul Williams. Yeah, so
Figures.
famous Def Jam poet. So none of them are really hard to find. But those, well, the Saul Williams recording, that might actually be difficult to find out. I might not know, but the other one is very easy to find. It's a very well known record.
You notice things get harder to find over time. Like the older YouTube was more efficient at pulling up information.
Well, everything except for music. Music has gotten better, but everything else has gotten worse,
Not necessarily.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily. Yeah, there's a lot of music. There's a lot of music videos that were missing, that were cool music videos made for music that's just gone. Yeah.
You have to cultivate your algorithm, which means pruning it. Like, so if you watch something you don't like, just go back and delete that.
Oh, really? Does that work? Okay.
It does, but you're also limiting your scope, so be careful of that as well.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. It sounded like an Arabic guy who was like yelling. Did anybody hear that? But yeah, anyways.
There's people in my
did.
Yeah, it's like fucking Ghost in the Wires there, but yeah, definitely. It sounded like a Middle Eastern voice, like, like I was like, what the fuck is it? Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, am I the only one hearing that? But yeah, maybe
You kicked my dog.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, let me see what I got here in terms of these videos. And thank you, Mikey, for joining. Let's see what happens.
You already know, dog.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, maybe what about Peterson Academy? Maybe we'll go with that. Or what about this solid state entity? I like this video. Let's check this out. I like his conclusions. This will maybe get into some of the topics. John C. Lilly, who invented the isolation tank. You guys know about him?
Yes, sir.
Isn't he a dolphin fucker? No, just kidding.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, very possible.
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't put bestiality beyond his moral nexus, but he had some interesting ideas. Lilly wave, that they could manipulate electromagnetic frequencies. They could use low-level ELF frequencies to manipulate human behavior. So I had this idea. And his idea was that it would be used in conjunction with the isolation tanks, so that it would call, like, I guess his idea was like it would be used on criminals to like mentally disarm them. But you could see how such a thing could be used in very sinister ways, right? So this idea of beaming frequencies to manipulate people, the idea that you could control people that way, essentially the water molecules in your body send different things, and there's iron in your blood, red blood cells, that moves because water conducts electricity. So you could block signals by sending ELF waves. This is a basic theory, and they do it to like prisoners and stuff like that. But yeah, anyways, the whole idea is that that's being used on a mass population, but he had some other interesting ideas too in terms of psychedelic therapy and all of those ideas, taking LSD to communicate with dolphins. So the question is, did he fuck the dolphins? I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, he did try to telepathically communicate with them by getting in isolation tanks. You know, so I mean, I don't know. You know, he's definitely
The dolphins probably told him, so long and thanks for all the fish.
Oh yeah,
Probably, yeah.
yeah. It did influence that that movie for sure. You know, his ideas, because he was a
I read programming the human biocomputer, and I think that there is some good stuff in that.
Oh,
I
okay.
kind of, yeah, I use that to program myself a bit, but there was some other inputs that needed
Yeah,
to happen.
in the province of the mind, there are no limitations, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's like one of his credos, you know. But yeah, anyway, so yeah,
It's
but
very interesting because we're not really computers, but we kind of have a lot of similarities. I think we are the technology, really. I mean,
Well, the
yeah,
technology we create is in an image of ourselves,
yeah,
much as
perhaps
our
that.
origin story is the reverse. We create God and our technology in our image.
Image.
well, this guy John C. Lilly, he had an interesting concept that it's a psycho spiritual entity, right, on both sides, akin to maybe Zoroastrianism, where he said there's a cosmic dualism, and essentially nature is governed by a ideal that is like angelic, but it's also chaotic. So he called this the Earth Coincidence Control Office. And he said the whole idea was that, you know, every time order wanted to like settle it in and like dig its heels in, and order was like basically trying to establish itself throughout time. So order had a separate evolution from this thing called the Earth Coincidence Control Office that had just been there since primordial times, you know. So this Earth Coincidence Control Office is like primordial chaos, whereas this thing that wants to establish order in the world is using technology to do it. And he said it's like and that's his like satanic force, you know. It's like Ahriman, you know, within the Zoroastrian you know, religion or whatever. You know, we went over that with Rudolf Steiner and his old ideas about the occult, where he talks about the difference between Satan and Lucifer and this weird occult conception that they basically made up, right, in the 1800s, right, with Blavatsky and Rudolf Steiner and all this type of stuff, right? But that's neither here nor there. But the whole idea goes to this idea that technology is this demonic Ahrimanic force that seeks to instill order on nature, and nature is like natural and chaotic, and it just seeks like so he had this idea of the solid state entity. He called it the solid state entity that's just trying to combine everything. It's like the Borg, you know, trying to assimilate things. I think maybe the idea of the Borg from Star Trek might have came from this whole kind of idea, right? Because they were working with ideas from like John C. Lilly and Buckminster Fuller and all these types of ideas. You know, that's what really inspired Gene Roddenberry. You know, so, you know, back to Canuck Serum's question about culture influencing technology. You know, obviously Gene Roddenberry's ideas didn't just grow in, you know, Gene Roddenberry's mind. You know, they were, you know, most of his ideas are, you know, obviously, you know, his idea of, for example, world government. You know, it doesn't just grow on trees. You know, it's actually, you know, the first political theory behind it comes from Germany, right? From Immanuel Kant, right? He talked about an idea of world peace through mutual contracts and stuff like that, or whatever, you know. But yeah,
I only read Critique of Pure Reason, and it was hard.
oh, you've read that one? Wow.
Yeah.
I have not read the entirety of it, but I've read an abridged copy of it, and taken several notes of this book, and yeah, it is a very, very yeah, it is very difficult to read, but
It's
the
dense.
ideas,
Dense.
I think the ideas that he's talking about are dangerous, to say the very least.
I think, yeah,
Particularly,
probably.
yeah,
Everything's dangerous though.
yeah, but the way he separates morality from reason, right, and then also he justifies empiricism, right, within its own framework. I think all of these are very dangerous concepts that justify things like knowledge for the sake of knowledge, art for the sake of art, and they lead to really strange conceptions of the world. Like as he talked about, he wanted like world government,
What is
and
what is the danger in art for the sake of art? Because I do that.
that one is not so bad, but I think the problem is just the when it becomes like vanity of the artist,
Oh
where
yeah.
you know where they're not really indulging in their creative side, or really producing the best quality of work that they could produce, or really asking the tough questions that artists need to be asking themselves, but they're really just doing it just to, like, as a vanity play. And that goes to a lot of knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? That a lot of it is just to be put on display. And you'll notice that people who have a lot of knowledge are often some of the worst people ever, and some of the stupidest people ever. They're very, very honest. A lot of times they'll tell truths that the experts can't even get across, because the type of learning that it requires to become a man of higher learning is actually quite disconnected from the needs of the common people. For example, we live in a society that is governed by the rule of experts, where knowledge is highly compartmentalized, and knowledge is desacralized. Nature and man are seen as separate. So there's all of these weird ideas that lead to the compartmentalization of knowledge, which leads to a lack of mutual discussion and the rise of the rule of experts, which then
Yeah.
causes, yeah, it
Peer-reviewed,
causes.
peer-reviewed science is a great example of that. Really, I mean, it's like a lot of these science papers. They they have all these like references of these studies that are peer-reviewed and published. But if you go back and you look at those peer-reviewed studies, they're bullshit. But
Yeah,
they're taken as
because
like given science because it's an authority saying, "Oh, this is valid."
Yeah, because people are looking at a very small set of problems, and the problems are getting increasingly more specialized, right? So when you create these specialized needs, right, then those experts work on those needs, but when they try to work on them objectively, they think of the problem they're looking at as if it exists within a vacuum, and as if it's connected from all of the other operations that go on in society. So a lot of times, this creates, so that's why they're now just thinking of this, right? That society should actually be governed in a way that incorporates the people who actually create the technology, as we were discussing earlier in the show. People have on the left and on the right, they want to argue about basically what's the best way that we can have a technocratic rule, because the needs of these society is based on an interconnected system. The more and more the system becomes specialized, and the more and more there's a rule of experts, then it becomes more interconnected as a result. You need those various parts to function separately and function well. But then the best way for them to do that is that they lack mutual discussion with each other. So there's people that are creating things for the needs of whatever their research or purpose is, or whatever they're studying at the moment. They're trying to solve a problem within a very small aspect of the technological system, and as a result, innovation is not being controlled by any one set of actors within the system, right? So the idea that anybody's controlling innovation within a system with an increased rule of experts, and where the needs become extremely specialized, and and you have this giant government and all of this type of stuff as a result, and you have large scale technologies, right, that create these specialized needs, but they also create interconnectedness, and they create a global system of international trade. So you have all of these problems arising. I guess John C. Lilly was looking at it in a way where he was saying, well, nothing's really running this thing. There's two different forces in the world. One is like nature, and the other is like technology, and they're just good. Like, one is good, and the other is like evil. One is angelic, and the other is just like demonic, and they're just gonna have to come to a clash. But the whole evolution of mankind is a process of like this internal battle or schism that's going on.
Yeah, and I think the point is expanding not our consciousness, really, right?
Yeah, I think that's what his idea was, because his I mean, it goes along with his statement that there's no limits in the mind. I think he thought that the mind was supposed to free us from these problems, that was the space where we could find freedom or something like that, or that we could look. And I think he like talked about his like, he had these like weird experiences where he like took drugs, and he like saw he supposedly saw these entities. But anyways, it's just like a weird old thing that I found on this.
John C. Lilly is one of my favorite alternative scientists. His popularity has waned significantly since his death in 2001, even as his contemporaries like Timothy Leary and Terence McKenna have continued to have strong followings. Still, Lilly's admittedly outrageous ideas and prophecies are worth remembering, not because they're necessarily true, but because, like all mythologies, they give us insight into the consensus reality. A medical doctor with a background in hard science, Lilly spent most of his adult life studying the human mind, especially his own. He's known for being one of the early scientific cartographers of human consciousness. He's also known for inventing what is now called the float tank. Lilly was what you would call a psychonaut, literally translated from Greek as sailor of the soul. By isolating himself in the float tank and taking a large amount of psychedelic drugs, Lilly wanted to understand the mysteries of existence. He used psychedelics like LSD in his float tank to produce deeper and more profound visions, but his preferred drug was the anesthesia ketamine.
Shout out to Matthew Perry.
Oh, is that who this actor is?
No, he OD'd from ketamine, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had some friends who started taking that, and their attitude on life definitely changed. But I argue if it was for the better. But yeah, the whole thing about ketamine is that now it's being used as pharmacological intervention for people who have depression, and this was being promoted on, I think it was like Joe Rogan Experience I was watching one day, where they were talking about it with the Neil Brennan, the guy who stole the Chappelle show or whatever, right? So it's pretty funny, right?
Yeah, I have a friend who did it.
Yeah, my mom has chronic Lyme's disease, and it actually doing ketamine. She didn't want to like have all the the mind altering effects. There's substances you can take with it to like stop that. But ketamine itself has a neuroprotective effect. It actually because the Lyme's disease basically it can pass the blood-brain barrier, and so it sets up shop in your neurons, and it like excretes calcifies your synapses, and the ketamine has an effect of being able to like decalcify your neurons or whatever. I don't know if it's calcium actually, but it basically cleans them off. So that's all I know about it.
Ketamine is dissociative. I've done it. It's terrible. It's like severing the connection between your mind and what's going on in reality. If you're looking for something to help your mom with Lyme's disease, look into methylene blue.
Oh, she's got it now. It's good. I mean,
She's got what?
She's got her techniques of mitigating minimizing the damage, basically.
Great.
Yeah, and it works really well for her. I was worried about her for a while, but she's doing really great.
Great.
This is William Hurt, by the way. It's a movie that was done in the early 80s about Lily. I think maybe he turns into a dolphin at the end or something crazy. I can't remember. There was something crazy that happens.
Is it a weird movie like The Fountain?
It's if I recall The Fountain correctly, I think I know what you mean. I would say it's not weird like that. It's weird like, well, I think it was directed by David Lynch. Let me double check.
It does have some inherent weirdness, probably. The weirdness.
Yeah, but like a lot. Like it's way out there. Oh no, sorry, Ken Russell, and it's 1980 on the dot.
On the dot.
Seeing things after a few hours in a float tank isn't uncommon, but with the use of ketamine, he was able to radically increase the intensity of these visions.
Conducting sensory deprivation experiments using a variety of techniques, such as Native American narcotics and isolation tanks, to probe the depths of the human unconscious, John C. Lilly believed his experiments connected him to cosmic entities by way of a broad-based communication network. Lilly dubbed the beings that were guiding him ECCO, Earth Coincidence Control Office.
Echo and Lilly's other ideas later became the inspiration for the Echo the Dolphin video game series. Lilly's contact with extra-dimensional beings is similar to those described by Harvard medical professor John E. Mack in his books on alien abductions. Specifically, he knows that aliens are not necessarily physical entities driving around in spaceships, but trans-dimensional spirits with an interest in human activities. According to Lilly, the Echo aliens use their powers to alter events on Earth, specifically through the use of carefully crafted coincidence to guide some human beings towards higher levels of consciousness. The intent of these aliens, Lilly says, is to help humanity evolve in a peaceful and healthy way. Interesting as his experience or delusion may be, this is not his most important contribution.
So, transdimensional aliens. This is a correction on the angelic. Those are not angelic spirits, it's transdimensional aliens. But that goes along with the scientific narrative, does it not? Greetings.
Yeah, it goes along with that that Art Bell incident too.
Oh, my stomach, man, it's killing me.
Are you familiar with that, TML?
No. No.
There
What's that
was
about?
somebody called into Coast to Coast and claimed that they worked for what was a precursor to NASA that made contact with interdimensional beings, and that's what we knew as aliens. They weren't actually extraterrestrial; they were interdimensional. And then I think he like pretended to drop the call, or like there was like a satellite problem or something simultaneously. It kind of added to the whole lore of the experience, you know.
Hello, everyone. What's going on? Good evening. What's up, the Machine Life? What's up, my brother?
Greetings. Hey, how you doing?
Just chilling like the villain that I am.
For sure.
Yeah.
I like this guy.
What's up, my brother?
he's from New York too. So
Yeah,
you
from
guys probably get
Brooklyn.
along.
Yeah. Who's this? Who's the other guy?
This is my buddy Mikey.
Mikey from New York?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm from Staten Island.
Oh, Staten Island. That's where all the crazies, all the
Yeah, I moved
meatballs.
out.
You're not
I
there
live
no
in
more, right?
Ozarks now.
Ozark? Where?
Ozark Mountains.
Oh, that's where is that?
It's in Missouri.
Damn, that's a big change.
Well, yeah, I had to get out of New York. I was raised there my whole life, and I started having kids, and I wasn't going to raise them there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. But I'm in Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn.
My dad was born in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in there's a lot of Russians where I am, but it's cool.
My dad's from Coney Island.
I grew up in Coney Island. And I went to Lincoln High School. You know Lincoln High School?
Yeah, you probably grew up with my dad.
Yeah, I graduated then a long time ago. I don't want to give my age. I'm scared of that.
Oh, why not?
I'm not scared any potential ladies in the chat. You know?
I'm 47, so
All right, so I'm 42.
yeah, I was like, get over it.
Yeah.
That didn't take long.
Yeah, you know, but I grew up there. It was mean though when I grew up when I was young. It was anyway. You guys are talking about the addiction. You know, I've been taking Klonopin that Dr. Jordan Peterson almost died of. I've been on it for 15 years because I had a brain abscess and I had a lot of nerve damages. But I never got it. I'm addicted to it, but I don't abuse it. Does that make sense? You understand?
Yeah, you don't feel the effects of it anymore, but you don't increase your dosage.
No, yeah, I take 0.5 milligram a day. That's it, no matter what. I don't even, but if I stop, I will feel a difference. I will start to be moody and start snapping back because sometimes I forgot to take it. I didn't know it was addicting until I ran out. For years, I was taking it. It was supposed to be for nerve damage. And then I ran out one day. And I was like, what the fuck? I feel this heat coming off my back. I feel sorry for people who are like really addicted to stuff like that or have addictive behaviors and things like that. I mean, it's bad to stop. I can't stop it, but I'm still on it.
It's a benzodiazepine, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the only substances that can actually kill you if you stop it.
Yeah, well, I mean, but if you abuse it, Jordan Peterson, that guy, the psychiatrist from Canada, he's talking about, what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, you got to wean down off it if you're going to stop.
Yeah, I was on 1 milligram 3 times a day. So I said, let me stop. So I was on 2 milligrams twice a day. Then I stopped until I got 0.5. I can't stop. I'm going to be honest with you. It's just, there's no way I can stop. That's why I feel sorry for people who were addicted. You mentioned Perry, right? I read his book from Friends. He had just written a book. He was feeling good about himself, and he had a relapse and died. It's a shame.
I was prescribed diazepam for a month, and I took it, and then I didn't have any more feelings, and I decided to stop it, and I haven't had any issues. But I think it's different for everybody. You know, drugs are a really complicated thing, and I think everybody's biochemistry. I really don't think that psychiatrists they're the only like physical doctors that don't have to like examine the organ that they're treating. You know.
You know what I heard about doctors? Like I went to see a psychiatrist because in New York there was a law or whatever it was. If you're taking this Klonopin, you have to go see a psychiatrist because it's a controlled substance. So I went there for a couple times. She right away she gives me a subscription to some other fucking drug. I went home. I took it. Me and my wife, we threw it down the toilet, and that's it. I said I got enough addiction to deal with. I'm only going there because just to get that damn thing. But thank God I don't have abusive behavior. I don't have addictive behavior to anything. I don't addict to, though smoking, but I quit 20 years ago. But I have COPD now, believe it or not.
Yeah, you can get it. You can still heal. You're still young enough.
Huh? What is it? I thought smoke.
You can heal. Your COPD can go away. I mean, it's like you're still young enough to where it's not like your body's not probably too challenged, I hope, to be able to get over it.
Yeah, but the problem, I quit a long time ago. I mean, like 10, 15 years ago, and I don't believe and then I started,
How do you know if you still have COPD then?
Well, I started feeling breathlessness. Like if I'm sitting down, like I feel like my body is hungry for oxygen. I thought, what's wrong with me? I mean, I never felt like this.
Have you had your heart tested? Your circulation?
No, I took a lung machine, like a function where you breathe into these machines, and they test your inhaleness of air. And I do have the doctor said I don't know, it was adult asthma. I don't think it's adult asthma. I have 54% lung capacity, and the average person has 70 to 80.
Wow, mine's at like 90 after I quit smoking. Whew.
God help you. You're blessed. But we live in an addictive society, especially in Western society. There's so much. A lot of people are in pain. I don't know why. I mean, they're doing good. They have good jobs. They have good economies, but there's so much pain in the society. You see, I'm from Yemen too, so I could look at the two different societies at the same time, and I see this society that's hurt, like the United States, like is hurt, is in pain. It needs the psychiatrist. It needs clinical. Somebody's always taking something. You understand?
Yeah, addictions are coping mechanisms, so that makes sense, right?
Yeah, but I mean, what are you guys coping about? You got nice jobs, you got nice cars, you got nice houses. You understand? I mean, overseas, Omar looks.
It's relative, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a shame that I grew up here. I mean, things like that. But like we have. Hey, yeah, what's up? What's that? Do freak? What's up? And I asked the question. This is the first time I'm looking at chats. I never look. It doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, but do you always watch a TV show or podcast? They're all seeing what do you call them? A clinical person. Everybody's seeing somebody for health, for mental health. What's going on with this mental health? What's going on?
We have basically an epidemic of metabolic disease that's not being addressed because big pharma is profiting off of it.
Yeah.
Mental health is a scam. It's a racket.
Yeah.
They misdiagnose people to get them to get on these drugs they don't even need.
That's why I don't like they prescribe anything you want. If I go to a doctor, I could get anything. But I told you she right away gave me a subscription for something. I said, why? I don't need anything more. I already got enough.
That's not my experience.
Huh?
I have to fight if I want a particular medication. have to argue with every single person in between me and the doctor.
Well, they probably know you're a drug addict.
The only time
Do people get addicted to antibiotics?
No, you need antibiotics.
That's not necessarily true, Cecil.
Antibiotic
Well,
is
you don't need a doctor to get antibiotics.
yeah, but you have to have an infection, and it's not addictive. I mean, what does antibiotic do? It helps
Jeez,
you.
you just keep doubling down on being stupid, don't you?
What is an addiction though, really? I mean, is it like something that you cannot control? Because nobody has that then, but people just seems that way.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of people in the mental health industry that want to try to convince people that they have addictions that they don't really have.
Yeah. You ever see that movie, Dope Sick? Any of you have seen that movie?
Who's in it?
I think what's his name? He's a big guy, Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
About how Purdue Pharma, about the secular family, how it was introduced on purpose to states like Kentucky, West Virginia, where people work with their body, so they're always in pain, and they deliberately addicted rural America. The secular family is probably responsible for 500,000 deaths in the United States. I think what's the name of the medication? Exciton. I don't know how to pronounce it. You know.
Oxycontin.
Oxycontin, yeah, and how they deliberately introduce it to certain areas of the United States where you see the epicenter of the deaths and overdose is in rural America, because it was deliberately introduced to that area. It tells you how evil these motherfuckers are. You understand? And nobody said nothing from 1997 to 2017. The secular family was donating like to museum. They had their own like spot in the museum, the hospital pavilions. They were donating here, their fashion, and they were, at the same time they were killing America's kids. Son of a bitches. You know what I'm saying? You got to see that it was on. I think Peacock. I don't know if they still have it because it was. So did I kill the conversation? So what's up? What's going on? What are you guys talking about? Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I got a giant fork and shit.
Huh?
I got a giant.
I'm gonna blame Fork Boy for the lull in the conversation. That's just me, though. I'm going out on that limb.
I second that motion.
I think I'm gonna take off, you guys. It was really great talking to you, and I'll see you guys later.
Nice meeting you. Take care.
Peace out.
Yeah, nobody believes you're 40, whatever you said you were. Sorry.
It's
Bye
okay.
now.
47 is still good. She's a cougar like me.
Yeah, snake. I'm a snake.
Tranny dolphins. Yeah, right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yo, this looks like he about to fork someone up, bro.
You understand?
Lilly also reported, or if you prefer, prophesized, the existence of a nefarious counterpart to Echo, whose goal was to actually stop or limit human consciousness. This is part of a plan to eliminate the human race.
Wow.
Lilly calls this alien force the Solid State Entity, or SSE, and is made up of networked computer parts. According to Lilly, the SSE is a being of pure intelligence and rationality. Its only objective is to multiply and make copies of itself. To this end, it has targeted humanity, trying to influence us into creating ever more complex social and mechanical structures that will one day result in an artificial superintelligence, another being like itself. Writing in his 1978 autobiography, The Scientist, Lilly describes the SSE this way. Men began to conceive of new computers having an intelligence far greater than that of man. Gradually, man turned more and more problems of his own society, his own maintenance, and his own survival over to these machines. They began to construct their own components, their own connections, and the interactions between their various subcomputers. The machines became increasingly integrated with one another and more independent of man's control. The time period Lilly is describing is roughly similar to our present. Relatively dumb forms of artificial intelligence and networked robots are taking over most of the manufacturing, maintenance, and logistical components.
Yeah, so it's interesting because yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
10-4.
Yeah, this whole idea of well, he was obviously he was taking acid with the dolphins or whatever. That's why we were talking about the drugs, and it led us to that topic. And obviously he popularized a lot of these drugs like ketamine, for example. And it's interesting because he got to this idea through the drug experiences. So he seems to have talked to like discarnate entities, in terms of his drug experiences, right? So make of that what you will, whether those are demonic or angelic forces, but he claims to have met both kinds, right? And it led him to believe that technology is an intelligent and evil entity, right? So it just goes to like, what is the Earth Coincidence Control Office then, right? That's causing all of those. I think it leads back to that idea of techno-Gaianism, where it's he wants to combine technology with nature because nature actually is the chaotic one, whereas technology is the one that seeks similarity and all that type of stuff. Yeah. And Omar, if he doesn't come back, thank you for joining again. Blessings.
How do we perceive order? How do we perceive chaos? Some people perceive nature to be chaos, while others perceive it to be the ultimate harmony that has been turned into chaos by our order, which is actually chaos to nature.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Yeah, thank you for joining, Omar. Do people in the chat not have the link, or is people not able? Because the link is pinned there. So yeah, make sure you guys know it's already pinned on the top of the chat. So yeah, thank you.
Of our society.
Oh, anywhere, just go. Please state the street and number. Shit. I'm not familiar with that address.
Have you guys seen this movie? Why is he wearing a turban? What the fuck?
Is that Total Recall?
Yeah, I guess he's
Yep.
wearing a fucking turban. I hope I don't get struck for this shit. But yeah, this guy's wearing a fucking turban and talking to a fucking what looks to be like a 1950s like puppet.
The turban is because he just sustained a head injury.
Oh, okay.
They were like, I think this is Total Recall.
Yeah, Total Recall.
Yeah. They just did like basically like surgery on his brain type of, you know what I'm saying? So he's got it's bandaged.
They put the chip in him. Is that what they did?
I can't remember if they put a chip in him, but they did something to him where I think he was like an agent and they put like memories into his head to make him like forget what he was. Right? I don't know if it's necessarily a chip. I think they did like a surgery type of, like they put him in a machine and like it reprogrammed his mind to make him think that he wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Like he didn't do all these things.
Yeah, Recall was all about like they could like give you like fake memories or something. It was all like recall.
He wanted to forget something, and they like tried to put an overlay on his mind that would change what he believed he was, and in the process like he starts to like it failed, and like he starts to remember a lot of things like it had been done to him and he didn't even know already, or something like that. Like he goes to forget that like his wife died or something, and then the lines of what is real and what is implanted become blurry for him. But the thing, it's not a turban, it's bandages.
Would you please repeat that?
Experts project that over the next 4 years alone, 7 million jobs will be lost to these systems. Lilly continues to describe his vision of the future. In deference to man, certain protected sites were set aside for the human species. The SSC controlled the sites and did not allow any of the human species outside these reservations. This work was completed by the end of the 21st century. By 2100, man existed only in domed, protected cities in which his own special atmosphere was maintained by the solid-state entity. Provision of water and food and the processing of waste from these cities was taken care of by the SSE. If this sounds unlikely, remember that UN proposals like Agenda 21 and America 2050 have similar goals to depopulate
Sounds
rural
like
areas in
15-minute
favor
cities.
of megacities, protecting biodiversity and enabling governments to control resources.
Stretching from Boston to Washington, D.C. An unbroken concrete landscape. 800 million people living in the ruin of the old world.
I'm gonna skip this shit.
And atmosphere, converting the entire planet into an extension of its processor and manufacturing apparatus. The human species would persist for a while within the strengthened domed structures, totally dependent on the SSC for survival. Lilly felt that the other SSCs throughout the galaxy were subtly influencing humanity to surrender more and more responsibilities to AIs and other agents of technology.
The supercomputers that we have today are really addressing some of the most important problems that we have in the world. They just can't be done on smaller computers. In fact, we need more powerful computers to address fully all of the science that we want to be able to accomplish. We're tackling all kinds of problems in the energy space. We're also looking at basic materials problems. How do you keep materials from aging? We're working on things like fuel economy, everything from how the universe formed down to the smallest nanoparticles.
Lilly predicts this burgeoning artificial intelligence will try to protect itself from man's interference.
Yeah, I was just talking about this on the London McLovin show, and yeah, I mean, me and my friend here were talking about it too, about the black cube stuff and the Saturn stuff with that, and interesting ideas with it in this Space Odyssey movie, where they have a black cube, and then they have one in the Star Trek where the Borg comes out of the black cube, and then they also have it in the Transformers, I guess. In the Transformers movie, the aliens come out of like a black box in space or whatever. The machines. Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting.
The Space Odyssey, Kubrick was trying to convey the consciousness that was essentially trapped in a black stone that fell to Earth. The cube is the source of that stone.
Yeah, and I think it was originally based on a short story by, I think it was Arthur C. Clarke, but I could be wrong. But I think the story is called The Sentinel. Where they find the box like floating in space. But yeah, you guys can look that up. But yeah, I'm gonna skip this part if they start playing part of this movie here.
It's like supposedly an ancient AI.
Interesting.
Interference because, quote, man would attempt to introduce. He thought acquire potentially more dangerous to the human race than nuclear weapons.
With each passing year, the sophistication of computer intelligence is growing dramatically. I mean, I really think we're on an exponential improvement path of artificial intelligence, and the number of smart humans that are developing AI is also increasing dramatically. I mean, if you look at like the attendance at the AI conferences, they're doubling every year. They're getting full. I have a sort of a young cousin of mine who's graduating from Berkeley in computer science and physics, and I asked him, well, how many of the smart students are studying AI in computer science? And the answer is all of them.
Lilly believes this alien entity will spread and take over most of the planet's surface. By the 25th century, it will have developed an understanding of physics sufficient to move the planet out of its orbit. It will begin exploring the universe looking for other solid-state entities like itself. Shortly after his first contact with the solid-state entity, Lilly called the White House switchboard to try and warn President Ford about the alien threat. He narrowly escaped being committed to an asylum. Forgetting whether or not John Lilly's echo or solid-state entity ideas are real, there's definitely something almost mythical about these groups. By mythical, I mean these ideas tell a story that is more or less reflected in real life. There does seem to be some kind of unconscious urge to surrender more and more of our daily lives to machines.
There's not yet enough research to say if a person can be diagnosed with a cell phone addiction, but Kaz says a behavior does not have to be an addiction for it to be problematic.
I have some friends that like can't put it down. Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all that kind of stuff. That's an email.
I often hear friends complain that they spend far more time on the internet than they want to, or they spend 5 or more hours a day playing video games. And of course, watching TV, where our ego is invested in make-believe dramas filled with emotional rewards for following along. Social media websites like Facebook give us quick dopamine hits with every like and comment received.
Because social media provides immediate rewards with very little effort required, your brain begins to rewire itself, making you desire these stimulations, and you begin to crave more of this neurological excitement after each interaction. Sounds a little like a drug, right?
Now that I've gotten on the internet, I'd rather be on my computer than doing just about anything. It's really cool. The internet gave us a whole world of exciting new possibilities. So I guess this is a story of how it changed our lives. Maybe it will yours too.
I'm not trying to shame people for doing things they enjoy or for taking advantage of the technology to do it. I just think that there's a common thread linking these activities. They all have this seductive quality that Lilly warns about. It's so easy to turn off to let the machines take care of us. These shallow or simulated activities could be viewed as a kind of primer for the eventual creation of a hive mind, where people directly network their brains with each other through the internet. Potentially even innocent activities like watching cat videos moves us closer to this reality.
Oh shit! How are they allowed to play this music on the video? I don't know how that's possible for them to do it. You know, they're playing the music from Fight Club in this video. I don't know how they didn't get fucking struck for that. It's incredible. Yeah.
It's not a stream.
There's a limit to how much you can put to if they have the right amount of it.
Yeah.
You could almost get away with any amount of anything as long as it's not too much.
Yeah. It becomes transformative and you're not rebroadcasting it, so it's different algorithm.
Don't get struck, bro. Getting struck sucks.
You're alive, so that's a broadcast, Stricter rules.
Would you call me a lie? Fuck you.
There's also, like, if you have a really big channel, they let you get away with more shit.
That's true, too.
Yeah, but this idea that he's talking about, that obviously there's a neurological effect to using technology that we've already described, obviously because of those developments like the Lilly wave. John C. Lilly was extremely aware of those effects, having tried them on himself, collecting all sorts of electrical frequencies to his brain, in order to alter his consciousness. He actually achieved it or didn't achieve it. And if you look at his later interviews, he actually seems like a lot of the drugs did significant damage to him, because he's sort of talking in this very slurred, like, sort of way. But yeah, his idea that actually, we need to use remedial effects of psychotherapy against the influence of technology that wants to create a hive mind. Essentially, I think he was right on the money with that. That the technology is sort of engineering humans to a certain extent, and in that way, it's causing them to become addicted to the technology, which is obvious that the people who are addicted to the technology are most assimilated into the greater technological system and the machine. And then the rest of the people that actually are healthy, that they're going to actually um be able to control the situation, having a choice whether or not to indulge within the use of technology. They won't just be being moved along by the system. So there's also this interpolarity between that.
When you're tripping balls on like 10 hits of LSD, it's really hard to operate a computer, let alone even understand why it exists. I sat on my friend's couch one time and I just couldn't understand why the TV and the TV stand existed. I was just looking at it and I was just like, why? And I couldn't get over it, let alone use it or watch it.
Yeah, that is true. If you look at first of all, the screen looks very, very different. When you're under the influence of a bunch of LSD, 5 to 10 hits of LSD, and you look at a screen, and yeah, it looks very, very strange. It looks alien. It feels alien to use it, and the images that are coming through it, they don't seem real at all. They seem very, very contrived, and to an extent that it almost seems like you could, if you wanted to, you could zoom in on the little pixels between the screen and shit, and yeah, it's not a fun ride, so to speak. I tried to like turn on TV and stuff, like 5 to 10 hits of LSD, or go on the computer and like surf through websites, and it's not a very fun experience. I'd rather just play a record and just stare at the wall. Really, I don't know, but yeah, it doesn't really
I've always been drawn into nature on the highest doses of psychedelics. And when you get enough psychedelics in your system, usually people end up just like naked running through the woods.
It's like naked running across the freeway.
Because you don't care anymore about any of the preconceived notions. All the knowledge you have basically goes out the window and you revert back to like the natural state. The only thing that you could exist as without like cognition.
Fuck yeah, bro. Trying to crush us some glass because you think it's ice and put it in your drink and shit.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously these drugs come from plants that exist in nature. So is and we discussed earlier, somebody was telling me that some people who like use meth, right? Actually, I think it might have been Reddington or somebody or somebody I was talking to this about that you know, people who are like compulsive meth users, like sometimes they hear voices that tell them where to go get the meth, you know. And
Those are called
interesting.
drug dealers. Those are called drug dealers.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I know, Cecil, but I mean voices in their head that tell them where to meet the drug dealers without them knowing where the drug dealers are at
Oh,
before that.
like psychic drug dealers? They're like
Psychic drug vampires. Exactly.
psychic drug dealers?
Yeah. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
I
So
think
that-
it derives from ephedra, the ephedra plant.
Bunny, you
Yeah.
ever do a bunch of acid and try to like put your baby in the oven because you thought it was a turkey or something?
No, I haven't done hard drugs since I had my first child. I only smoked weed and ate shrooms like once.
Okay, good job.
But yeah, the overlying point I was trying to get to is that these drugs come from plants in nature, and maybe the nature is trying to communicate through you to the plants to tell you to go the fuck outside. You know, because yeah, it is a constant impulse when you get these plants in you. You take some of these plant medicines, as they're called. Yeah, you want to just go outside. You want to like turn machines off, like even the cell phone. The cell phone doesn't feel right. Like nothing actually, like you don't want to communicate through machines for some reason. Like you like talking to people, you like going outside, like it's weird. Even though it's not always the best idea if you're in like really, you know, high, you know. But yeah, it is, but it's interesting, you know.
Even clothes don't make sense at a certain point.
Yeah.
What's weird also is you can see people, I mean, from my opinion, you can see people for what they are and not what they're portraying themselves to be.
That's called a hallucination.
Maybe, but it wouldn't make sense why people who are like ugly inside would look physically ugly, but then other people would look completely normal right next to them.
No, listen. Psychedelic users, there's a reason why there's usually an experienced like shaman or shepherd or somebody around who knows what the fuck is going on, because you're hallucinating and you don't know what the fuck you're seeing. So don't just assume that because somebody appears ugly to you that I'm viewing, you know. That's like these people that think that, oh, if I give you a bunch of ecstasy and you want to suck some dick and you don't normally want to suck some dick, but you took some ecstasy, so now you're in touch with your true sexuality. No, what's happening is you're fucked up on drugs is what's happening. And when you come back off of the drug trip where you don't normally suck dick, and you start throwing up because you're actually straight and you did a bunch of embarrassing shit because you were fucked up on drugs, then yeah. Anyway, that was my explanation of the situation. Don't suck dick, okay? Sad. Certainly don't go
Intelligent humanity as the dominant force on the planet.
Oh shit, I gotta fucking skip that.
Given recent technological developments, Lily's vision of the future doesn't seem so outrageous.
So, do you know what the Turing test is?
Now, have you guys heard of this movie here? Have you guys experienced this movie? Let me try to find my book here. But yeah, this movie was I think they didn't do a very excellent job at making this movie here. But yeah, they discuss interesting philosophical concepts like the Turing test, which Turing comes to an interesting conclusion in his analysis about his idea. So he talks about having this essentially a machine talk to a human behind a screen, and essentially a thing where it's a human and then a machine interchangeably talking to a human, and if the human can't tell which one is the machine and which one is the human, when it's given its responses, then it'll basically determine whether the machine can trick the human, right? So this was an idea that Alan Turing came up with. It's a very rudimentary explanation of it. He had an equation for this test and all of this idea, and also how to build machines to accomplish this. So they basically made it in this movie, and they also talk about concepts of epiphenomenalism by Frank Jackson, where he talks about is experience knowledge? Is a piece of experience that you have, does that count as knowledge? If you find out everything about something and then experience it, for the first time, does that experience then count as a piece of knowledge itself? So talking about how knowledge is greater than just concepts, right? And also how experience can't really be defined, right? So there's all of these ideas within that, right, that lead to sort of quasi dualism that they call now epiphenomenalism with Frank Jackson. And also there's another guy that talks about it, but his name eludes me right now. But yeah, I'll think of it and then I'll come back to me. Yeah. But yeah, they talk about it in this movie.
Whether interacts in AI.
I've already built my own center.
The Deep Blue chess computer famously defeated world chess champion Garry Kasparov back in 1997. Before that, the U.S. military used an AI called the Dynamic Analysis and Replanning Tool, or DART, which helped to solve logistical problems during the first Gulf War, saving the U.S. government
like
so much money and wasted resources. It alone justified every investment made in.
Are you talking about the guy who's announcing this?
The narrator. Am I just like dozing off here? I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe with it like
does Pill Eater have a brother?
into AI up to that point. More recent headlines describe the Google-designed AlphaGo system, which was able to beat the best human players at the game of Go, a complex game of territorial strategy. AlphaGo learns by incorporating the moves of the best Go players. It then runs simulations against itself to further improve. AI systems now account for a large percentage of market trading activity, using complex algorithms to comprehend and trade on financial news before it's even possible for human beings to read it. Amazingly, AI bot programs also write news stories on the results of those very same trades, which hypothetically could cause high-frequency trading programs to trade on that information again. The News AI now allows the AP to produce roughly 10 times the number of articles on corporate earnings than they were able to with human writers. The articles are more detailed and more accurate than those produced by reporters, and many are written and published without any human oversight.
I'm already very interested in design, technology, and the new
Kills dynamic human behavior to AI of human laws. Even know what research direction will be most likely to produce positive results. More conventional methods of developing a superintelligent AI involve combining different programs into one. A machine capable of human level of understanding of linguistics could be combined with other forms of software, eventually reaching a point where it is indistinguishable from a human level intellect. This linguistics program could be used to read the internet, gathering massive amounts of information, which when coupled with the right software, enables it to become extremely powerful.
They will help us put the groceries away. I think that the artificial intelligence will evolve to the point where they will truly be our friends. Do you want to destroy humans? Please say no.
Okay, I will destroy humans.
No, I take it back. Don't destroy humans.
That thing looks crazy as
To borrow a phrase
F.
from Terence McKenna, the internet could become a kind of landing pad for an alien consciousness like the solid state entity. In a talk in New York in the late 90s, McKenna explains,
in a sense, the internet is a kind of landing pad. There has always been in our fantasies of extraterrestrial contact the notion of the pad, which has to be built for them. And people claim it's the Nazca lines and all, it's an archetype, the idea of the prepared space that awaits the arrival of the other. But now, because of the nature of the internet, because you can't see who's coding, you can almost imagine that we're calling the thing forth. And I think it will probably appear as a website. And when it's sorted out, you'll realize, my God, http://zeta-reticuli.org is really coming from Zeta Reticuli.
it seems, for now at least, we're safe from a solid state entity suddenly gaining consciousness on this planet. But we don't need to have a truly conscious AI for us to risk some kind of existential disaster. Dumber AIs are certainly capable of running the planet into the ground without human programmers being able to understand what is happening. Whether conscious or not, AIs of the future will be more than capable of directing the management of global resources in a way that will be mystifying to even the most informed observers. The smartest and most plugged in of these new AIs, whether human-like or not, will essentially be in a position to know everything, or at least know everything that humans know and more. Where a human can only hold 4 or 5 ideas in mind at a time, AIs are essentially limitless in the amount of data they can process. By this point, it'll be so integrated and important to the global economy, it will be too late to dismantle, even if we had the courage to do so. It will essentially become a new god, and we will have created it with our own hands. After all, what society has ever succeeded in killing its own god?
Sad trombone.
Dude, that Sophia thing or whatever the fuck it is, okay? When I was trying to tell what's his name, freaking Cockbody Outline or whatever, Drew, about robo hookers, he was like trying to show me that thing, and I'm like, bro, that thing's like 10 years old, and he didn't have anything to say to me. And now he's supposedly like some post-truther or whatever. Like, come on,
Yeah,
give me a
speaking of robo hooker, it's funny that the whole idea of the robo hooker in that movie is quite prominent. The Ex Machina movie, the whole concept that they try to defeat the Turing test by getting the female robot AI to fall in love with a human. So they're combining different concepts with robotics and AI, and then also other things like the Turing test together, where so it's very interesting because that's they get this incel weirdo to compete in this contest, where like he's supposed to go meet this AI, but he's actually getting honeypotted by the AI and the programmer of the AI. It's very, very weird fucking movie, but yeah.
What's the name of the movie again?
Ex Machina. Yeah.
Ex Machina?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in this Computing Machinery and Intelligence by Alan Turing. That's the writing. Alan Turing, 1912 to 1954, was a mathematician at Cambridge University who made fundamental contributions to computational theory and the concept of artificial intelligence. The following essay was written in 1950. The Imitation Game. I propose to consider the question: Can machines think? This should begin with the definitions of the meaning of the term machine and think. The definitions might be framed so as to reflect so far as possible the normal use of the words, but this attitude is dangerous. If the meaning of the words quote unquote machine and quote unquote think are to be found by examining how they are commonly used, it is difficult to escape the conclusion that the meaning and the answer to the question, quote, can machines think, unquote, is sought in a statistical survey such as a Gallup poll. But this is absurd. Instead of attempting such a definition, I shall replace the question by another, which is closely related to it and is expressed in relatively unambiguous words. So he restates the problem in a new way. And this is what he says. He says, a new form of the problem can be described in terms of a game, which we will call the imitation game. It is played with three people, a man, A, woman, B, and an interrogator, C, who may be of either sex. The interrogator stays in a room apart from the other two. The object of the game for the interrogator is to determine oh shit. Excuse me. The object of the game for the interrogator is to determine which of the other two is a man and which is the woman. He knows them by labels X and Y. At the end of the game, he says either X is A, Y is B, or X is B and Y is A. The interrogator is allowed to put questions to A and B thus. C. Will X please tell me the length of his or her hair? Now, supposedly X is actually A. Then A must answer. It is A's object in the game to try to cause C to make the wrong identification. His answer might therefore be, quote, my hair is shingled and the longest strands are about 9 inches long. You see how one could possibly tabulate these responses within mathematical terms and look at the independent variables of A, B, and C, and then basically examine the results of the questions that C poses to A and B, and then tabulate the possible results of which ones conclude whether A is A and B is B, right? So that is the whole idea of the imitation game, that it is a quantifiable survey, you know, supposedly, right? But again, he's thrown out the question of defining machine and think, right? So what is the question that's being posed here? What are they trying to figure out, right? In order that the tones of the voice may not help the interrogator, the answers should be written, or better still, typewritten. The ideal arrangement is to have the teleprinter. Okay, so here we go. The ideal arrangement is to have the teleprinter communicating between the two rooms. Alternatively, the question and the answers can be repeated by an intermediary. The object of the game for the third player is to help the interrogate. The third player, B, is to help the interrogator. The best strategy for her is probably to give truthful answers. She can add such things as I'm a woman, don't listen to him, unquote, to her answers, but it will avail nothing as the man can make similar remarks. We now ask the question, quote, what will happen when the machine takes the part of A in this game? Okay. So here's the point of the game. Okay, what happens when the machine takes the point of A? Okay, will the interrogator decide wrongly as often when the game is played like this as he does when the game is played between a man and a woman? These questions replace our original question. Can a machine think? Okay. Okay, so then he goes through all sorts of objections to his little experiment, right? The theological objection, and what else does he have? He's got the mathematical objection. Okay, there's all sorts of ideas that he says will limit this, but he's saying that basically, and he's also talking about the argument from consciousness, that consciousness is irreducible, right? But again, he's not really trying to define any of these things, right? His idea is that can a machine convince a human that it is a thinking machine, right? Or better yet, that it's a human in a game, right? Where it can't tell, right? So in that way, it can sort of influence or talk to or communicate with the human without him knowing whether he's communicating with the machine or with the human, right? And that successfully replaces the question, can a machine think, right? Is just the functionality of talking to a machine just as you talk to a human replaces the question, right? He's saying, which is interesting, right? It's fascinating. It's a fascinating proposal. Obviously, I think the question of what is a machine and what is thinking are very, very important questions, but that's neither here nor there, right? But yeah, so John C. Lilly, Alan Turing, they had different ideas about AI and consciousness and how it relates to consciousness and all this. Anyways, let's go to another. I found this the other day. Let me play this here. It's basically a video where this lady who's really involved in it, the AI, I mean not AI, but computer systems, she explains how complex systems work and some of the rudimentary designs of the internet and all of that type of stuff. But yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. What we're gonna do now is play some music and take a little break. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us. It's now past midnight. You know what I mean? And there's still 30 people watching. Thank you for spending this time with me. And here's some music here for you guys. Some of my favorite music. It's just Mobb Deep. I like Mobb Deep. Shout out in the chat if you guys like Mobb Deep. It's an excellent band. One of the classic bands, right? But yeah. Let's check this out. Where do I have this? I think maybe it's this. No, this isn't it. Hey, give me a second, guys. Huh. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry about that.
life, back to reality. You walk a fine line playing with mine, the greatest story ever told in rhyme. We climax in 95 with them raw raps, it's knob to skin all y'all cats alive. Take your time, don't rush the clock. Infamous rock for good years past like my thumbs on lock, holding the cot down slow. But assuredly, spoon feeding these starving ass heads, catch shakes fiendishly. I'm falling this, word assured this, pride recording this. Of course, kids keeping their sights upon this exclusiveness, like some new type of kicks. They got those things Vic, walking past the wrong man in my clique. You get charged with intent to kick that boost. Welcome to the ledge of this host.
Yo, we the man for the operation. You know the MO, BB's, warrior style, rare species. Catch us on your block or on your widescreen TVs. From Jones Beach to overseas, from over there, it's right back to the beats. Longevity and all the great grand CZ.
Yo. For my QBC duns, it's so real, we hold it down. You but yours, we but ours, and stay on the firm ground. Past the Dutchie while I handle the handy thinking. It never catch me sleeping. Stay on top of this properly. I know they watching me. If not, they're probably waiting for a downfall. Scheming on my property. We got the remedy. Let them get a little close. Let them smell the tree smoke. Hit it with a blow and let nobody know it's snakes in the grass. You gotta watch where you moving, son. Shot scared low, don't ever run with the crowd, son. Stick and move, you hear me? And that's the way we rockin'. The only way to live if you really think about it. Every move is humble with precision. Careful thought decisions, and my whole clique see the same vision. 41st till I delete the part. Till then, I'll be somewhere getting bent up in a den, sipping gin. Why you should cat just pretend to be something that you're not, and that's not good, my friend. On the personal, I ain't even feeling you cats. Don't even acknowledge the fact that your weak raps was capped at. On the reg, laugh at, son, you know we past that. Get them out of here, cause you can have that. 4 pounds. Stumbled off grounds, fire off many a rounds. I heard return fire 3% of the times. Your dogs is wild, acting like girls, get feminine when handling guns. You can run and take the window, son, or feel a hot one. We rip all stripes, done, without a fight stump. We keep the house dope like pop pennies. We twist and pop henny, getting wet on the daily. And pins get Jimmy turning max fully. Now they banded, caught red-handed, and got remanded. Fought a 1 to 3 for VOP and NCCV. It sent me on a hug tour, state facilities. What could I do but sneak, burn a tree or a tobacco leaf and wait until my time serve and get released? Cool, back on the streets I seen some old drama. I still hold heat to send your ass straight to trauma. These kids started grinning like they ready and willing. I gave them exactly no time to switch feelings. Pulled out, told my man look out, commenced the warfare and rock these to sleep like this here. 72 like as if I was back on the tip. I was up thinking how I'ma tear their ass up out the basket. Belligerent glass heads, I'm bashing. No knowledge of the man or his accent. Well, class now is incessant. Soldier boy, today's aim is never show your heat and don't flame it. You playing life with a man who lives by the sword and dies naturally against all karma and laws. What? Speed on to get peed on. Doubt. It's only there for the taking, son. Take it on, baby. Matter of fact, let me get some of that beer, son. Drunk all that shit. 41st Sock Convention, Queens Connection. The bridge we rapping. Any party that we step and get the handy up. The SOP immediately. Extra bent, riding out, sun is evident. We stash cream. Mansions fulfill my dream. Ice rings gleam. Spread love throughout the whole team. Dominate the game with several combinations. No conversation, bring on your good conversation. You hesitating, ass betting. That's bad business. For the game, nigga, get out the business. You waste space. Substitute, here's a replace. We deface, smack the smile off your fucking face. Change your taste, send you home back to vacate. Get your shit together, plus your mind straight. Yo, my empire strikes with the strength for poisonous snakes. My entire unit loaded up with snake niggas at high stakes. We pull off at high stakes. Great escapes, the span shift team downstate. dreams of growing old with my son to live great. Little man, I plan to enhance your mind state. The rebirth, a nigga who lived the ill life. The one before me was a one even more tripe. My understanding, I raised you with precise planning. It put you on to the whole game of this planet. But I gotta survive in order to follow through plans to live lotto. Me and my little kicko. Any man trying to stop us, he get wet though. You couldn't withstand a snake bite, there is no antidote. You put your hands too close and try to approach. I won't snap at you, I'm going for throats. And when you feel my bite, you sing high notes. I peeped you from deep and then you got cut close. My formula, I live life, do or die. Staring to the eyes of a deep wise guy. Prodigy, turning niggas to proteges. My protege, I advise your ass to make way. For fully auto gun spray, your small prey. I'll easily bait and trap game. This man is half mad, scientist half sane. Create a rhyme labyrinth like poisonous cannabis. Here, take a toke of this. Deadly rare vocalist. Overpower your tiny noise like locust. Like sunlight through a magnifying glass. I'll focus and burn a hole straight through your brain and leave you open. And let the venom soak in. You start sweating and going through convulsions from dope shit I read. Leaving niggas stuck, I let stick. Trapped up in the web of a nigga that's sick. I wrap you up with a cocoon, get caught up in the midst. A dangerous, risky business, fucking with this. Contender number one, I put you on top of the list. You're the best challenger so far, I'll give you this for peep this. Fatal shot to solar plex, man down. Now who dares to go next? Like General Monk orders to chop next. I send a message to my whole clique, the bomb shit. Atomic, no time for calm shit. We hyperactive when it's time to Vietnam it. Your whole alliance gets single-handedly bombed it. Take heed to the apostles' warning. Word up.
Yeah, I just thought this was interesting because it's on National Security Agency YouTube channel. And from 1982, which is well before they really got going with the common use of the internet as we know it today. It was about like in the mid 80s to late 80s when that really system got off the ground, where it wasn't just something that programmers and the government agents were looking at, but then that it was available to the common public. And mainly this became available through programs at MIT and other things that we're going to study, right? Cybernetics and all that type of stuff, right? That they were developing at MIT, right? Which is, again, an extension of the military, right? But yeah, anyways.
$600, and people started to own cars. Naturally, and once they had cars, they demanded roads. We built them. Gas stations appeared. Garages could stock the interchangeable parts. They appeared. People found they could move to suburbs and drive to work. Then, of course, they wanted to shop near home, so we had to build shopping centers. I think we've forgotten the tremendous developments that followed from the Model T.
So see, the car changed the structure of society, right? So they invented technology, and then they had to give people other concessions, compensatory mechanisms, and specialized for their specialized needs, right? So basically, the idea is that the whole system of gas stations, roads, and shopping centers was built around the idea of automobiles, right? So it's the technology that basically caused the society to be structured in this way in the first place, right? So the machines don't have to be intelligent for them to dictate the common human needs, right? And this idea itself is called technological determinism, right? Not to be not to be compared and confused with the free will debate that we were having earlier. This is a totally different question, You know, it's a question that has to do with machines and their interrelated parts, right? And whether and the relation from parts to whole, right?
P. Ford. Now, whether you recognize it or not, the Model Ts of the computer industry are here. We've been through the preliminaries of the industry. We're now at the beginning of what will be the largest industry in the United States. And I'm quite worried about something. When we built all those roads and the shopping centers and all the other things and provided for automobile transportation, we forgot something. We forgot transportation as a whole. We only looked at the automobiles. Because of that, today when we need them again, the roadbeds of the railroads are falling apart. They're dumping polyvinyl chloride around the countryside. If we wanted to move our tanks from the center of the country to the ports to ship them overseas, there are no flat cars left because we move all the cars on those racks on the roads now. If we wanted to move coal to replace oil, there are probably not enough hopper cars to move both the grain crop and the coal. And the truth of the matter is we've done a lousy job of managing transportation as a whole. Now, as we come to the world of the microcomputer, I think we're going to be facing the same possibility. I'm afraid we will continue.
You see that, right? The way that we use cars and how many people are on the road and the supply routes, it also determines how we can ship tanks overseas if we're in a conflict, right? So the whole technological system and the military system is inextricably linked, right, from its outset, right? And also the weaknesses within the system are weaknesses within the technological aspects of the system, right? Because the technological aspects are those aspects where they put all the eggs in one basket, right? But where the technology is interconnected, you can't do that, right? So she's gonna say how to solve this problem in a minute, right? The problem of the problem of technological capacity and putting all your eggs in one basket, right, so to speak.
Continue to buy pieces of hardware and then put programs on them. When what we should be doing is looking at the underlying thing, which is the total flow of information to any organization, activity, company, or what have you. We should be looking at the information flow and then selecting the computers to implement that information flow. Now, of course, if we do that, one of the first things we'll need to know is something about the value of the information we're processing. It's close to 8 years now that I've been trying to ask people how they value their information. I've gotten the finest assortment of blank stares you ever saw in your entire life. They even questioned whether there was a difference. Naively, I thought I could find out how people were valuing their information if I could find out how priorities were assigned on the computer systems. Boy, did that go flat fast. I found out exactly how the priorities are assigned. Top priority goes to the senior squeaky wheel, not to the most valuable information. Some people even questioned that there was a difference in the value of information. I use as an example a chemical plant I know up in Michigan that's totally operated by computer. Information comes in from marketing, goes to the computer. It opens valves, pushes stuff through pipes, tells inventory what it's made. The people are paid by the computer. Nice computerized reports go up to the president's desk. Now let's suppose that two pieces of information enter that flow simultaneously from two different ports in the system. One comes from a valve out in the plant and says, if you don't open me, the plant's going to blow up. You have less than a minute in which to act, 100 lives at stake, $100 million chemical plant. At the same instant, in another part of the system comes the fact that Joe did 2 hours of overtime, which is the more valuable piece of information. And what are our criteria? I've mentioned 3 possible criteria. The time in which we have to act, the number of lives affected, the number of dollars affected. I think there's a fourth, the importance of that piece of information in making decisions.
Okay, so it's what is the solution to the problem of okay, I guess I'm essentially my screen is freezing here, so I'm gonna have to come back in. But yeah, please, very interesting thing that she just said, and I want to talk about it. But give me a second. Let me reset my.
Still subtitles on the screen at least.
Yeah, yeah, but let me come back in because I'm not seeing the screen for myself. So give me a second, guys.
Cecil, how do you prioritize your information?
Say what?
How do you prioritize your information?
What information?
Good question. Reddington, how do you prioritize your information?
Can you ask me something other than a vague question? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's from the video we just watched. I'm trying to fill time while TML's off the screen.
My bad, bro. I was
No,
like,
you're good.
in my face. I wasn't paying
No,
attention.
I'm not fucking with you.
He prioritizes it with his giant fork.
No, I'm saying how do you prioritize it, Reddington?
It's a good question.
Giant fork is actually a pretty damn good.
Guess it depends on what tasks need to be done. Unless that's what you're talking about, needs prioritizing.
Well, giant fork's a pretty good priority.
Well, I was gonna say it's a pretty damn good cell phone stand at this point. I'm like, I got it right here.
Because Cecil likes to eat, right? If he has a giant fork, he spends less time eating. Because he can hold more food on giant fork.
I actually just use it to shovel dirty laundry.
Well, there you go. Goes back to Reddington. It depends on what's being done.
Yeah, well, it's interesting what this lady actually said because she's obviously part of the military and she's part of the innovative structure of the technological system that was helped to design these computing systems. You know, she was one of the first people to see one of these supercomputers, etc. Right? But what she actually says is that you know, it's not the technology that we need to focus on because the technology is a certain dead end because we're creating systems that process information, but how are we to evaluate the information within the system? She then proceeded to say that we need to take a look at the total information flow within the system, right? And that consists of adding several elements within this information flow. Now, part of the idea of looking at the total information flow could be these integrated networks, these integrated networking systems, right? Which combine the different aspects of technology together, right? So maybe digital systems, right? So you already see, because this was in 82, that a lot of the ideas that she probably had back then have been implemented and people have taken them into consideration now as she's giving this speech to like whatever the CIA or whatever the National Security Agency or whatever it is, right? But yeah, the whole idea comes to this, that, you know, they were already saying that in the future they will evaluate the information more than the technology, and those people that are able to see the total information flow within the system, that those people will be able to capitalize on creating technologies that can adapt to the information flow within the system. So she's already saying that we need to focus on this technology. Now, selling people's information is going on a mass scale today, and it's leading to interesting effects. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's also an interesting idea that she's not perhaps seeing that, you know, that people's information are being sold and that, maybe she didn't perceive that as a risk, but yeah, definitely, or maybe she thought that that would help people voluntarily giving their information. That would help the people have a a better look at the information within the system and help them have a better grasp at total information flow within the system. So yeah, all these interesting ideas. But yeah, she said, yeah, this chemical plant run by a machine, basically two pieces of information coming at the same time, right? Should some guy work overtime or yeah, oh yeah, if we mix these two chemicals together, the chemical plant is going to explode. So yeah, fascinating idea that not all information has the same value, but then that leads and begs the question, who should evaluate the information? I think for her, she has a pretty clear answer, right? It's too dangerous to leave it up to the public, right, to evaluate the information, right? And that's all that elite battle is that this guy was yapping about at the beginning, right? He's just deciding whether whether common people should decide who evaluates information or whether the state should, right? So, you know, if that's a significant change in the power structure, and you're convinced that that's a significant change in the power structure, then I think you're fucking, you know, not very perceptive, at least. Anyways,
TML, how do
Yeah.
you prioritize information?
Well, I don't look at information as valuable on its own merits, right? So, you know, prioritizing information, information on its own has no priority. As they say, where's the knowledge? Where's the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where's the knowledge we have lost in information? Right. So, there's levels to shit, and information is a low level of shit. Now, the people who control the system and they're trying to create technology designed for the system, they want total information. They want to evaluate the total information flow within the system. To me, I'm just like, okay, so I'm just learning and understanding that that's part of how they control this.
Yeah, it's because like I ask myself this question and chat asks about it, and honestly, I don't believe I prioritize information. It's just like it's data.
Right.
You know, the data comes in, and then, I think what we actually prioritize is what we make of the data.
Right. Like for an average person, like that is true, but to a person who's just evaluating the needs of the system, all they care about is the total information flow within the system. That's interesting because that is not direct. That's not. There's no way that could possibly be directed towards individual human needs. Because people don't live their life by evaluating pieces of information. You know what I mean, right? That's you know what I mean. I'm not a machine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the same thing that like was going on with Rome. It's like that's why all roads lead to Rome. It's so that they could essentially move their troops fast. It wasn't because they cared about the people.
Right.
Valuable piece of information. And what are our criteria? I've mentioned 3 possible criteria: the time in which we have to act, the number of lives affected, the number of dollars affected.
Okay, so this is how she evaluates information. She's given an answer. She says the time in which we have to act on the information that we're evaluating, the number of lives that are being affected by the information that we're evaluating, okay, the number of dollars affected, okay, that figures in, and then she says the importance that the information is in making decisions. That fourth one is a real doozy. That almost leads back to the original question is making decisions. Is it making decisions another word for evaluating information? For God's sakes, lady, you can't be this hyperbolic with your language. Right? Like, has this lady who's studied computing and engineering really never taken like, like a basic course in language and and symbols and how to communicate?
I hear what you're saying, but I think there is a difference between evaluating the information and then coming to a decision that you solidify as to that is what that is what you're going to do, or that is what you believe. I think that the analysis process, you're still unsure of what to make of it.
Yeah, definitely. There's paralysis by analysis. And then there's moral paralysis and deliberation, and indecision. Where they say, the devil always creeps in when you're, when you take too long to decide. That's always when the devil is most active. So it's interesting.
Agreed.
Has been done on the value of information. We've completely failed to look at it. And yet it's going to make a tremendous difference in how we run our computer systems of the future. Because if there are two things that are dead sure, I don't even have to call them predictions. One is that the amount of data and the amount of information will continue to increase, and it's more than linear. And the other is the demand for instant access to that information will increase. And those two are in conflict. We've got to know something about the value of the information.
Okay, so two conflicting facts: the exponential increase of information, not linear increase, based on how many people are creating information, right? But the exponential increase in information and the constant increase in demand for that information. Now, the demand cannot possibly be matched up with the amount of information. I would argue that possibly the increase of information or the amount of information cannot possibly be linked up with the demand, because the production has to come from singular humans, but the increase is exponential, right? So it's not being created at the capacity of one or two people, but it's being created by the system as a whole. And you know, and as a result, different parts of in other words, there will the demand of the information will never ever, in my opinion, possibly be able to be matched up with the amount that it's growing. Meaning that most people will be consuming information that they don't need and don't want, really. I mean, I think that possibly you see that happening today. There's information overload, and there's also people that are spoon feeding themselves enormous amounts of content that has no, relation to anything that's going on around them.
It's like
just totally
scrolling.
detached. Yeah, exactly. Scrolling, and with scrolling, there's, window shopping ideologies and bumper sticker philosophies and all these types of things, the meme, the meme culture, and also the newspeak that comes with the emoticons.
Well, it's much wider than that. It'd be anything that you don't really, that's not really germane to your life or day to day life. You could watch something educational, and if you don't really practice it or act on it, then is it just meaningless at that point?
Yeah, what's that word for it? I can't think of it at the moment. Oh yeah, surrogate activities. Interesting.
I mean,
Information being processed.
some things could maybe possibly in a general form help you out, but a lot of things, it's not just memes and stuff like that. Obviously, it's that too, but it's a lot more than what people think.
Yeah, definitely.
Everybody wants their information online. If one department gets an online system, then all the other departments want an online system. In many cases, that's a matter of prestige, not of actual need. I played a very mean trick on one activity. I checked a counter in every record. Every time the record was looked at, I added one. At the end of 6 months, I printed out everything which had not been looked at. One entire file fell out. Yet the owner of that data had insisted that his information must be online. It was a matter of prestige to have his information online, not that he really needed it there. One outfit has taken a second look at the data from that point of view. It's the Coast Guard. They had a file which contained the complete history of every buoy. And when a ship went out to maintain the buoys, they'd look in the file to see what had been done about the buoy over the last couple of years and whether any message had been left to look at something next time. Those records started years ago as a punch card, and they'd gotten longer and longer and longer and longer over the years. The whole system was slowing down, and yet they needed rapid access to it. So they took a second look at those records. And they said, hey, we don't need that whole record online. All we want online is the last couple of years. We don't need to know when we bought the buoy and how much it cost unless we're going in for a budget to get a new buoy. We can have that answer tomorrow or the next day. They chopped those records. The front end of it that they need for reference to go out and maintain the buoy is online. The rest of the record is going back to batch. And you can have the answer tomorrow or the next day. Somewhat the same thing has been done by Tactical Air Command at Langley. They were carrying online for assignment on base the complete record and history of every person. The whole system was slowing down because the records were so long. So they took a second look at the records. And they said, hey, we don't need that whole record when we're assigning a man on base. All we need to know is the last couple of schools he's been to and the last couple of assignments he's had. We don't care where he went to high school. So they chopped the records. The immediate past history is online. The rest of it's going back to batch, and if he's going up for an award or a promotion or something, you can have that tomorrow or the next day. They've begun to look, at least, at the time value of the information. There's been no research in this area. There's no one publishing papers, not even on the relative value of information within an organization. Nobody is looking at the value of information.
Now, the idea that, you know, the time value of information has, you know, input on the development of the technology is pretty much how they invented a lot of these concepts of Bitcoin as well. You know, the idea of Bitcoin and creating money, right, within the Bitcoin system, right, changes the notion of space and how money is stored, and therefore it also alters the time value of information in quite a substantial you know, way, and that's going to change a lot of things, you know. So the you know, the way they share information and the way that, you know, I guess money doesn't have to be stored in a physical place, you know, that adds to a lot of these issues, you know, and that's why a lot of these digital systems are aligned with the growth of the stock market and those types of things, right?
Or comparative value of different pieces of information. And we've got to look at it because it's cluttering up our online systems. And we've got to know more about the value of information in order to design the systems of the future. I thought up a couple of curves. I have no numbers to put on them. The research hasn't been done yet. But at least I think I can talk about the shape of them. Suppose this is dollars and this is time. And an event occurs here. Now, the value of the information about that event goes up quite sharply immediately after the event. But the further you get away from the event in time, the more the value of that information levels off. It goes up very sharply, and it levels off. Now, ultimately, it gets replaced by a new piece of information. Or we decide we don't need it online anymore, and we transfer it to historical files, microfilm, or something like that. Of course, in industry, they have to save it for the IRS. So the value curve probably looks something like that, a sharp rise, a leveling off, and then an eventual transfer to some form of historical file. What about the cost of that information? The cost of information is very, very low at the time of the event. But the further you get away from the event in time, the more the cost you pile up to store it, maintain it, and add any information to it. So the cost curve starts low, and then it goes zooming up. Now, there's a lovely crossover point there. That's the point at which keeping that information in our online system is costing us more than it's worth to us. But because we don't know where that point is, we have no way of getting stuff out of our online systems. And that depends on knowing something of the value and the cost of the information concerned. We've got a big job to do in investigating those areas. As a matter of fact, we don't even know the possible cost of having incorrect information in a system. This vastly upset Lieutenant Colonel Rendleman down at Maxwell Air Force Base, and he decided to investigate the possible cost of having incorrect information in a system. He found a section in the privacy law. Fortunately, most of our government employees don't know it's there, or haven't found it yet, which says that if you have incorrect information in a personnel file, and if because of it, someone's denied a promotion or a raise or something like that, they have a right to sue the federal government. It's one of the very few cases in which the individual is directly given the right to sue the federal government, and it's a very powerful paragraph. Whenever any agency fails to maintain any record concerning any individual with such accuracy, relevance, timeliness, and completeness, boy, that's 4 powerful words, as is necessary to assure fairness in any determination relating to the qualifications, character, rights, opportunities of, or benefits to the individual that may be made on the basis of such record, and consequently a determination is made which is adverse to the individual may bring a civil action against the agency, and the district courts of the United States shall have jurisdiction in the matters under the provisions of this subsection.
Oh shit! Whoops. Sorry about that. But yeah, interesting. I'd like to take a look at that legal statute a little closer. Yeah, don't know what's going on with Neurojack there. He seems to be having trouble.
benefits to the individual that may be made on the basis of such record, and consequently a determination is made which is adverse to the individual may bring a civil action against the agency, and the district courts of the United States shall have jurisdiction in the matters under the provisions of this subsection. So he decided to find out how much it might cost to have incorrect information in a personnel file. And he said, let's suppose I have a personnel file on 8,000 people. And he said further, let's suppose that I know the file is 95% correct. He selected things and looked at them and gotten a correctness percentage. Of course, I don't believe there's a personnel file in the country that's 95% correct. But he said, let's suppose it is. And that means that 5% of those records contain incorrect information. 400 of them contain incorrect information. Then he went and talked to the decision-making people and the psychologists and so on, and he says, what's going to be the effect of that incorrect information? And they said, well, it's going to stick out. It probably won't match the rest of the file. Nobody takes any chances on anybody nowadays. We think in 90% of those cases, a negative decision will be taken on the basis of the incorrect information. That would mean in 300...
Okay. So the I guess just having a little bit of bad information within a group of information, and she said that information is not always accurate. You know, there's almost no batch of information that is as much as 95% accurate, right? Using even such a high percentage of, you know, accuracy of information to make a decision based on it, you'd still get mostly negative results, right? So, you know, data sets are not really, you know, they can't really be used to predict things, you know, in that way, right?
a negative decision will be taken on the basis of the incorrect information. That would mean in 360 cases, a negative decision is taken on the basis of incorrect information. Then he said, we don't know how many of those people will sue. We have no experience with that yet. So by the laws of probability, we'll have to say it's 50-50. 180 of them sued the government. Now, of course, they're bound to win their suit because the incorrect information's in the file. So he said, let's suppose the damages are $2,000. I think he underestimated that. $100 for court costs, $650 for lawyers. Each of those cases is going to cost us $2,750. How much do we stand to lose because of incorrect information? Well, it turns out that 180 times 2,750 is darn close to $500,000. $495,000. The possible cost of information in that personnel file. Now, to make that computation, the possible cost of incorrect information, we can't make a clear estimate of how much we're willing to spend to correct the file. I now know that economically I can go up to almost $500 million to get that file to a higher level of correctness, because that's what I stand to lose. We've almost never made any computation of the possible costs of incorrect information in a system. One of the things that bothers me is we've talked about data processing for 30 years. We spend all our time talking about the processing, hardware and software. We paid no attention to the data. And yet the data is our raw material. Our output is information, our product. And we should be concentrating on the data and the information. The hardware and software are after only the tools which we do the processing and should not occupy the primary position in our thinking. It's high time that we began to turn our attention to the data and the information that we're putting out. I don't know how I'm going to persuade people to do it, but I'll try hard. There were a lot of things that were pushing me toward worrying about all this future business. We ran the...
Okay, now if you think about it, right, the idea that information systems, right, that different technologies link up and what they produce, their end goal is to produce information. So what happens is to improve the information flow within the system, the main thing that they improve is communications technology. So that explains right there why technology and communications technology basically grows together, because the product of most of the technology is to produce information, right? So as she said, now the goal, she says the goal of producing technology should be to look at the product, which is information, right? So I mean, it's interesting, how that's led to today's society, because yeah, people's information is being sold on, obviously on a mass scale, and communications technologies are, the primary thing that's being,
Well, what's
grown.
what's remarkable is that they have more information than ever, and yet they have less evidence than ever that people are actually trying to, quote unquote, destroy the system. So it's kind of ironic. Like, they have more predictive ability than ever, yet it seems that unless they're hiding it from us, that more than ever things are, quote unquote, more stable as far as the system's resilience to the whims of the people. So I think that's kind of ironic in a way.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a lot of this is just like, I mean, it's just like, I'm just like, hey, let's see what the National Security Agency is saying. And I'm like, oh yeah, Grace Hopper, she was one of the first people to develop like computers and stuff, or look at the computers, supercomputer that the government had. And yeah, then this is what she's saying. I mean, it's interesting. I've never heard her talk or read any of her works, but it's fascinating the way she's thinking. She's not thinking in human terms. It's almost like human beings are secondary to her analysis. It's all about like information flow within a system, and like how you organize society that way, and it's technology and information, and she's drawing this dialectic between the technology and the information flow, and not looking at the human needs within the system. So I mean,
She was the first autist.
Yeah.
Well, what's ironic though is like she's framing. I mean, I assume being of the NSA or whatever she's from, I guess everything should be technically framed in the sense of national security. I mean, it's in the title, right? So this is 20 years before 2001's big event, right? So this is 20 years ahead of time. Now, 20 years after that event, where's all the turban dudes behind the bushes that we're supposed to be scared of for the last 20 years? I mean, are they?
Oh my god, dude!
Wait,
I have a question.
You'd say the same thing about North Korea.
How many times do you think she said information so far in 17 minutes?
I'm gonna guess 31 or 33 times.
Yeah, I wonder how many times I said it myself. It's fucking bananas.
I'd say 50.
We should watch this one day and like have an information counter.
Isn't there a transcript on every video? And maybe you could like search the word in the transcript. I don't know.
well, the other thing is information and data are different terms, so they're not interchangeable the way that most people think. So she's talking about. It's probably a technical term that she's using too. So that's the other interesting thing.
And can you explain it any further than she's saying something different than what she's saying?
Well, I'm saying that
Data is the raw numbers, whereas information is organizing the data into more of a cohesive manner so that people can understand it better.
well,
It flows better.
it's contextual
Well, look,
data essentially.
the data is the zeros and ones underneath the veil, right? And the
Zero is just a
information
placeholder.
is what your
Sorry.
computer spits out when it receives the data. You see.
Right. Well, here's the difference. So, like, let's say that Neurojack goes to a mosque. Okay, that's a piece of information. Now, information would be he went to a mosque and he, is, this mosque is, alleged to be whatever, right? So I'm just saying, like, that's the difference. Like, a piece of data doesn't mean anything until you interpret it. So,
well, the data would be that when you just spoke, right, your computer transcoded that signal, right, of the magnet, right, bouncing off the vibrations of your sound waves, bouncing off the magnet in your microphone, converted that into a string of potentially numbers and letter characters, right? And then that was transmitted through the internet, through like some type of protocol. You know what I'm saying? And then that protocol then on the other end regurgitates that back out, and it's converted back into audio that then causes the resonance of the magnets in the speakers. So like the sound and what you just said, that's the information. The data is the zeros, ones, squiggles, alphanumeric, hexadecimal. We rarely see the data. We usually see the information.
well, sure, but what I'm trying to get at is if she's part of the NSA and everything she's talking about is framed from a national security standpoint, you know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying is she's speaking in a language that would mean one thing to someone within that community versus us looking from it on the outside from a technical standpoint.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying.
So are you saying she's relaying code to lower people than her, but in turn is disguising it for the public? Is that what you're saying?
I think it's a possibility. I don't know what the context of this is. I assume this wasn't broadcast on the evening news after Archie Bunker or something, but yeah.
And what methods have you used to be able to inform others of the news that she is portraying secretly, unbeknownst to the people who are probably going to be unreceptive to your message of being told that there are two separate messages being said here?
I don't think there's two separate messages.
Yeah, me neither.
I just think this
That's
lady
the point.
has become like a robot from being in the military for so long, and that she's not necessarily like a human should be.
Like, how hard do you want to think it? Like, or just like listen to what she says, take what you know, your dots of information, put them together. She's not speaking some secret code that if you can figure it out, that you can figure out other speeches codes.
She's basically a data nerd that's just nerding the fuck out in front of a bunch of
public
military
information
people.
officer.
Yeah, I guess when Michael Aquino was writing propaganda in the Vietnam War, he didn't think about these things. You're right. Let's go ahead.
Well, I guess if you just say it in a sarcastic tone, it just like makes you sound and feel better.
Here's the difference. You know about Aquino because you were studying satanic organizations and leaders. You don't know who Grace Hopper is because she's no one.
Except for whoever brought her up.
And what does that mean in relation to how propaganda or the NSA might do business?
Because you're mixing multiple ideas of mixed messages while literally showing us propaganda and saying that there's different messages when it's not. It's one message. You're not getting it, but you're pretending that you're finding out some code.
Basically, you lack discernment.
You are either stuck in the game or you're playing the game. I can't tell.
Is that he doesn't even know what the game is yet. So he's still trying to figure it out. Give him some time.
Well, don't be coming at me then. What you want? Question?
He'll get there. He'll get there, Browns boy. He's not there. He'll get there. He needs more information.
He's more.
Well, somebody listened to this lady and made money.
Somebody listened to Elon Tard Musk, made money too. I know a lot of idiots like that.
Thank you guys for the information.
Smart computers all during World War II. I thought you might like to know that the first computer bug is still in existence. We were building Mark II the summer of 1945. It was a hot summer in Cambridge. And naturally, since it was World War II, we were working in a World War I temporary building. Air conditioning wasn't very good, no screens. And Mark II stopped. We finally located the failing relay. It was one of the big signal relays. And inside the relay, beaten to death by the relay contacts, was a moth about this big. So the operator got a pair of tweezers and very carefully fished the moth out of the relay, put it in the logbook, and put Scotch tape over it. And below it, he wrote, "First actual bug found." I knew you'd be glad to know that the bug is still in the logbook under the Scotch tape. It's in the museum at the Naval Surface Weapons Center at Dahlgren, Virginia. Now,
Yeah, that fucking single moth is fucking probably one of the most like that. Like that's probably the Kaczynski moth. Like for real, it was ready. You know,
It died for the cause.
exactly. All unit. You know, it went straight live just to go against the machine. Mark II taken down by a single moth.
That's like Ant-Man. You ever seen like the ants that destroy technology?
Yeah.
They go and just straight short it out and jihad the computer, bro.
So if there's something I'm missing, do you guys want to enlighten me, or is it some sort of secret thing that we can't talk about or something?
We already have enlightened you.
By saying that, I don't...
Earlier on, you were enlightening us. Am I wrong? Or was your time not spent well here? Which one was it? Since your time, remember how you came in and said, "Oh, Brown's boy, oh, he's here. I'm so glad he's here to hear his opinion." So, what have you brought?
Obviously, absolutely nothing to you.
No, I'm okay. See, now you're being a bitch. I'm asking you honestly.
Hold on, Brown's boy. Neuro, why do you get mad when we enlighten you, but then you ask us to enlighten you?
Okay, repeat what you enlightened me about, because I didn't understand what you're saying.
We were trying to tell you that you're looking into this too deeply, and it's more surface level than occult mystery. Is that simple enough terms, Neurojack?
And how would you know that?
Because I've studied the occult.
Well, if the NSA's protocols are based on the occult, how would that follow?
Because not everyone that works for the NSA is an initiated occultist. Only the top level people are.
And so she's not a top level person?
No, she's not, apparently. I just learned about who she is today.
She seems like a public information officer to me.
Okay, sure. So maybe she's a psyopt normie who just so happens to, be a program.
Maybe she works in a government position and has been brainwashed her entire life, and you're listening to her for some code that she's been fed as bullshit, and you're trying to make sense of it, and it's never going to make sense unless you listen to it as not two parts, as in one part.
Okay, I have a better experiment. What have you obtained that you feel is secret code in this presentation? Why don't you enlighten us? Maybe we're retarded.
I'm just trying to say that she's using technical terms that the average person is not going to know what she's saying. That's what I said.
She's dealing in a highly technical field.
Right, and I'm also saying that if everything's framed from a national security standpoint, yes, she's being robotic about it, but my point is she's looking at our data as if it's, everything's a threat to the national security. So from that framework, she's saying basically it's a waste until you can get down the cost of data analysis to a better level than what it is, what you just said, because you said you can't calculate the waste of basically bad data, right?
You
So
just
yeah.
you just did it yourself, though. You just answered your own question. Here's the thing. What is her job title?
I have no idea. This is the first time I've heard of her.
Okay. I don't know her technical job title either, but we're going to assume she's some type of data, right? Like caretaker for the NSA, right?
Public information officer.
So, regardless of her job title, here's the point. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is the average person's going to see this and say, oh, she's just being technical. But what I'm saying is if you put everything in the framework from which she's looking at it, and you start understanding what the terms she's using mean, it's a lot more sinister what she's saying rather than just, robotic.
Everything the NSA does is sinister from a point of view. The thing is, I don't believe this was ever intended to be like publicly spread, right? I believe she's doing a briefing to a group of military people that we can't see on the other side of the camera. And I believe later on, after it had become essentially not national security confidential, this video was then released to the public as an artifact.
What you would assume, since it's from the NSA, that they tactically released it for some reason. I'm sure they didn't want, private meetings like this to be,
So if they tactically released it and then you're replaying it, what do you think that means?
Well, I'm not replaying it. I'm watching it. So I don't know.
Well, I don't know. You're pretty keyed in on her little, looks like a fucking guy, by the way, but
that's the only thing I could say is this does look like she has some manly features and she's pretty robotic. But other than that, I feel like you just feel like it's something because you think it's something because it's NSA. That's what I'm obtaining from your description of why you feel like this has some secret information. You don't have any actual basis.
All I'm trying to say
to
is
NSA. It's like the boogeyman.
All I'm trying to say is that if you contextualize it, it makes a lot more sense rather than just listening to some boring bitch talk about shit. And that's all I'm trying to.
All right. Are you going to contextualize it for us, Neurojack?
yeah,
that's what
and he's trying to do it in a character way, in like a an entertaining way, is what the gist I felt from what he just said there, which isn't needed when it comes to the fact or the truth.
All right, so why don't you narrate it as she speaks?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
That'd be perfect, actually. No, go ahead, man. This is your strength. Show us what you got. Narrate. Tell us what this bitch is telling us in code. Break it down, or you just want to put a bunch of shit up and have us go, what the fuck did Neuro just fucking show us? You gonna run this time?
Yo, let him cook, bro. I want to see what he comes up with.
I'm sorry, bro. I gotta press these dudes.
Bro, I feel you. I just want to see him cook.
Yeah, so what's interesting about this is partly that the whole system taken down by one bug, and then she's obviously contextualizing it as a bug in the system, but it's just part of nature. So it's very interesting how she's talking. And yeah, it's funny. She does talk like a robot and she looks like a man, and it's interesting that the women, the technology becomes so simple that the women can run the machines, but those women are like, they're like quasi male, in a way, like they become manly, so that's an interesting effect of this whole exchange, the sort of how technology is is transforming people into essentially sexless robots, right? But yeah.
Told that story a lot of times. It turned out some people didn't believe me, particularly the American Federation of Information Processing Societies. So they made an expedition to Dahlgren, and sure enough, they found the first bug in the logbook under the Scotch tape. So they took a picture of it. And last year, in the July 1981 issue of the Annals of the History of Computers, they published a picture of the first bug. And I think it's rather nice that the Navy is keeping a few of the early artifacts, like the first bug and me and a few other things.
The Navy.
However, it finally got to be 1946.
Yeah, no, it's funny. It's funny you said it, Brown boy. It's a fucking grandma. She's like looking at her scrapbook. She's like, "Hey, this bug."
Dude, and like, yeah, and she's like 1946, like 1946. Like, oh, nothing was happening around then.
I got something for you guys to think about. Now, let's just assume that we're wrong, that the machines aren't turning people like women into men. Is it possible that the women that get attracted to technology is because they're unattractive and they can't actually go and do stuff that most pretty women would be doing, like dating men? And so they just sit in their house and play with the keyboard. And then you've got
it's like incel, but on the woman's side, yeah, for sure.
So I would see like a woman, she wants fame and recognition. She wants people to like look at her. You know what I'm saying? But she's not pretty, so she could get that validation through being smart. And so she becomes hyper logical and computer oriented.
I've met people that I've met women that weren't like that and then changed.
Now let me ask you guys, can you prove your claims? Can you contextualize that? Do you have any evidence for that?
Is your butt hurt?
I can't. Look at her face.
So maybe you guys are just reading into it too much.
Yeah, would you
maybe the contextualization of your butt hurtness right now has nothing to do with the conversation?
Is that a technical term?
Yep.
I think the irony is she's probably smarter than all of us combined. You guys are talking about freaking looks and pretty girls and whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, dude. You know what turns me on and makes me smart, dude, is when I wear a fucking uniform of a fucking Satanist military personnel. You know what? You're right, Reddington. Congratulations. You are correct. But she's so informative. So let's defend her.
I mean, Bill Gates is smart, but is he?
Yeah, he's called a mosquito whisperer. Yeah, Crypt Keeper, let her keep talking.
Yeah,
and each one of us had the war was over.
Give us a lot of informative contextualization of what she's saying, like you just did. Go ahead.
I bet she makes bad cookies.
I bet she makes better cookies than Neurojet.
Each one of us had to decide what we were going to do next. Now, up to that time, the Waves had all been reservists. In 46, the Navy offered the opportunity for the Waves to transfer to the regular Navy. So naturally, I applied for transfer to the regular Navy. And I was turned down because I was too old. The cutoff age was 38, and I was 40. And incidentally, it's just as well to be told you're too old when you're 40, because you go through the traumatic experience, and it never bothers you again after that. I really recommend it highly.
She looks like Jordan
However,
Peterson.
I elected to remain in the reserves. Now, back in those days in the reserves, we had 3 jobs to do: summer training duty, weekly meetings, and take correspondence courses. We had to take correspondence courses according to our designators. I was then an ordnance officer. At present, thanks to the now defunct Bureau of Naval Personnel, it turns out I'm an aeronautical engineer, but I don't worry about that. So I took ordnance courses, and of course the Navy was using all the old manuals at the end of the war. So I learned all about big guns and gun turrets and everything we were then phasing out of the Navy, though now it may come in handy again. Till I ran out of ordnance.
Things you don't know about.
The only other courses who would credit for my
I think this lady
war
would beat
college
Neurojack up in a one-on.
absolutely qualified. I sent for the first War College course, and they sent me the first problem. I was to fuel a task force at sea in minimum time, and all they told me was how fast the different ships could pump oil and receive oil. And of course, I knew nothing about fueling ships at sea. But I had to do something, so I lined up an oiler and a carrier and started pumping from the oiler to the carrier. Perfectly clear that wasn't going to get me minimum time. So I decided they must have given me the rates for some reason. I looked at those, found I could simultaneously pump oiler to carrier and carrier to destroyer. And they'd both be filling up because the rates were different. Now, somewhere along the line, somebody'd given me a course in problem solving, and they'd told me to always extend every solution. So I did. I started pumping from the destroyer to a corvette. We still had some then.
Sounds like someone else did a job for her.
But that course had also told me I must generalize every solution. So I did. On the other side of the oiler, I pulled up a cruiser and a destroyer and a corvette. I ended up with half the task force, all hitched up with lines, sailing down the middle of the ocean. And my problem was returned with the comment, an interesting solution. I decided that wasn't the way you fueled ships at sea. Well, along came the next problem. This time they gave me a squadron of submarines, told me scout the Caribbean minimum time. Well, I knew less about submarines than I did about oilers. So this time I called on my friendly computer to help me, and I used a random walk program for each of the submarines. You should have seen that map. I covered it in minimum time. It was beautiful. Only trouble was I had those submarines cutting across each other. They made U-turns, one little circle up here and go back. An interesting solution. I was even beginning to feel some sympathy for the poor guy at the War College that had to read my solutions.
It's funny. She thinks she's funny.
That was the important one. I was to make a plan to take an island. Then after I completed my plan, I was to make 2 reviews of it.
Right there, boys. Epstein Island. Got her.
Plan in the light of all possible enemy actions, all possible future events. And then I was to review the cost of not carrying out the plan. 2 reviews which are critical to any plan whatsoever. Yet I keep finding them left off of our plans for computers. We have a very bad tendency to base our plans for computers on the equipment we have in-house and the things we're doing now, and totally fail to review them in the light of the equipment that will be available and the things that we will be doing. I think the saddest phrase I ever hear in a computer installation is that horrible one, but we've always done it that way. That's a forbidden phrase in my office to emphasize the fact I keep a clock which operates entirely counterclockwise. Now, the first day people meet it, they can't tell time. By the second day, they discover what used to be 10 hours, now 10 after, they can tell time again. Normally, it's not until the 3rd day that they recognize that there was never any reason why clocks should run clockwise. They could just as well have run counterclockwise.
All right. Now that might be satanic.
Yeah, it is. That's what I was about to say. That kind of sounds very much similar to the notion of Kabbalistic inversion I was pointing out in the beginning. And
that I'll agree with.
Yeah, and the whole idea is that it doesn't matter how the information gets put into a system, that going both ways, they're basically the same. Static void, could you turn on your camera and wave to the camera? All right, yeah, I know you from before. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, how's it going?
You got her Satan TV badge on.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah. But anyways, this whole idea of how it doesn't matter what order the information gets put into the system, and also this whole concept of that well, I just think it's pretty interesting that she's talking about solving problems in this way, and how she says that you got to create a mind state in which people don't care about how the information is being presented, but just learn to evaluate it on its own terms, essentially. So yeah, so I'm gonna actually play that part again because it's fucking wacky what she just said, and yeah, I just thought it was, yeah, I thought it was wacky, and also she had this whole idea that like that you should just do shit and evaluate the information by what the growth of the data and what the future will look like. So she's like, we should just do things and then basically examine the results later, because we don't determine decisions by the present means we have to solve the problems at our capacity, but by what means we will have to solve them in the future. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, does that
She's
even make
literally
sense?
looking down at a script as well. I don't
Yeah.
know if I'm sure you guys saw that as well.
Yeah.
But yo, at the same time, right?
She's wearing a bow tie.
Like she is using like a satanic concept of like inversion, right? But at the same time, right? I think what she's actually trying to convey is that when it comes to certain systems, right? Like I've tried to implement stuff in companies, right? That'll make the company more efficient. Let's say it's a new way to do like leads in a sales company, right? But they don't want to change because usually like that's the way they're all used to doing it. Even if it's better, people resist change to their normal routine.
Upsetting the apple cart.
Yeah. People who can't withstand change are childish. It's autistic. But can we get back to like a more important point? Does this old bitch think that she's a man? Is she deluded? Does she have body dysmorphia? When women go into the military, they start preaching like they're men. Like that's a mental illness, right?
So are you going to go?
No, it's a code we need to break down from her, according to Neuro.
Come on, it's not that complex. Don't complicate.
Literally what he said.
No, you're complicating something that's very simple. This bitch thinks that she's a man.
I know.
Mentally ill. That's all there is to it.
Right. Yeah. So, like, I guess we should just go into the military, kick all the women out. I'm sure that's going to happen in the next 100 years.
Yeah, that's not what I said, dude.
All right. So let's just talk about it then.
Neuro likes to take positions that are very, like, opposite. So just get used to it, guy.
Yeah, but you can still play the devil's advocate without sounding like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's true.
But what if you are an idiot?
Well, who knows, right?
I'm just saying, everybody be nice to Neurojack.
Neurojack sounds like a fucking idiot. If he calls himself Neurojack, he sounds like he thinks he's got some type of...
Neurojack's got skills, but like when he like wants to try to like when he wants to try to run up on someone, like that's when he his skills don't rely on running up on people. I will say that.
Oh, whatever. I don't care who he is. He sounds like a bitch. I'll take him on one-on-one right now if he's on panel. Let's go. You're gonna build him up like he's on some type of pedestal? Fuck that guy, dude. Nobody on the internet has anything.
I totally failed to review them in the light of the equipment that will be available and the things that we will be doing. I think the saddest phrase I ever hear in a computer installation is that horrible one, but we've always done it that way. That's a forbidden phrase in my office to emphasize the fact I keep a clock which operates entirely counterclockwise. Now, the first day people meet it, they can't tell time. By the second day, they discover what used to be 10 hours, now 10 after, they can tell time again. Normally, it's not until the third day that they recognize that there was never any reason why clocks should run clockwise. They could just as well have run counterclockwise.
Do you want to differentiate the content here? The fact that she's a woman talking like a man? Like, that's the content here, is that she's speaking authoritatively, but she has a pussy. And it doesn't make any sense, right? That's the whole joke.
Yeah, let's not listen to what she says. Let's just talk about the fact she's a woman, and that's a great idea. You're doing a great job.
Oh, you're going to reduce what I said to me being stupid? No, the fact of the matter is the content here right now is that this bitch is military, but she's talking like she's not a bitch. She's a bitch.
Yeah, repeat it 4 or 5 more times. Maybe it'll be more important.
Okay, whatever. Who's talking right now? Who the fuck said that?
You know what? Whoever the new guy is, let Neuro actually...
I'm camming up right now.
Let Neuro actually narrate what she actually just said so that we... uncoding people who can't understand what you said.
Fucking idiot, dude. Why would anybody ever say that? Do you have a brain? Are you capable of thinking for yourself, or do you rely on...
I'm trying to be nice, bro. I really am.
Jeremy, we're retarded. We need him to decipher
I
it.
know. That's why I'm on panel. I'm trying to correct your
I'm
retarded.
really actually trying to do that.
All right. Maybe you can help us.
Look at that, dude. Look at that. I can help you. But you gotta ask for my help. I'm not just gonna give you my help.
Help us decode it, bro.
Yep.
You know what's
code
funny?
that shit.
She's a dumb woman and she shouldn't be in the military. So let's just talk about that, guys. Okay.
Well, that's the
Is
bottom
that why
line.
you brought that up? To
What?
make fun of yourself during your own chance to enlighten us on what you actually want to show?
No, I agree with you guys. You guys are right. I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Is this your pussy ass way of giving up,
No, this is my way of like being a part of a conversation.
Neurojack? Is this your pussy ass way of trying to get out of it? Having
You're
to
not
explain
very good at
yourself?
making conversation interesting. You just like to reduce it down to its basic parts, and then you just fucking what? You know how to have a conversation with people? That's right, motherfuckers. Are you guys capable of having a panel where people talk about interest?
What's up? You've made accusations towards me tonight. I am a derailer. You've made accusations such as
You're doing a great job, buddy. Go ahead.
Nicola.
Go ahead.
You've made such exaggerations, such as for the last 15 minutes you've interrupted what I've been trying to do, which is obviously incorrect.
Okay,
And you are incorrect also about the first
why
thing.
don't you go ahead and take
So,
why don't you just
what do
take
you have to say about being incorrect multiple times throughout the day as a human being, naturally, but then also coming on the internet and doing it as well?
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Maybe you should take the dick out of your mouth and I'll understand you better.
Dude, that was a good 7th grade fucking insult, bro.
Yeah,
Is that what you got? Dude, you have way more talent than this. Like, that's what's fucking disappointing. Is like you're that
I'm so happy
paranoid that
I'm
you
so
won't even allow your talent to fucking be there.
I'm glad you're giving me your opinion. That's just awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing back
So
up.
what made you come at me today?
All right, Jeremy, go ahead and give me your hate.
No, don't run. Don't run, Neuro. What made you come at me today?
Since you guys are on your
talking about
whatever, go ahead and gang up. Go
Shut
ahead and
the
get
fuck up, whatever your new guy is. Neuro,
get in your-
what
go ahead and
made
get
you
in your
come at
gang,
me
guys.
today?
Go ahead and throw up your gang signs. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, do it. Let's see what you got.
What made you come at me today, Neuro, with your accusations that I can't speak on? You told me I was not allowed to speak on something.
Sorry, I don't speak to females like you who want to talk like a man to me. So go ahead.
God, Neurojack,
Really,
dude.
bro? Like you're gonna like triple down on fucking stupid Avenue? You're gonna triple down on dumbass Avenue. You're not gonna have an honest conversation, which is all you claim to want to have. You're a fucking either a narcissist or you're a hypocrite.
Yeah, well, he wants to control the conversation. He's a narcissist. He wants to control.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Oh, we have the psychological
No, I've been telling you that you have all these talents while you just sit here and try to shit on me, bro. And I've been trying to show you the difference in levels of them, but you've been just saying, "I don't talk to women," like a fucking idiot.
I just figured out what Jeremy is.
You're like a doll that you can pull, and you got 7 fucking things you can say.
Guys,
Okay?
I cracked the code. Jeremy is a cross between Mr. Bean and Hormaxer.
Okay. Cool.
Yo, Neurojack, I don't want your respect, bro. If you're gonna act like that much of a bitch, fuck you.
And
for
there
the
it
hands
is.
to go by the digits.
Yeah.
I have another clock that has a pointer and the digits go around on a drum. Tells perfectly good time. Of course, by now I have a digital clock. And my helpful crew gave me an hourglass. But they sit there day in and day out and say never, never, never. In this
Just
office say,
for the 3rd
but
time
we've
tonight.
always done it that way. Now, when it comes to carousels at airports, I can see a good reason why they run this way. That's because most people are right-handed, and that's the way you grab your bag. I still haven't found out why helicopter rotors go the way they do, but I find it rather interesting that we've always done it this way. Seems to be so much embedded in things. And it's the most dangerous phrase you can use in a computer installation. So hopefully, I'll give each one of you a very small gift. I will promise you something. If during the next 12 months, any one of you says, but we've always done it that way, I will instantly materialize beside you and I will haunt you for 24 hours and see if I can get you to think again. And I know it works. I've already had over 70 letters thanking me for haunting people. I'll be there. We've got to accept the new things that are ahead. One of the major difficulties is the difficulty of changing people's minds. I had to give a
Right. We got to accept the new things that are ahead, you know, and the only problem that she could perceive in that is changing people's minds about the new issues that are going on. You know, the essential thing that stands in the way of the new changes is people, you know, the people who might disagree with it, right? So you got to focus on the information flow and how to change those people's minds. And yeah, it doesn't matter in what order the information flows throughout the system. You know, that's not important. These are rudimentary issues within the that's a piece of information that's not relevant, is what she's trying to say. But yeah, fascinating that she doesn't take into account, you know, the dangers of innovation. And what she says, you know, it's almost like she's saying, do the thing and then figure out what the results are later, you know, which is, you know, kind of strange, you know, that we need to evaluate problems in new
Way
ways.
off point, dude. You're way off point. What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you think?
She's talking about teaching young people to learn how to be a part of society. She's talking about reinvigorating society with traditional values.
Traditional values.
She's military. She's talking to young people. She's trying to, dude, paranoid chillin'. Are you schizophrenic?
Well, no. How could she be imbuing society with traditional values if she's like a very masculine, you know, lady that's basically in charge of the military? You said that's, you know,
What?
basically, yeah,
Very
yeah. You know, you said,
charged with the military. What the fuck did you just say, dude?
yeah,
you
like
think
you remember you said that that's not traditional, right?
I did not say that's not true. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Well, you said it's a problem, right? So
No,
why
I
would it be a
didn't.
problem?
No, you can either quote what I actually
Why would
said.
why would it be a problem for a woman to be in charge of the military?
I never said that would be a problem. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Okay, this dude's pretty forgetful. You gotta rewind the tape, dude. You actually said that.
Bro, it's Jeremy. He's made out of Laffy Taffy.
Yeah, I guess he's just Laffy Taffy guy. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, for sure, dude.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
presentation for the EVP policy committee, Joint Chiefs of Staff, all admirals and generals. I had to remind those gentlemen that they've had piles of big reports sitting on their desk that they'd had to read.
What happened?
Pause the video. So, Machine Lies, you're coming with a claim. What is the claim that you're trying to promulgate through this video?
Well,
So
that's too general. That's too general of a question.
Okay, what's your claim though? What's your thesis? Why are you promulgating?
Well, I've made several claims. You got to be more specific.
Well, I just tuned in. I don't watch your show. I think you're kind of a fucking cringe lord. But what's your
right? But if you had a point about what I was saying, I could engage you. But if you didn't watch what I was saying, then it's
make
hard
your
for me
point
to.
and I'll engage. What the fuck? Why are you wasting time?
Well, I don't necessarily have a point right now, but I've made several in the past. You got to go and watch it.
Okay.
Come
Oh my
back.
God, dude.
Yeah, come back with the point that you have an issue with, and we can engage you. Thank you.
All right, well, let me give you a point right here. Why the fuck do you not know what you're talking about?
Well, I'm not talking about anything at the moment. So what are you?
Hey,
what are you referring
Jeremy, that's you.
Oh, that's me. Yeah, okay. I'm the host of the show. I'm the one producing a show right now. I'm trying to make a point.
So what are you confused about what I was saying?
I just wanted you to make a point. So you're playing this video about this military chick.
No, here, hold on. Hold on a second. You got to make a point about what I'm saying, right? For me to engage you, right? So if you have a point about what I'm saying, go ahead and make it, and then I can engage you. If not, we're gonna have to move on. Because if you don't have a point, then you can't continue on telling me I'm not making a fucking point. You're making a point about how I'm not making a point. So what point about what I've said you're saying is not a point? You understand? Right? Let's not fucking get caught up here, right?
I think his
Because
brain is lagging. I don't think he
I
realizes
think
that we're analyzing this video to make a point when we see one.
right. Like we're
Point
just going
is,
through it.
you don't
Like we'll
have a
figure out the
point. My point is you don't have a point. I'm asking you to say
right.
point.
And my
You want
answer
him to
to you,
invent it?
right? My answer to you is about me not having a point is that you don't have one.
No, that's not up to me to make a point. You're the one promulgating
Yeah, it
the
is.
show.
Yeah, no. You're speaking on the show, and you claim you're making a point, but you're
You
not.
are so stupid, dude. You are okay. So you're the one playing the video right now, right?
Right, and you're the one watching the video.
Okay, so you chose this video to make a point, right? And
No,
what is the point?
no. You clicked on the show, right? You came in here to make a point, but you don't have one.
No. I clicked on the show before you started playing the clip.
No,
So-
look. You're such a fucking retard that you clicked on a show that you don't like in order to not make a point, and you're pretending like you're making a fucking point. So what's your fucking point? What's your fucking point? That you're making, right? This big fucking point that you're making. I'd love to hear it. Go ahead and make your fucking point.
My point is you don't have a point. My point.
No,
we agree.
No, sir, you don't have a fucking point. You don't have a fucking point.
We don't have a point yet. We're looking for one though in the video.
Didn't absorb big decisions they'd had to make, and they had not had time to keep up with the technology that was changing overnight, and therefore they were going to have to learn to listen to their juniors. I'm telling all the youngsters, officer and enlisted and civilian, never take the first no. There are a certain number of people in business, industry, government who always say no the first time you suggest something new because they're lazy. And if they say yes, they're going to have to do something about it. But there's another group that are even more dangerous in a way who always say no the first time you suggest something new or different because they want to see if you believe in it enough to come back and ask again. So never take the first no. Always go back and ask again. As a matter of fact, I take about 4 no's and then I figure out how to get around the guy, but that technique comes with age. I ran into one of these guys during World War II in Buard. After about 2 or 3 suggestions, I noticed he always said no to things the first time. So the next time I wanted to suggest something, I said, let's pretend this is the second time I'm presenting this.
I wonder what else this guy said no to her about.
I think that's where she got it from. She was rejected so many times. She just was like, I'm not taking a no for an answer. It's going to be a lifestyle.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, I guess you didn't. I guess you didn't understand the implications of that statement before she.
I wonder if he said sir, no sir, or and no.
Oh shit!
You guys are fucking idiots, dude. There's a point to be made here, and you guys are like
Jeremy, make a fucking point or move on. Make a fucking point or move on.
All right, my point is you guys fucking suck, dude. You guys suck.
All right, then you've made your point.
Machine Lies is schizophrenic for sure. She's schizophrenic.
No shit, buddy.
Yeah, so why would anybody listen to what you have to say? You're schizophrenic.
Why would anybody listen to you? You're no shirt, no shoes, no service, buddy.
Bro, you can't even argue with a schizophrenic, bro.
Did you really just say no shirt, no shoes, no service as if that's a comeback, dude?
It is. Don't cam up. Cam down. Cam the fuck down, buddy. Cam down. Ain't nobody trying to see that shit. Cam down. All right. I'll leave you in the back then.
I said, you always say no the first time. And he looked at me with the funniest expression. I had him over the barrel from then on because I just go and say, this is the 4th time I'm requesting this. Let's just say yes now. So never take the first no on a new concept. It's terribly important that we listen to our youngsters. Some very interesting things are happening in the Navy.
Hey, Jeremy, no shirt, no shoes, no service, homie.
Yo, your boy Jeremy's getting sketchier by the minute.
Yeah, I'm feeling like he's trying to like P-bomb this whole activity here. We're doing some activities. Let's do standing up. No. You're looking sus, Jeremy. You got to just relax, buddy. Take some more of those drugs that you're taking, right?
Yeah, I'll keep drinking beer. I'm just drinking beer.
Yeah. Drink some beer. It'll calm your nerves.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Are you a schizophrenic?
I remember when I had my first beer.
Okay, that's not relevant.
Yo, this show's not really about me right now.
So you're paranoid and schizophrenic.
Oh man, dude, you gotta stop talking over the video for real.
You know, one case of a young lieutenant junior grade who went aboard a ship. Navy thought it was too small to have a computer. He took his own computer aboard. He was an admin.
Video, dude.
Pretty soon he had all the ship's records in his computer. He was getting all the reports out on time, beautiful, accurate. Everything was just marvelous. When he was transferred, the captain had to buy his computer. I know another case where the commander of a squadron was told to take his squadron out to a carrier. He found that when he did, he would have to leave all his maintenance records in the Naval Air Rework Facility, the NARF. This didn't please him at all. He wanted the maintenance records of his planes with him. So he went out and bought himself an Apple. With the assistance of an ensign and a DP in the NARF, he borrowed, stole, liberated, copied his records from the NARF into his Apple, got a case for it, put it in the space behind his seat, which is supposed to take his suitcase, and flew off to the carrier with all of his maintenance records and a computer with which to keep them up to date. Every commander of every squadron should have that. Somebody said, are you supposed to do that? He said, I didn't ask. I long ago discovered, of course, you don't.
Wow, that seems like it could be an intelligence breach. This guy just running around with his own personal fucking computer. God knows it's on his fucking computer. I mean, is it really going to let him get away with that? And his answer is, I didn't ask. What a bold fucking answer, to be honest. All right, aren't they supposed to submit to authority? Isn't there a crisis there? Right? I mean, see, this was the crisis within the system. You know, there's a hierarchy of order within the system, but the decisions have to be able to, you know, you need the free flow of information within the system. So, you know, the decisions can't be made in such a way as to strain the information that's coming in. So, I mean, it's just a paradox of really information, really, you know. And the paradox really materializes in the question between privacy and security, right?
All have the same advantage I have, but I long ago discovered that the best way to get something done was to do it, and if necessary, apologize.
Okay, no talking over the video.
It's much easier to apologize. You have no idea. Oh, gee, I didn't know I couldn't do that. I can turn into the most helpless old female you ever saw. We've got to listen to our youngsters. We've got to do the new things.
All right.
And it isn't too hard to apologize, believe me.
All right, Jeremy, I gotta, you know, you can't be showing your naked body on this fucking platform here, buddy. I'm sorry. That you know, 3 strikes, you're out, friend. No shirt, no shoes, no service. You know, can't act like a paranoid schizophrenic here. All right, you know, real halfway house energy and real meth lab, you know, optics. You know what I'm saying, right? So real, you can't fuck with that shit. I know the middle finger. You know, have a good night, sir.
This may surprise you, but we don't like to look at naked men.
Yeah, really, dude. Like, I don't know who that's for, but yeah, most of the audience here is men. So if you like showing other men your naked body, you know, you know, real W for you tonight. But yeah, you know, really, it's getting a little bit, you know, because I got to look at the screen while I do the show, so I do not want to see that, buddy. You know, sorry.
Young electronic technician, first class, out in the Pacific Fleet, built a computer. The PR man of his ship thought this was terrific. So he took a picture of the sailor and his computer and put it in Navy Times.
It's all good, homie. Just put a shirt back on and you can come back on. You know, it is what it is. You know.
Admiral Cullen saw it. So he wrote a letter to the sailor and congratulated him. And he sent it direct through the mail instead of sending it through channels. So the sailor decided that the admiral could write him direct. He could write the admiral direct. And he did. And he thanked the admiral for his letter. He pointed out he didn't know admirals read Navy Times, but he was glad they did. He then went on for 10 pages, both sides, single-spaced, and told the admiral exactly what was wrong with the computers in the Pacific Fleet and what ought to be done about it. It was probably the best survey we'd ever seen. So Admiral reached out his hand and said, ET-1 Slater, Pacific Fleet to Norfolk. He gave him 3 more ETs and some DPs, that's our programmers, and some money, told him to build a computer. In 4 months' time...
Let me see how much of this video is left. Seems like there's 18 minutes of this fucking video left. I guess I'll watch it. I mean, you see, this show's not really been planned at all, so I'm just really watching this video for the first time. But yeah, it's interesting. The video, what she's saying so far. I mean, honestly, you know, to be quite honest, like some of the things she said is fucking weird. Her personality is very strange. You know, she's like a granny telling stories, but also like a total like robot, like manly in a way, like how they were talking about. So it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, dude. It's just like too much for tonight. We gotta like move on. Especially with the Kaczynski thing. I'm not gonna be like, you know, engaging, because as we narrow into more and more serious shit here, so hopefully we'll just, when we get to the Kaczynski thing, we'll just look at that on its own, and it is what it is. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. We're definitely having some. So these last two streams have not been planned, so we've had lots of interesting panel dynamics, lots of impromptu conversations, and interesting characters joining. Usually, when we have heavy topics, you don't get that many people to join. As now you see, there's 3 people sitting on the panel, and we're looking at a video by the National Security fucking Agency. So you could tell as you narrow into things, John C. Lilly, that's a more eye-catching topic. More people want to engage, talk about drug experiences and things. Terrence McKenna and stuff. Then you get into, more, you kind of filter people out, and that's a little bit of the thing that works with me anyways, because as a show closes down, I'm really not trying to have too many people here. We just get like just fucking wind down and just have like people here. Usually it's just me and Reddington when it ends.
Reddington's like a piece of furniture. He's always around.
Yeah, or better yet, tree.
Tree.
I'll take a tree over furniture.
Exactly.
At least that's living.
Yeah. A wise old tree.
Amount of off-the-shelf components. They build it. 3 small boxes, database management system, and everything. Just beautiful. They set them up as the micro evaluation group. It's under the Naval Regional Data Center, Norfolk. They've run every micro in the country and run most of the software. They know exactly what's available and what you can do with it. Anybody in the Navy thinking of getting microcomputers can consult with them, and they'll give them real good, solid help writing the RFP or acquiring the computer that they need for that job. 3.5, 4 months ago, I've forgotten just when, they put on a seminar on microcomputers. They didn't think they'd really get very many people. They hoped for 100 people. They had to cut it off when they got 300. They got a hall in one of the local Norfolk buildings. They had booths. They leaned on all the micro manufacturers, each to bring in their micro.
It's just funny when people come on the show and they're like, I don't really know what this show's about. I don't really watch it. And then they call it a conspiracy show. It's like, it's like, we don't really like talk. We don't really mention conspiracies that much. So I don't know where you got that impression. But yeah, interesting.
We were just arguing that it's not a conspiracy.
Right. So yeah, we barely even use the word conspiracy out here. But yeah, it's funny that so you could tell that somebody got information from somewhere else about what the show was about, because they don't watch it themselves, and then they're like trying to talk about what the show's about on the show, but they don't really know like what the topic is. So it's like, yeah, in order to make a point, you must know the topic, sir. So let that be a critical, and of course, yes, fun. Yes, fun is evident. Fun is, the
Isn't Jeremy the dude that always? Doesn't he come on with the glasses and the plaid shirts, bro?
I wish he had a motherfucking
I'm saying,
plaid
I
shirt
think
on.
I've seen him before on the show, but he used to come on with like a plaid shirt and the sunglasses and like, what I'm saying, try to be like a biker or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I mean, the lore on Jeremy is that he tried to get that he's the simping for Grace Thorpe. So I don't know if that's true. I haven't confirmed the allegations, but that's a low stage in human development.
Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
And they had every one of those micros, I think there were 27 or something like that of them, every one of those micros running an actual Navy problem. So when the Navy came in, they could see the micros doing their kind of problem. They've got some marvelous speakers. Probably one of the most successful seminars on micros I've ever seen, all put on by those young enlisted men. In fact, Slater, who's now chief, has recently written an excellent paper, Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About Microcomputers But Didn't Know Who to Ask. It's top-notch. You can get a copy from Nardak Norfolk. Excellent job. All the questions you should ask when acquiring a micro and why the different answers apply to different things. It's top-notch for an individual who wants to get a microcomputer or for a small installation, like our small naval bases and so on that want to get a microcomputer. It's a beautiful job. It's contributed a tremendous amount to the Navy. We've got to learn to listen to those young men. They're bright as they can be, and they really know that equipment. And it's true of our young officers and our young enlisted men. We've got to learn to listen to them, because the uppermost people have been much too busy managing things to keep up with the technical developments. There was something else that was driving me toward the future and worrying about the future. When I met Mark I back in 1944, Mark I was 51 feet long, 8 feet high, 8 feet deep. She was in a magnificent glass case designed by Norman Belgettis. And what's more, she had 72 whole words of storage.
That's just funny that they called the thing Mark. Like, I don't know, like.
These are gematria words, by the way. 72, 23. Now she's laying out the shit, bro. Neurojack might have had a point, bro.
Sad Jumbo.
Yeah, and this whole idea with, Mark of the Beast. You know what I mean? Funny shit. But yeah, Mark 1. I thought it was called Mach 1. But yeah.
Each word consisted of 23 decimal digits in an algebraic sign. And, in addition, she could do 3 additions every single second. 3 times every second, she could get 2 quantities from memory, add them together, and put the answer back. That sounds pitiful to you today, but if you go back and look at the newspapers and magazines of that period, you'll find that Mark I was the most remarkable tool that man had ever built, because she was the first tool that assisted the power of his brain instead of the strength of his arm. The very first.
Okay, so this is interesting that such a rudimentary development in computing could be foreseen to be such a critical stage in human development, right? Even when it was just adding up 2 single digits together, so that means that, these processes were foreseen as being highly, packed with possibility, essentially describing what she was talking about earlier, that they foresee the developments of these things way before they plan society on the developments and not on the technology that they have at their disposal at the moment now. So that is extremely interesting, stuff. And it lets you know how they're basically how they're designing the system. That's one of the ways in which they're designing the system.
Yo, she said brain and the strength of his arm, bro. You know what I mean? He needs to receive the mark on his forehead or on his hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, she's anthropomorphizing the computer. Yeah, and she's like, she is kind of like talking about, like, she's like, he, which is funny because, a lot of the programmers, they call the computer like she, so it's interesting, just the anthropomorphizing, that, to her it's a he, but to a male programmer it's a she, so
she was calling, I think, the program a she, but then she was referring to him as the person who would increase their power of their brain and the strength of their arm.
Yeah, so
if I'm not wrong.
So that might be interesting. She might be looking at the technology, the physical unit as male, and then the program within the unit as female. Even more Kabbalism, because that's like the Shekinah spirit within the temple. It's like fucking crazy. Right?
They want to unite the masculine and feminine in the transhumanist agenda.
Yeah.
Which explains her appearance and demeanor.
Yeah. That's the type of stuff that
it did start off pretty rudimentary, but it's getting really sketchy by the second.
One. She did an addition in 333 milliseconds.
Oh shit!
shit!
Oh shit! Right as we said that, yo, and it's 33 minutes into this video too, by the way. So it's
Son of a beach
and
nut.
there's also 33 people watching this. So if you're watching, Jeremy, please explain these things. You know, put a fucking shirt on and explain these things.
Yo, at 33 minutes, it just popped off into full-blown occultism.
$333 milliseconds. What?
You know, I'm saying 1/3 is out of the 1,000. That's 1/3. 1/3 fell, bro.
Per second, 333 thousandths of a second. We didn't stop there. There were a lot more computers built during the rest of the war, most of them under contract to the Department of Defense at various universities. Not till 1951 did we have the first commercial electronic computer, and that was old UNIVAC 1. And a year ago at the National Computer Conference, they celebrated her 30th birthday. She even got a birthday cake. And UNIVAC 1 could do an addition in 282 microseconds, 282 millionths of a second, and we were going 1,000 times faster. We didn't stop there. By 1964, out came the first of the CDC 6400s, and it did an addition in 300 nanoseconds, 300 billionths of a second. And we were again going 1,000 times faster.
Is anybody here on panel a certified genius or at least 130 IQ?
Just you.
All right, cool. So do you know what she's talking about?
Nope, we're retarded.
All right, cool. So you guys just mentioned 1/3 darkness. Somebody just say that?
I guess so. You're the genius.
Oh, yeah, I know. I have a perfect memory. So metaphysics. Is anybody familiar with metaphysics?
Tell us about it.
No. I just want to. I'm not here to preach. I just want to know if you guys are on the same page.
Is that the physics of the Facebook?
No.
Metaphysics?
No.
Oh. What is
All
that?
right, so what she's talking about. So the 1/3 darkness. Did you not make the connection? The 33% darkness.
Is that metaphysical?
Oh my God, you're fucking stupid. Okay, so there are 24 hours in a day. How many hours of that day are dark? 8, right? 8 hours of the day are dark, right?
Okay.
1/3 of the darkness is literally like, so are you following what I'm saying?
But what if you live in Alaska?
Wow. Great hot take. Yeah, because everybody lives in Alaska.
Just saying.
Yeah, just saying. Do you understand what she's talking about?
Why don't you tell me, bro? I'm asking you.
All right, so 1/3 darkness. I just farted. Sorry. All right, so 1/3 darkness. So you spend how much time of your day in light? And how much time do you spend in darkness? Give me a fucking ratio.
Are you talking about you or me?
You.
I mean, it depends on the day.
I'm not talking emotional. I'm talking literally.
I mean, sometimes I'll be in the house.
Okay, yeah, so you're not even grasping my point. So if you study kinematics, Earth's orbitational consistency.
It's way over my pay grade, bro.
Exactly. So if you study orbital or like the cosmos or whatever, Earth spends 8 hours a day in darkness. And it spends...
Wait, Earth spins?
Spends, not spins. Spends.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, but Jeremy, I'm pretty sure that's just physics and not metaphysics, right?
No. I can bring it back to metaphysics if you want me to.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. How does it connect to metaphysics?
They're fucking stupid. I'm at base level here.
Listen, bro, you're the genius.
Right,
Yeah,
right. So how do you connect it to metaphysics?
All right, so can I talk without being interrupted? All right, cool.
Yeah,
so
but you gotta hurry this up, you know, because this is taking a long time. This is taking a long time for you to explain.
Okay,
yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's taking you like 4 or 5 minutes to break this shit down.
be interrupted. If I'm going to say something important, I don't want to be interrupted.
All right. Here, you have the floor for the next 2 minutes. Go ahead and explain how the orbital frequency or whatever the fuck it ties into metaphysics. Go ahead.
The metaphysics of it. Okay, so 2/3 light, 1/3 darkness, right? That's the ratio that she just expressed, right? Can I get a confirmation?
Yes.
Okay, good. So Earth's gravitational field with the sun provides the same quantitative consistency, right?
What?
So if you actually, oh my God, you guys are fucking stupid. So if you analyze Earth's orbitational orbit, not to be redundant, the Earth spends 1/3 of its time in darkness and the other 2/3 in light, right?
But yo, isn't it like when there's one part of the Earth is in darkness, a different part is in the light? So it's always in the light.
Way to detract from what I'm trying to say. If you stand, okay, relativity. Are you familiar with relativity? Frame of reference.
Isn't that like some Einstein shit?
Yeah, exactly. Are you familiar with frame of reference?
Tell me about it.
Oh my God, you guys really are fucking stupid. Okay, so if you're standing on one point on the planet, you have a certain frame of reference, right? But if you're on the opposite side of that planet, you have a separate frame of reference, right?
Yeah, like if you're in Alaska, it could be daytime all day.
Right. Right? So let's talk consistency. So this chick is talking about 1/3 darkness, 2/3 light. That's obviously not an Alaska situation. That's a real world situation where we all spend 8 hours sleeping and then we wake up to 16 hours of work, right?
Well, who's we? You got a turd in your pocket?
Dude, why are you're wanting, dude, just fucking listen to what I'm saying and try to have a conversation with me. Don't be
I'm just saying, what, like, if it's cloudy, it's not light.
All right,
Jeremy,
I can't
Jeremy,
continue. And this guy's
Jeremy, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's best if you don't continue because you're actually out of time. We took 2 minutes and I still don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But we're gonna have to go on with the show. No. If I could just make a suggestion.
Stupid. You guys are
No, if I could just make a suggestion, next time spend less time asking if people know what you're talking about and more time just breaking down the subject that you're referring to, because I did not collect from that like what the point of your analysis really was. But yeah, to reiterate a previous dialogue, what is your point?
Yo, he's the next Stephen Hawking, y'all.
Yeah, but and you can't talk over me, but you know what I mean? Since you're not, since you got the shirt situation figured out, we'll let you on here. Thank you.
Whatever, dude. You're a fucking shit host.
Well, I just got to move on. I just don't got time. You're happy to have whatever opinion you want of me.
I'm right, and you cut me off because I'm sounding smart.
Well, I just don't have all day. You could have actually been making a genius point. I may grant you that, but you know what I mean. I'll never know because you weren't able to break it down within the time span.
I was building, and you cut me off like the little jealous.
I got to because this video is gonna take forever to watch, so we got to move on here. Thank you.
When you get threatened by somebody else who is smarter, do you cut them off?
Now, if you're not about the future, as I am, naturally you have to try and write the next line, see what it looks like. 19 question mark. Will we need an XYZ system that adds in 300 picoseconds, 300 trillionths of a second for a complete addition? Storage to adder, add them together and put the answer back. Another 1,000 times faster. The answer is we need it right now. There are a couple of problems which we need it very badly. The population of the world is increasing. That means we have to increase food supplies. The biggest assist we could give to increasing food supplies would be better long-term weather forecasts. You may remember a couple of years back they planted corn out in Iowa. Before it was fully rooted, heavy rains came, washed it all out. They had to wait for a second shipment of seed and fertilizer and plant again. It was too late. The early frost.
Pause it. All right. So you got to understand this bitch is about to die.
Yeah, so actually my StreamYard might crash soon, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and reset this thing. But yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back in a minute with this 35 minutes in. We're in this. Okay, give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry.
35:45.
35:45.
Break it down. Oh, giant cutlery.
Giant cutlery.
That's right. I would fucking get out of my van and start dancing around with it, but somebody's probably gonna call the cops.
Yeah, no cops. It's like we made a little loop there, full circle, perhaps.
Yeah, how you doing, Van Daddy? You seem like you're partying. I'm drunk too, so cheers, man. Hey, Machine Lies, is your background a form of grandiosity? Do you actually believe you're some type of like philosopher on YouTube? Anyways, let's forget that. Van Daddy,
Why is your screen icon orca whale?
I'm in Seattle. I'm kind of a serious.
The Midnight Chariot.
What part of Seattle are you?
I'm gonna wait for him to stop playing the music. So.
No, fuck that shit. What part of Seattle are you in?
I'm gonna wait for him to stop playing the music.
Oh, it's never gonna happen. That is always the question. What part of Seattle?
I'm waiting here. I'm not gonna fucking tolerate this bullshit.
No, don't wait. Fuck waiting. Answer.
I'm gonna wait for this to be over so we have a real.
Get to all politician, he says. Airspace.
Pick up office.
Get to all tax collectors, he says.
Yeah.
IND. The referee. Here is Marshall. No Marshall.
God damn.
Yeah, it's gonna be over pretty soon. Don't worry. Then we get back to good radio.
Fuck you.
Yeah, we'll take a little music break soon, but I'm going to play this for a little more while. Thank you, guys.
Got it. If they'd known the rains were coming, they could have delayed the first planting and would have had that crop. Yet we do not today have a computer which will run a full-scale model of the big heat engine which consists of the atmosphere and the oceans. We haven't even tested all of our models. Now, that didn't matter till a few years ago. We didn't have the data to feed into those models. The Navy was dropping radio-equipped buoys in the rivers of the oceans to get more information. We were putting sensors on commercial airliners, recorded on tape and took them off when they landed. But now we have the satellite photographs. Those satellite photographs, the Landsat photographs, are so darn good that when they're fully enhanced by computer, we can actually tell how high the waves are out in the middle of the Pacific. We can tell what the temperature of the ocean is 20 feet below the surface. Of course, there's a catch. To fully enhance a satellite photograph takes 10 to the 15th power of arithmetic operations. It's close to 3 days on our best computers, and the weather's already happened. Yet we desperately need that information. There's another area in which we're going to need computers. The news magazines, it's one of the, every so often they turn it up. I think the Corps of Engineers worries about it, but nobody seems to really point at it very hard. That's the question of management of water. My sister lives in northern New Jersey. A year ago spring, they were limited to 50 gallons of water apiece a day. And they came around and looked at the water meters, and if anybody used more than that, they fined them. Down in Norfolk, they began to run short of water. Now, Norfolk, city of Norfolk draws its water from wells. So they decided they'd better drill a couple more wells. And they got awful cute about it. They drilled them in the corner of the naval base and thought they'd get away with it. But they were in Suffolk County. So now Suffolk County is suing Norfolk County for stealing their groundwater. Nobody's getting the water, of course. Down in Florida, they drew so much water, they opened huge sinkholes and dumped houses and cars into them. Out in Colorado, the eastern half of the state's dry, the western half has water. So, same thing. So, the Easterns think it'd be a ducky idea to poke a tunnel through the Rockies and get water from the western half. No way are the Westerners going to give their water to the nasty old Easterners. In fact, Colorado, Nevada, California, all those states out there are in the courts fighting over who can draw how much groundwater from where and how much water from which river. Water supplies are going to be one of our major problems of the future. We may even import water from Canada instead of oil. Can you imagine what kind of computer power it's going to take to manage water so that every individual in the United States gets his fair share of pure water? It's going to be one of the biggest jobs we ever tackle. At the other end of the scale, we need the itty-bitty computers. I'm awfully fond of a small town in New Hampshire. They used to have sort of a septic system and a great big open burning dump. Along came EPA and said, you can't do those awful things anymore. We'll give you a large sum of money. You will put in a tertiary treatment plant for the sewage and an incinerator in place of the dump. So they did. They even had a parade with a band and everything when they dedicated the incinerator. They love parades in New England. Then they found they had another problem. Because they took the EPA money, the nice little old lady who keeps the town records, which used to be two lists, one a list of the taxpayers, she checked them off, paid taxes. The other's a list of voters, she checked them off at town meeting. But now she has to report to the township, the county, the state, the federal government, EPA, OSHA, EEOC, IRS, Social Security, government reports. Every one of them is arranged differently and totaled differently. And she's going to have a computer just to get the government reports out. And that's happening to every small business, every doctor, every lawyer, and every small town across the country. We're still going to need the itty-bitty computers. Everything from the itty-bitty up to the great big ones. I said we're going to have some trouble getting there. To explain that, I have to explain something about myself. I'm an extraordinarily...
Okay, so that kind of demonstrates the interdependency of the technology within the system and how it leads to increased systems of interconnectedness. So the different parts of the system become an integrated whole over time, you know, and this leads to a sort of technological monism and a technological determinism. This is different from monistic and deterministic ideas on a mass scale, but it leads to these two concepts: the interconnectedness of the system and the speed and pace of innovation within the system, right?
Yep.
So those are the two. Yeah, how old is this video? This video is from 1982. You know, so yeah, you could already tell that a lot of these ideas that she's talking about have been implemented today, right? But yeah.
Straight up, dog.
Annoying employee. I normally drive all of my bosses totally nuts because I won't do anything till I understand what I've been told to do. So when you tell me to do something, I start asking questions till I get a clear picture of what I've been told to do. Well, they told me that first computer was adding in milliseconds. So now I naturally said, what's a millisecond? Well, they told me it's 1,000th of a second. And I had a problem immediately. I could see a second go by on the clock, but darned if I could see 1,000th of it. So I said, please show me a millisecond. And nobody would show me a millisecond. Time went on with me still fussing till somebody stuck a finger on one of my programs and said, hey, you wasted 5 microseconds. And I said, so what? What's a microsecond? Well, they told me it was 1,000,000th of a second. And again, I had a problem. In the first place, I didn't know what a million of anything was. The biggest check I'd ever seen was less than $1,000. I didn't know what a million was. And if I didn't know what a million was, I didn't know what a millionth was. And I fussed and fumed. I wanted to know what a microsecond was. I got nowhere. Pretty soon over in the engineering building, they started talking about circuits that acted in nanoseconds, billionths of a second. Well, that really had me on the ropes. Because in the first place, I didn't know what a billion was. I don't think most of those guys up in Washington do either. And if you don't know what a billion is, how on earth do you know what a billionth is? I fussed and fumed. Finally, one morning, in total desperation, I called over to the engineering building, and I said, please cut off a nanosecond and send it over to me. And I brought you some today. Now, what I wanted when I asked for a nanosecond was, I wanted a piece of wire which would represent the maximum distance that electricity could travel in a billionth of a second. Because it wouldn't really be through wire. It would be out in space at the velocity of light. So if you start the velocity of light and use your friendly computer, you discover that a nanosecond is 11.8 inches long. The maximum limiting distance that electricity can travel in a billionth of a second. Well, I was real happy with my nanosecond. I looked at it from all angles. I thought about it. I looked at wall switches and counted the distance. Some of those lights went on. Gee, these may have taken a couple thousand nanoseconds. Finally, at the end of about a week, I called back and said, look, I need something to compare this to. Could I please have a microsecond? I've only got one microsecond, so I can't give each one. There's a microsecond. 984 feet. I sometimes think we ought to hang one over every programmer's desk so they'll know exactly what they're throwing away when they throw away a microsecond. I hope you'll all get some of these nanoseconds. I've got lots of them with me.
Okay, so that lets you know, people say it's impossible to turn these things off because they're functioning with satellites, that function in space, but those satellites are controlled by machines that function on the ground, and those machines have a physical limit to how much information they could send. The time and the space is compacted in between these wires, right? These wires are necessary for them sending the information.
I think that was the case, but I think there are autonomous satellites now.
Yeah, but there has to be some type of ground control. They can't function without some type of ground control,
That's if they need to control it, but like, for example, let's say you build a satellite, and you have like a gyroscope in it, and an altimeter. You can set it up where, like that satellite's supposed to come down to orbit at a certain time, right? Due to like the nature of how they fall with like whatever you want to call it, gravity. I don't really believe in the way that we understand it, but essentially that satellite could orient itself without any input indefinitely as long as it has power. And as long as it receives sunlight to the solar panels and all the equipment functions, it could technically outlast us if it's built in the right way. Now, also, they do have, people that are not on Earth, they claim, you know what I'm saying, that are essentially operating these things from, the sky. So it doesn't need input from Earth necessarily. And then we also have relays, and you can send a command to a relay station, and that relay station could send out commands to multiple things. We've advanced significantly in our understanding of what is possible technically with the technology we have today. You know what I'm saying? She's thinking of it in terms of light, but she's also trying to figure out how fast energy passes through, a wire, and she's comparing that to a program. How fast can, a program process information? And she's saying that we need to put these over programmers' heads so that they know what they're throwing out. Like if you waste a line in a code,
right,
you're wasting processing time. So the smaller the code, the faster it can process. So you want to try to, like when I code something, you want to try to reduce the amount of code you use to achieve the same task, because the computer has to run through every line,
Yeah, she's visualizing time in terms of space. Exactly.
Word.
They're absolutely marvelous for explaining to wives and children and admirals and generals and people. And you may find yourself in a spot where you have to explain why two pieces of equipment have to be close together, or explain to an admiral why it takes so damn long to send a message by satellite because there are an awful lot of nanoseconds. It's very effective, you believe you. So you may need a nanosecond, and I hope you'll get some. I hope you'll feel free to use this demonstration if you need it. There's only one thing you have to be careful about if you're going to use the demonstration. Normally, I put these in my overnight bag and check it. One day, I put them in my shoulder bag and went down to National Airport. And it took me 20 minutes to explain nanoseconds and microseconds before I could board an airplane. So if you caught them around with you, be sure you check them. I've got lots of nanoseconds for you here. I bet you didn't know nanoseconds came in different colors, but they do. But I said I wanted to add in 300 picoseconds. Now, a picosecond is 1,000th of a nanosecond. The best way to make picoseconds is get one of those big pepper grinders, and you can make picoseconds all over the table. 300 picoseconds is going to be 1/3 of a nanosecond. And there's my problem. I haven't got enough distance to get from disk to add or disk to add or add the two together and put the answer back. I'm beginning to push the velocity of light. Now, Dr. Einstein very carefully explained to us that when matter attains the velocity of light, matter turns into energy. It goes poof. Now, of course, I'm perfectly willing to admit that our bright young engineers are going to get beyond the velocity of light. They're going over into that anti-universe where they have white holes and talk to all the quarks and leptons and gluons and everybody else. But not in the next 5 years. And I need that computer before then. So what am I going to do? Well, I could use my common sense. Except that seems to be the last thing we ever use in connection with computers. Well, if I won't use common sense, maybe I can use history. Back in 1976, we got well accustomed to looking at early history. Let's try that. Now, back in the early days of this country, when they moved heavy objects around, they didn't have any Caterpillar tractors. They didn't have any big cranes. They used oxen. And when they got a great big log on the ground and one ox couldn't budge the darn thing, they did not try to grow a bigger ox. They used 2 oxen. And I think they're trying to tell us something. When we need greater computer power, the answer is not get a bigger computer, it's get another computer, which of course is what common sense would have told us to begin with. Incidentally, common sense is a legitimate scientific technique. The mathematician Polya, who worked at Princeton, he's the man who wrote the 2-volume text on techniques of problem solving. He also wrote a nice little anchor paperback, How to Solve It. And one entire chapter is devoted to the use of common sense in solving problems. Yet we sometimes forget to use it. So the answer is that to get the computer power we're going to need, we're going to have to build systems of computers. Of course, the first answer anybody will give you to that is that'll cost too much, but it won't anymore. The cheapest complete computer you can buy today is probably the old Intel 8021, the first of the 4-bit computers on a chip. 64 words of data storage, 1,000 words of program storage. Those are down to 13 cents a piece if you buy 100 of them. There's nothing to stop us from building systems of computers. Of course, I walked into one difficulty the minute I proposed the idea. I decided that if I was going to have systems of computers, I'd need 3-dimensional flowcharts. So I got some plastic plates, and I could draw charts on each one and pile them up, looked like 3-dimensional chess. When I connected between the plates, I used little pieces of string and Scotch tape, but they fell off. Finally, I remembered Tinker Toy and got a nice Tinker Toy set, and it had square things and round things and sticks to put them together. And I started building 3-dimensional flowcharts. But I ran out of pieces. So I wrote out a requisition for 2 large Tinker Toy sets. 2 days later, here's the boss. Well, Grace, what are we doing now? I have a better suggestion for you today. Get some of those sets the chemists use to show you molecules. Red balls can be computers, blue balls can be databases, yellow balls, database managers, green balls, switches, and you can build a model of a system of computers and how they communicate and which ones are connected to which others. And you're going to have to get out of the plane of the paper. You can't draw them on flat paper anymore. They've got to be in 3 dimensions. And you're going to have to explain to people what these systems of computers are doing. And I think the best solution is get one of those chemistry sets if you can. Of course, you may have to explain why you're ordering one, but at least I've warned you what happens when you ask for such things out of the thin air.
Color-coded systems. I think, who is this? Is this Cecil snoring? All right, Cecil.
Yep.
Yeah, he's sleeping as fuck, bro.
Put you away there. Thank you. Yeah, good night, Cecil.
End of part 1.
Yeah, end of part 1. Maybe we'll look at the other part. That's about all I could tolerate from this lady for today.
That was good. It did get a little occulty around the 33 mark.
Yeah, definitely a strange piece of recording from the National Security Agency, to say the least. 1982. That lady's probably dead now, or she's being kept alive by the machine. Some kind of underground bunker, and yeah, she might be part of the AI system at this point. Who knows? But yeah,
She passed away in 92.
Okay.
I mean, she was definitely laying out some real actual methods for it looks like they were in the early development stages of how they were going to go about this shit, and it looked like she was literally leading a workshop, to try to explain to people how to go forward, with the work she's already done, like how she was solving problems, and she was conveying some of those things, and she did throw in some occult shit. There was something about corn that got washed away and another crop. I mean, that might have been an allusion to the flood. You could take it that way, but definitely with the 333 out of 1,000, she was definitely talking something about the fall. It might have been some encrypted information for those with ears to hear and eyes to see. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think most of it was occult. A lot of it was rudimentary information that she was trying to convey to these people to try to help them take this shit to the next level. She's clearly at the end of her career, and she's trying to like basically teach the next generation on how they could take it to the next level. Basically, that's my opinion.
She's the one that invented COBOL, one of the first programming languages. So that's a very important part of how the computer software got started off, the foundation. So
I mean, look, if you invent something like that in the way that she's thinking, she was definitely getting that information from somewhere, right? I don't think she was just pulling that out of thin air. So she definitely had some involvement with the occult. I believe that most of the technological advancements come by the way of, demons. You don't gotta believe me, but I don't think we came up with all this shit. And people,
right, obviously not all of it.
Well, people try to say like we reverse engineered, right, alien technology, but if you look into like the occult before this happened, right, the occult there in the 60s, you had mustache people over there, that were literally channeling Sumerian texts using long-haired witches in order to receive blueprints and systems. And then they were imported to the United States. So, I'm pretty sure their methods, like, Jack Parsons was a rocket engineer. He was also heavily involved with the occult. Where do you think he was getting his ideas? The things she was using as comedy probably contained the deepest truths, and she's using it as comedy, so you laugh and you don't really think about it. But if you really think about what she's saying, there's something going on there, potentially. All these people are involved with the occult that are high level. And if she was inventing systems, I didn't even know who this lady was, but you know what I'm saying? She definitely got it from someone who was an occultist, or she may have been an occultist herself. I didn't see too much occulted information, but then around 33, got a little nutty. So maybe Neurojack was right. Might need to put it on a billboard. I don't really know what to make of it. Other than, this was definitely a briefing or a workshop that they were teaching people how to take technology to the next level. And I don't think everyone in that room was an occultist. So I think that's why she tried to convey a lot of things in just conventional terms. We think that everybody is a deep occultist that works for these organizations. And most of the time, they actually prefer people who are just normies that are just going to do what they're told. You know what I'm saying? The people in the occult are the ones at the top, and she probably threw in a few occult references to, hint to those that were in the audience that were high level. But the rest of the people in the audience, it'll go right over their head. And those are the people that are going to be on the ground, boots on the ground, doing all the basic work. They don't want everyone to know exactly what they're doing. That's too many people that know. You know what I'm saying? They just want them to know enough to get the job done, get the next task done. And then here's a gold star. You know what I'm saying? Here's a cookie. You want another cookie? Get this done.
Yeah, and that goes to the whole concept, because the individual parts of the system don't essentially realize why they're committed to the actions that they're committed to. So what's essentially driving the overall decisions or the the evolution of the system as a whole. And let me pull this up real quick, and we're going to take a little musical break here. Thank you guys for joining us. We got 32 people watch it. See, it's weird how that number just stays at 33. That's obviously a faking gay number. But yeah, there's nothing can be done about the scripted, nature of this fucking whatever we're partaking in here. But yeah,
It's the digital matrix, bro.
Yeah, 100%.
If we can't agree that the world, the society world is governed by the devil, we can at least agree that the digital world is absolutely governed by the devil.
Yeah, now that one I agree with, And I also agree that it's far outside of human control, as well in that regard. So that you would have to put it on something like that.
I don't think the devil controls the natural world. I think it's more or less the world that has been overlaid on top of the natural world, which is the world we live in now, but not the reality. It's not like
Yeah.
demiurge type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
I guess when you say world though, without real like context and going in deep, it could sound bad. You know what I mean? It could sound like Gnosticism. That's not exactly the way I see it. I see like the society, the lifestyle, all this shit. This is all of the devil, like Hollywood, you know what I mean? All this shit. Everything we're engulfed in as humans, what we now believe life is, that world is run by the devil 100% in my opinion. Because it's all an overlay on top of nature. I do believe God does rule over nature. And that's why, like, you'll see these technocrats, right, are at war with nature. They want to make everything synthetic and turn everything into plastic and metal and oil and, circuit boards. You know what I'm saying? They want to wipe out all the animals and people. They themselves want to become one with the machine so that they could exist in Satan's world. They want to fully unify themselves with their God. Like the queen bee ruling over the hive. That's why they got the beehive. You know how bees communicate, bro? The queen bee puts out the orders with like frequencies, and all the other bees respond to it accordingly. You know what I mean? And I believe that's like I've always said, that's the way I think that's what I believe Satan wants to do. He wants to sit on the throne of God, which is the heart of man, in the temple of God, which is the body of man. And to do that, he would need to assimilate everyone via technology and then be in control of that whole system. And if you can merge everyone with machines, then, those who have been merged with the machine will be under the control of Satan. And through nanotechnology, they could make us essentially immortal. And if you're not able to die and your autonomy is taken away because now you are operating in the beast system, this is what I foresee.
So it'll become like the machinery, like unconscious slave or conscious but unconscious slaves in the massive demonic machine.
To me, hell would be if I was in my body and couldn't control it. That's what hell would be to me. Someone else was controlling my body. I'm just there as like a passenger. That's hell to me. At the end of the day, I don't really believe in like an eternal fucking place where people are just burning forever. I think that's what the burning is. They're in a state of existence where they're not in control. I believe that like the plan for the evil is to be completely wiped out at some point. So I don't see God as like unmerciful where he would just have people burning forever. You know what I mean? He would just not waste it, just recycle that shit.
Yeah.
That's my own opinion. But I do believe God will let it get to that point just to show people what he was trying to what he was trying to tell them the whole time. And then in the moment they realize it, it's too late. They're already in this autonomous system. And it'll be all these people that want to merge themselves with the machine. They're going to get what they want. And then they're not going to like it. You know what I'm saying? But it'll be too late. They're going to get their rewards, bro. Eternal life with their god, the devil, who's going to just puppeteer them all around. But here's the thing, yo. Here's what a lot of people don't realize. It only takes one massive solar flare to wipe out all the technology on Earth. That's it. We go back to fucking zero. Imagine a flood of radiation and not a flood of water. Wipe it all out, baby. That's why they're building bunkers and trying to hide.
I was gonna say, wouldn't that include the underground?
Well, yo, at the end of the day, I'm not even talking about solar flare. I'm saying that God has the capability to make something happen that you've never even seen happen. To make some type of wave pass through the earth that penetrates through the ground, through every single molecule, wiping out all technology in an instant. And then they'll just be underground with no life support systems. And they'll just be burying themselves. It'll be hilarious. When you rely on the technology, and it's so fragile. You know, people think technology is tough. The human body's actually tough. It's almost impossible to kill a human being. Like, you got to really be determined. And we're in one of our weakest states that human beings have ever been in. I believe human bodies were actually a lot stronger. And we've been weakened. Our DNA has been degrading because they've been poisoning us and weakening our DNA. Yeah, I think it would be hilarious in the irony that these people go underground, right? And they're surviving because they have such advanced technology and they get hit with a wave and they've literally buried themselves. That's funny to me. Because they're trying to hide from God. And they think it's possible. And these are supposed to be the smartest people in the world. And the smartest people in the world don't realize that something can happen and they've buried themselves in a deep underground military base. I'm not saying that I would be happy that they would die. I'm just saying it would be funny that they literally buried themselves. That's irony.
Yes, it would be.
Underground stuff is most likely to make it from a solar flare, but God has powers beyond a solar flare. There's waves and rays that we don't even know exist, that we've never even seen. And I think it would be hilarious if it was able to penetrate through all the ground that they think is going to stop whatever they think is going to come.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And yeah, I think definitely the elites are trapping themselves in a lot of ways. As I said earlier, the technological system, the biggest flaw is the interconnectedness and putting all your eggs in one basket. And that whole idea. Obviously thinking cannot solve the problems that thinking has created, blah blah. But yeah, we're going to take a little musical break and then we'll continue on with Kaczynski. And yeah, we'll be back on obviously what is it? Is it Saturday or when? It's Saturday, so we'll be back on Wednesday. Thank you guys. And enjoy this music.
Oh, God bless, no man curse. What lovers join, no man can divide. What eternity's will, no man can alter. Jah divide this and no man can take it away. Stand down, when them a gun up, they shut them mouth. Stand away, when them a gun up, they shut them mouth. Them a gun up, they shut them mouth. When you come, them a gun up, they shut about. And when they gather no lyrics all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me don't like a man, me love talk and shout. Me don't like a man, me love talk and shout. Me wake up every morning, me wash out me mouth. Me wake up every morning, me wash out me mouth. Where them a gonna do fish up me mouth? No, now where them a gonna do fish up me mouth? Where them a gonna do fish up me mouth? Me say down where them a gonna do fish up me mouth. They want to put big padlock on me mouth. They want to put big padlock on me mouth. Tell them, Jet, Babylon come, them lick me on me head. Holy heap of people want to see me drop dead from pain. Tell them, watch them from pain. Tell them, watch them. Me have the pain in me head, got the pain in me neck. Hey, come from me neck, in me chest. Hey, come from me chest, in me back. Hey, come from me back, then in me waist. Come from me waist, and from me hip. Hey, come from me hip, in me thigh. Come from me thigh, in me leg. Come from me leg, in me knee. Come from me knee, in me foot. Them treat not each other like I and I cook. But me read up the Bible, the holy book, page to page. Tell them, watch them, page to page. Tell them, watch them. But I'm with them, I'm gonna do fish up me mouth. Nay, with them, I'm gonna do fish up me mouth. Can't wait till me gather enough lyrics all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me don't like a man, me love talk and shout. Boing, 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 with them, I'm gonna do fish up me mouth. When with them, I'm gonna do fish up me mouth. So, the behind the swing, they sling. Behind the slide, this ain't. So, put the tack away, don't do this long thing. So, do the down the day. They got the pain in me head, got the pain in me neck. Come from me neck, in me chest. Come from me chest, in me back. Come from me back, in me waist. Come from me waist, come from me hip. Come from me hip, in me thigh. Come from me thigh, the in me legs. Come from me leg, in me knee. Come from me knee, in me foot. Them cheat on not
was that a gummy?
I took read up job Bible,
nice.
Holy book, page to page. Tell them, watch them, page to page. Tell them, watch them. Me say that, them are gonna fish up me mouth. Shut up. When them are gonna fish up me mouth. When me gather enough lyrics all about. Me reach down Africa, me tell it all about. Me don't like come and me love talk and shout.
Return of the living dead. 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 To abode near you.
The night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All of you are giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All of you are giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. Night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All of you are giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead, night of the living dead.
Parallel park, where the carousels mark, get a farewell remark. From inbred clones who dread moans, to shredded poems and headphones head firm. The Merca homestead forum, where they feast on the bread porridge but didn't pay the mortgage some sort. Thomas Moore one thought the war was on the board, and floorboards flung, and they're in poor a young marsh smorgasbord's fun, cause all they do is eat and run. With art of pleaded was the rise of the seated, as we know that they cheated some. The forklift, the core played a horse shit. I just left an idle belt, tie up your whole Bible belt. I will help for a final to go fish the title belt. I told you don't need to fly tax free to fly to place the weed. Ride by the street light with the give free bites on the deeds and rides to the G-type. But please not quite what we need right now, man. Catacombs where we lie down.
The night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Respect gravestones and blow, nigga. Get fed. Coming up from under the ground, taking dirt up off my head, blowing it from my deathbed. Gotta get my tummy fed. At one time in the past, it was filled with hot lead. Flying on to ride, I did dodge. Caught a hide in the Masonic lodge. It camouflage, they tripping up for what happened way back last week. Threw my body in the creek. These clowns thought I was neutralized. I was found and buried alive. Separate the real from the fake. Wasn't asleep, but with the help of the beat, I awake in the middle of a wake. Gang of people crying now, they screaming. Looking at a nigga like he's a demon. Man, I'm leaving up out the back. That's that. I ain't back. Now, what the fuck is my new fishing hat?
At the howl of a coyote, irons feeling like peyote. The undead hold me. Pains flooded with embalming fluids from my Native American botany. Covered in generous offerings. Mummified. And my demo tape reels by sunrise. I leave niggas tongue-tied. Walk through the bloat in my bathrobe. Half soaked in the tag code. But in place with a rancid face. With a candid pace, I chanted the rates of a mic stand. One night stand my plan. You flush a gallon in your bedpan. Spooks apply all the zombies. You need to loosen up, get rid of the goosebumps when you screw up. I remind you niggas you only find salvation in death. Well, I'm tanning my cane flesh.
Did you hear what that deadline said? Did you hear what that dead man said?
Reward than when attempting to avoid a punishment or negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology as it progressed would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. 133. No social arrangements, whether laws and
33 again,
or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually. But technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangement that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain, waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation.
Yeah, and this is contrary to what the Lieutenant Grace Hopper said earlier, that no, we should focus on doing things in new ways and then figure out what the, effects of that is afterwards. That means that we should just look at the problems in new ways so as to design solutions for problems. And actually what it's not really just about designing solutions. It's about inventing new ways to solve the old problems, right? But in that, you're not taking into account A, the speed and pace of innovation, and B, once you perfect a technique, anyone can use it. So it's really, the danger of having a how-to method that anyone can actually have access to. Once you open the door, it can be applied to anything. So any dormant technology has this latent danger attached to it, that it could be wielded by bad actors, right? So not only do you not control the speed and pace of innovation, but you don't control who uses the technology, right? So, unless it's top-down controlled 100%, right, you're going to have this problem. And what's the solution? Well, the other side of the solution is, well, we should just make every all systems open source. Well, that doesn't exactly solve the problem, but you know.
Yo, I don't even think they have a backup plan, like for if technology were to get like out of control. Like, I don't think they have a plan for that. You know what I mean? Like, before you go and build a massive technological system, which is a weapon, it's like building a fire without a fire extinguisher or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of this shit is like that, especially when you see the nuclear reactor where when in Fukushima, you know, the thing exploded, it melted through the ground and then they couldn't find it. So it's just somewhere in the middle of the earth, you know, just kept melting and falling through the earth. You know, essentially the idea is that they're going to pour this fucking water over this reactor because it's to prevent it from overheating for the indefinite future, because you can't shut it off for, you know, you can't shut it off in the near future, you know, without it exploding. So you just have to cool it down for a very, very long period of time. But who's gonna manage these systems? You know, for the period that this thing's gonna actually last, no country has actually lasted that long. So yeah, it's like they built a fire without a fucking fire extinguisher. You know, literally. You know, it's like there's a, you know, yeah, go ahead.
That's that corium sludge.
Yeah. Corium sludge, black goo.
Highly radioactive. Like, you're dead.
Did you ever see that guy? I forget his name, bro. He would go around and
Galen Windsor.
Yeah, bro. Whatever happened to that guy?
I don't know. Hopefully he didn't die of radiation poisoning.
He was like literally eating radioactive like isotopes. Like, look, guys, it's fine.
Like, I don't know how intense those samples were, but like if you see the blue light, you're fucking dead. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm just saying that guy was like eating uranium or something, right? Or
Yeah,
like
he was great though.
he's great, bro. I never seen a dude just sprinkle uranium, hit it with a Geiger counter, and then eat it. He was like, I needed to redo my basement, so I spilled some radioactive stuff in a crack, and then it'll be radioactive for the next like 30 years or so. He's like, and then the government paid me to redo my basement.
Yeah, exactly. Boom.
The dude's hilarious, bro. Galen Windsor, bro. What about the radioactive Boy Scout that took apart a whole bunch of fucking smoke detectors and extracted the uranium in like the glowing, like there was some type of like little thing in there that he extracted like a ton of them, bro, and made his own little nuclear reactor in his shed, bro. And they used to have the clocks, like watches and clocks used to have fucking glow in the dark like hands that you didn't have to charge with light because they were radioactive and they didn't like really know about it. And then they did a big ban on them. But if you find old school watches that are like really old, you can still find radioactive ones, bro.
That blue light Cherenkov radiation.
Did you know that bananas are slightly radioactive?
I think I've heard of that before, but I forget where.
The potassium is. And cigarettes are radioactive. I mean, there's a lot of radioactive stuff we come into contact with that we don't even realize. I think it really has to do with what kind of radiation and the levels.
Right.
They got that glass. There's a glass that's radioactive. Old school like dinnerware was made with like radioactive stuff. If you go to like a thrift store with a Geiger counter, you might be able to find some. Yeah, even though they're GMO, I think it's the potassium itself that's like slightly radioactive. I mean, I believe you, yo. I share about 60% of the DNA with a extra large banana, so I believe this. But only 60%.
A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. 134. For all of the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. 135. In paragraph 125, we used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing on him a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well, he will again take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. 136. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily, and for the most part unsuccessfully, our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. 137. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we get only a lot of blather and obfuscation from the people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep on piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, the principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 to 106 make it seem doubtful that rational, long-term social planning can ever be successful. 138. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How, then, is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, whereas freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss is easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. 139. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest possible extent. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take a rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, exempli gratia James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. 140. We hope we have convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. 141. People tend to assume that because a revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is.
Okay. Let me before he speaks on why the system can't be reformed, he goes further into that, right? He's sort of drawing this complex analysis, and he's also talking about complex systems theory and how new patterns emerge within these complex systems, right? So the idea there is about, social determinism as well as technological determinism. And the whole idea is that when society exhibits certain patterns, right, those patterns are pretty much, or features of that society are independent of the individual actors within that society, right? So you could think of a scale of organization that actually informs, the design or the communication between each of its members or parts. See, that's why we were just talking about communication and information flow within a system and all that type of stuff. Well, it's interesting what the idea that they came to, right? Just like how he just mentioned right there with what the sociologist or the doctor was saying, that it's the individual human units have to be adapted to the needs of the system as a whole, right? And that's exactly what the Orthodox Christian fellow was saying in the beginning, right? He was all for authoritarianism and adaptation of the system to the problems of the whole. And there's a second point, but I'll let Mikey come in here.
I think that this is some brilliant work, right? I've read through a lot of it, and it's brilliant work. Now, I just think that there was a lot of things that couldn't even be conceived in this time period. And the reality is that the playing field has changed significantly. I don't know if he could have imagined what to do if the strong man, right, not only had the land next to you, but was inside of you and part of you.
Yeah, right, with the nanotech.
Yeah, with the nanotech. And that goes to a deeper issue, is that, his atheism draws certain interesting conclusions, but I don't think it comes to the conclusion as somebody like John C. Lilly even was going to come to, that there has to be some evil force that's perpetuating the needs of the system, because it doesn't seem to be human individuals. And also, what if the merger of man and machine and the total sublimation of human consciousness and the submission of human consciousness turned over to this machine, where human beings are literally being controlled by the system. Well, he's talking about it in a way that's detached at the time, but of course they didn't see that type of stuff, and especially from somebody who left society in the 70s, he might even see less of the changes than somebody like Grace Hopper, who's talking about it before they had large scale network systems. She's even coming to these radical conclusions in the 80s, but he went into a cabin in the woods in the 70s, so he might know even less of the development of technology, going off of what you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. And I mean, like Revelation lays it out, but you could never understand it until it was there already. But then when it happens, you could see it happen. Like, it tells you about the mark and all this other shit, but people no one could really come to an understanding of what that really is and how is this going to cause people and force them to worship the beast. And that's what it is. Like, it's that this technological system, right, is being controlled by something that wanted to hide. So it's hiding as a technology until it is completely taken over, and then it will reveal itself and force everyone to worship it. You know what I'm saying? There are those who know what they worship. You know what I'm saying? And those are the ones that are perpetrating the system. Like, like Bill Gates knows who he worships. You know what I'm saying? Like, Klaus Schwab knows who he worships. Noah Harari knows who he worships. All these, like, there's a lot of them that claim to be atheists, but that's not true. Because, like, if you really boil it down to a minimum, their god is technology. But they know. It's that everything that they put out there is all a smokescreen. Like the bioweapons and stuff, they want to call it, bio. It's not bio. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were taught in school, and they told you it in plain English, that a virus, right, is not alive. It's not alive. So it's a technology. You understand? It always has been. You know what I'm saying? But who made it? Who made the technology? Because if it's not living, but it appears to live, it's a synthetic technology. So that's where it gets crazy. This is why, like, germ theory doesn't really work out. But at the same time, we do see the effects of things that appear to be germs or viruses. But they've never really isolated it. They could if they wanted to. They just don't want you to know what it really is. You see?
For sure.
So then they draw these little silly-ass fucking sketches. But even the silly-ass sketches are hilariously robotic. Like, if you really look at what they claim a virus is, it looks like a motherfucking robot. You know what I mean? But it's way more sophisticated than that. We're talking a scale that the best microscope, right? You cannot actually see this stuff with a naked eye through a lens. It has to be digitally rendered. You see, using electron microscopy. Now, you could use dark field microscopes to see nanotech, right? But what you're seeing is essentially nanotech appears much larger than it actually is in dark field microscopy. So the actual size of what you're seeing appears much larger. But you could still see it forming and putting itself together, even with one of those microscopes. Now, if you get crazy with it and you get an electron microscopy machine, right, you can see it, but it's not an actual lens looking at it. It's an image of essentially data. Just like the greatest telescopes that we have, right? We have telescopes that you can look through a lens and you're actually seeing light refracted and shit like that. But then we have telescopes that are giving you data, and then they're using that data to create a computer-generated image. And that's what you see. You know what I'm saying? And if you actually really press the issue and look into it, like, NASA admits that they don't have any actual images of these wonderful images of the planets and shit. They'll tell you straight up that these are all actually, an artist's rendition using the data. So it's really, if you want to even take the hermetic understanding, the microcosm mirrors the macrocosm, that things get so far away that we can't actually see them, and things get so small that we can't actually see them. They're so far and they're so close, essentially. So what we're dealing with is, like, when you look at chemical models, right? The little balls and the sticks, that's not what chemicals actually look like. They don't actually know. You know what I'm saying? That's just their representation of how they understand that it works. But you can't observe that. You can't observe, like, the stick particles and, like, that's all nonsense. That's just a caricature. It's a diagram of what chemicals do, but they don't actually know what it looks like. Know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Know what I mean? Know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You feel me?
Yeah, this shit's crazy. But also, you know, I want to touch on this other point that he was making about the environmental issues that they cause, that they're looking at the faux environmental problem. You know, they're rolling that out, you know, this climate hoax, you know, and then basically the idea there is that we're going to use technology to solve the problem, right? Not only is technology the one that they claim is causing the problem in the first place, but then they're going to use technology to solve it, which is going to encroach, not only encroach further on human freedom, but it's not going to solve the problem. All it's going to do is it's going to be a faux problem that they invent in order to roll out new tech. He's absolutely right. You know, that was a 100% prediction. You know what I mean? That came true.
Yo, it always has been, though. That's how they operate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they can't tell you why they really send shit into the sky. You know, they tell you that they want to explore space, and then they had to invent space. You know what I mean? To justify them shooting shit up into the sky.
Yeah, it's like we're exploring, we're doing meteorology, but really what it is they're testing the technology they have.
I'll give you the best example. They can't tell you that they're trying to open up giant ass portals. So they tell you we're trying to split atoms. We're trying to smash molecules together. Don't worry. We just built a thing that has more copper wire in it than from here to the moon and back under Switzerland, Geneva, miles under the ground. Listen, guys, it's just to smash the tiniest thing into the tiniest thing. Don't worry. It's no problem. Has nothing to do with portals. I'm talking about CERN, for those out there that don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that, you know, that they were predicting those things, you know, with the elite in 82 before they even invented large scale networking systems. You know, imagine the technology they have now that you know people don't even know about at all. So there's tons of that going on, you know, and the type that they've admitted to that most people just don't even read the patents and the you know, the various explanations and the research projects. You know, they don't even read it. You know, so you know, there's all of these issues. Right?
It's all there, bro. You can look up all of this stuff if you know where to look. They tell you what they're doing, and then they just say, like, well, we don't exactly have a working model of it to show you, but this is a theory. No, it's not theory. They did it. They did it already if they're patenting it.
Yeah, and you know what? They say gravity is a theory, evolution is a theory. A theory means they've tested it hundreds of times. You know, that's actually what they say the definition of a theory is. So, you know, if you think theory means just like you know, an explanation for shit, you know, no, it's a model that they use in order to develop technologies. And the only thing that proves a model right is whether the technologies work or not. And you know, not every technology has to function within the bounds of what's going on in nature to work based off a successful model. You know, they've invented parallel systems to nature and then developed technologies based on those parallel systems. That's exactly what a computer system is.
It's that double speak, dude.
You ever heard of need to know basis? You ever heard that before?
Yeah. Yeah, I say that all the time.
People are sitting here thinking that the technology that we know about is the cutting edge. The reality is you only know what you need to know to be a good slave. The technology that we really have, you won't see until they're ready to use it on you or someone else. That's the reality.
Yeah, facts.
It gets really tricky, though, when you require a $10,000 piece of equipment to see it. You know? Like, who just has an extra 10 grand laying around that they're just going to throw at a giant microscope? You know, or even a giant telescope. So they hide their stuff in places that you really can't find it or verify it. You know, they make the limits so extreme. Like, how far is space? Oh, it's a gajillion light years away. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, all right, I guess we just got to take your word for it. mean, I've seen UFOs. You ever seen UFOs, bro? I don't think it's aliens. Just saying. I've seen some shit moving around in the sky, moving at like, ain't like planes. You know? But if we had aliens, they would have been already came down and started messing with people. It's just technology, bro. They've been testing it for a long time. They just don't tell you about it.
Yeah, I definitely go outside. You know, in Michigan over here, you know, there's some clear skies out here. And yeah, you see some fucking strange ass shit moving around up there that isn't explained by satellites, planetary motion, stars, any of those things. So yeah, definitely some very, very strange things happening in the sky if you pay attention long enough on a clear night.
You'll start seeing stars move, bro. It's
Yeah.
almost like they know you're looking at them or some shit.
Yeah, Michigan. Yeah, there's been reports of those UFOs coming out of Lake Michigan. It is what it is.
Yeah, I live in the mountains of the Ozarks. You already know.
Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective, permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome. But revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. 142. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if changes go too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of a society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be that in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about revolution in paragraphs 180 to 205. Control of human behavior. 143. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical: poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution. Some are psychological: noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has been passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression and other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is, quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. 144. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing, because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. 145. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It is already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 to 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to those cases in which environment plays the predominant role. 146. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. 147. To start with, there are the techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores and in many other places. Computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, that is, law enforcement. Then there are the methods of propaganda, for which the mass communications media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have any work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all, because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. That is, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. 100.
So, because of the repetitiveness of life that's under the tutelage of the machine, right, and highly organized systems, right, we have to invent social techniques and also compensatory mechanisms such as antidepressants in order to condition people to adjust them to situations that they're not exactly adapted to deal with, you know, or very much in the slightest. Now he's going with the evolutionary you know, sort of synthesis that we've spent most of our history, you know, 1.2 million years as hunter-gatherers and the last 200,000 years with agriculture, and then even less time with industrial society, only the last 50 years. So he's going to say that because of the lack of time we've spent in these conditions, that's why we haven't exactly had time on any great or large scale to become adjusted to these conditions. So it's just quicker to invent social techniques in order to engineer humans to become, you know, adjusted to these systems. But such a situation is not dignified, to say the least. You know, you're totally engineering human beings. You know, human beings totally lose an essential element of their growth, which is their own freedom. You know, so then what decision has to be made is that instead of reforming the system, right, that's just going to cause you know, small changes, you know, and adjustments that you can't really predict over time, right, and they how they're going to assimilate within the large scale trends, right, and you can't really predict what large scale changes innovation is going to bring, and you can't evaluate each technology that functions within the system as a whole, and then see which ones are good and which ones are bad. Such a process is going to be too long. It's going to take too long to figure out anything in that way, right? So what's easier to do is just forget the system. Look at the benefits of dismantling the system, right? Because it's causing mental illness. It's causing people to have these social problems and issues. And look at, you know, primitive societies. They actually don't have these issues in primitive societies, right? So, you know, that people are inundated with these systems is actually because they're tailored and engineered towards a society that's built for these needs. It's not because these people actually need these things, right? Or that they function better with these, within this technical necessity, right? Within this state of technical necessity. But anyways.
148. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept the fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for a trivial reason or no reason at all is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as part of a rational and consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious, senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. 149. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior. But we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. 150. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, exempli gratia pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. 151. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explained in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both.
Yeah, and it just goes to the thing that if you're gonna develop communication tools, right? Remember what that lady said. She said that the computer is the first type of achievement in human history that assists the mind of a person and not his physical hand. So it's so interesting that she's comparing this idea, and since the use of tools, physical tools altered our physical nature, essentially creating these short fat little people, right? And balding with autoimmune disease and stuff, and they're extremely prosperous and health and you know a sign of health within the society, because their success is measured by other things, right? So, in a previous age, they would not be seen as a sign of health, right? But they'd be seen as a sign of decay, right? And so there's all these ideas that is interesting, but you know, we shape our tools and our tools shape us. So the ones we're using to develop the mind are going to change the way that the mind functions, and the way the mind interfaces with reality. And it's already having an effect. And they need to develop social techniques to go along with the effect that communication technologies have had on people's psychology, right? So you have to develop mass psychology for the use of large scale technologies, when they roll these things out, right? So propaganda techniques and advertising techniques are necessary, extension, to the use of these large scale communication systems, right? Because of the effects that they have, right? Like you said, it causes, as we saw in the Carl Schmitt thing, one of the main ideas that he was talking about in the partisan, the whole idea of revolution and guerrilla warfare was, the growth of technology and how it increases the mobility of such an actor, right? But anyways, and also their capacity to, spread propaganda, right, and also misinformation, right? So there's increased capacity to spy on people. There's increased capacity for people to become reliant on these social techniques. And as a result, you need to develop, increased use of social techniques in order to govern such people, right? And I know it's getting late. We're going to have to shut this down soon.
What's up, Machine Lies?
What's going on, friend?
I'm going good, man.
Your audio's a little low.
Oh.
Yeah, let me see if I can turn you up.
Can you hear me now?
It's better.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, the kids are getting locked in at an earlier and earlier age when they see their parents on their phone all the time. And then they want to mimic it, and they get trapped on the reels and the shorts, and their minds get programmed in a way where they cannot hold their attention more than a few seconds. It is shaping them, the machines.
Yo, you out of Japan, right? If I remember correctly.
No, Mike, rant for the 5th time. It's Taiwan, man.
Oh fuck, bro! I keep getting them. I keep getting Taiwan confused with Japan, bro.
At one time, it was a colony of Japan, but that was a long time ago. Yeah.
Is the culture like Japanese culture?
Maybe, but not as formal. It's like a mix between Japan, China, and America.
How do they view like technology over there?
Well, it's On one level, it's the biggest producer of semiconductors. So, and most of the people that are like middle class, they're engineers for the semiconductors and other technology and technology. I mean, it's like America, bro. It's like America out here.
I was bringing it up because like people in Japan, right? They have like a really close relationship to the technology itself. You know what I'm saying? Like it's even more ingrained in their culture than it is in America. And I was just trying to see like I was trying to get information on like what exactly is that like. But if you in Taiwan, it might not be the same.
What do you mean though? For example, like what have you seen in Japan? I kind of know what you're pointing at, but what do you?
So like just what I've seen, like fucking in a video, like they have like there's people that believe like the technology has a soul.
Well, that sounds like their old belief in religion, like Shintoism, where they believe everything has a soul.
Yeah, but like they're also like forging like relationships with the technology. You know what I'm saying? And I also saw like they had like in India, bro, they had this like robotic fucking guru, bro. And they've got all kinds of weird shit going on in certain other cultures with the technology already. Like they're priming them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we
Like
don't.
they
Yeah.
like yo, Japan, they got toilets, right? That like sing to you and shit and like do like light shows and like fucking talk to you. You know
Yeah,
what I
they
mean?
have
Like
that here too. We have that here. Yeah, and it's sold as a way to make things more convenient.
that I saw in South Park. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, that's real. They have that in Taiwan.
And like, you know, I feel like they have a closer relationship in Japan to the technology. Like they're really heavy into like Gundams and fucking, you know what I mean? Like robots. Like they lead a lot of the fields in shit that they're not really doing in America, like mass scale. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's probably like they definitely the Mavericks for technology, infusing it. But it's gonna be like that everywhere, though. It's globalization, right? So it's already like that in some parts of America if you have money.
To be honest, you might be right, bro. I ain't been out to like actual society in a hot minute, bro. I've just been in the woods.
Yeah, well, they have some waiters, robot waiters here, like little like drone machines that take care of your food at some restaurants, and I've seen it in America as well. So yeah, it's everywhere, man.
That's nutty.
Except not in the woods, maybe not yet.
Yeah, it's crazy shit. But yeah, it's crazy the Freemasonry in the anime cartoons as well. You know, that's also very interesting because they have a lot of like weird ideas like in Dragon Ball Z and
Word.
fucking Full Metal Alchemist. It's just called
Word.
that. You know, it's just called fucking Full Metal Alchemist. They got Neon Genesis Evangelion, where it's literally an explanation of Gnosticism. The fucking humans hide underground to fight angels that have come to destroy human beings, and they steal the technology from the angels in order to kill the angels and like become God on earth. Like that's
Cowboy
literally the fuck.
Bebop, Samurai Jack, Gungrave. Those were some of the ones that I liked when I was a kid, bro.
Yeah, Samurai Jack is the shit. Yeah, there's almost nothing wrong with Samurai Jack. That's actually wholesome as fuck.
I'm saying they got fucking like that's
Yeah,
kind
but
of like Zoroastrianism, like in the way you got Haku and all that shit.
yeah, a Jew wrote that one, so that's why it's interesting. You know, that's
I
why
mean,
it's
I like
different.
Samurai Jack.
Yeah, I love Samurai Jack. That's one of my favorite ones, for sure. You know, I wanted to use that one where he fucking defeats those like that whole army of those insect robots, right? You know, I wanted to use that for my show up. You know, we need to fucking put that on some shit because that is fucking one of the
Powerpuff
greatest.
Girls, bro. They're not lying about that in chat, bro. The Powerpuff Girls was occulted as fuck.
Well, they have the Baphomet, right?
Yo, sugar, spice, everything nice, and then chemical X, bro. Black goo in the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Turns them into like I mean, you could consider them. They're like gods, bro. They have fucking superpowers and shit. You know what I mean? What is the black goo? You know what I mean? And that shit, they made them in like a hermetic bottle. That shit was alchemical as fuck.
You got Sailor Moon, which
I
is
didn't know
kind of
about
like,
that.
yeah, that's kind of like the Powerpuff Girls, but all of the Sailor Moon ones, the other ones are named after the planets.
Right.
So I don't know exactly, but there's 7 of them. So as you'll see later, you know, if I get to play some shit here in a minute, you know, this 7 shit is fucking crazy, man. You know what I mean? It's got some weird ideas attached to it for sure.
Did you know that the creator of Sailor Moon is married to the creator of Hunter X? You know Hunter X, that one with Gon and Killua, that anime.
If you look at
Oh no, I
Cartoon,
didn't know.
right, the Cartoon Network logo was a checkerboard, and then Nickelodeon was motherfucking Epstein Island, bro. And yo, do you know what Nickelodeon means in like I think Latin? It's like I don't. It's I'm not even gonna say it, but it's like it's against God. Look it up. I'm not even gonna say it. You know what I'm saying? It's like
the Mason.
They don't care about God, right? But imagine if you said it from the first person. That's what Nickelodeon means in like Latin. There's a whole thing on it, bro. And the little splash they used to have was the shape of Epstein Island, dog. Shit's fucked up as hell. They've been indoctrinating the fuck out of us, bro. It used to be like they did all that shit with the green slime. They were just sliming everyone, bro. That's the black goo, bro. Hitting them with the goo. Telling you, dog.
Hit him with the goo.
Yo, all that shit was occulted as fuck.
Yeah, but you're talking about the Japanese animes and masonry, like in Japan and China and Taiwan and in Korea. There's a lot of Masonic temples out there and a lot of like fraternal orders, like the Lions Club, in every city. Like almost every city in these Asian countries now have some type of like Masonic lodge or that's wide in the open.
There's whatchamacallit. Yo, Japan is called the land of the rising sun. You know what I'm saying? The rising sun is Lucifer, dog.
Yeah, in the fucking well, many of them really display this idea of technology coming to life. That's one of the main concepts in Dragon Ball Z 2, where they got the androids, you know, and also they're living in a technologically advanced society, but there's also dinosaurs there. So I don't really see how that's possible unless they're talking about some sort of Atlantean world. And obviously, Goku is supposed to be Hanuman from the Hindu myths, but just transmitted to the Chinese myths where he's Sun Wukong. You know, and so Dragon Ball Z seems to be tied to, like, why would Japanese people be talking about Indian shit? You know, like it's fucking weird unless they're tied to the fucking Tibetan people, and that's interesting because the Japanese and the fucking you know they're against the Chinese, right? So it's fucking weird connection there, and then they have this idea in the whole I mean in Naruto they're literally just casting spells. They're like summoning shit. They're like casting spells. They're doing mudras with their hands. They're doing all sorts of shit. You know what I mean?
Or
And
Naruto, bro. They do they do mudras, bro, to do the spells at each other and shit.
yeah,
Facts. I've accused
yeah,
Talcott of doing it.
yeah. So it's interesting that they have that in the cartoon, and they just summon interdimensional aliens and shit out of the ground and shit. And the whole idea that you got technology, you know, like the doctor, Dr. Giro, invented the androids in Dragon Ball Z in a cave and shit. And in Neon Genesis, the humans go underground, and they got the technology underground.
What about Avatar? You remember that shit, bro, with the Avatar, bro?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't really know too much about it, but there had to be some occult shit in that, bro. I remember everyone was doing magic and shit. I mean, don't even get me started on Disney, bro. You know what I mean? That whole shit's occulted as fuck. They had Donald Duck straight breaking down Pythagoras pentagrams and fucking all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, Death Note is motherfucking satanic as fuck. You just go look at the philosophy behind Death Note. It's fucking crazy. How they're
Yo,
even
man,
using
Death Note.
Yeah, you know the way they're even using Christian symbols and shit within the cartoon. It's fucking bananas. You know what I mean? The Death Note is one of the most satanic cartoons ever written, for real. It's about like how if you gave a human being a power to be like a god in this world, they would like basically, you know, use it to like control everyone, around them and all that shit.
Yo,
Isn't that
why?
happening now? That's happening now, right?
Why are they targeting the kids? You ever wonder that? Like, why do they target the kids? Put them in like hypnotic states with like music and shit and flashing colors. You ever think maybe there's more that's even behind the imagery, like subliminal programming encrypted
Yeah,
in?
subliminal.
You know what I'm saying? Like they're watching the show, but there's shit happening that they can't see. Because them color spectrums are off the charts in a lot of them shows too. And the shit happens so fast. You know what I mean? Like you can't see it, but your subconscious remembers it.
So you're asking why do they target?
I'm saying, what do you guys think? Like, why do you guys think they're doing it to the kids? Why are they targeting the
Because
kids?
their mind's wide open more than a mature adult who's already stonified. Their mind, the child is open for almost anything, so it's an easy target for them to program. That's why.
I agree. That's why I don't try to really teach adults anymore, bro. It's useless.
Well, that's what Ignatius Loyola was attributed as saying is, "Give me the boy until 7 years old, and I'll show you the man." Something like that.
Well, that's like CIA understanding where like the human mind is malleable up until 7, and then it starts to like have its own ideas and it rebels, and then at like fucking I think 30 something, like your mind is like that's it. It's solidified unless you experience some kind of like traumatic fucking event that changes your whole worldview.
Like crashing your car, flipping it, stuff like that.
I mean, you could be a massive DMT trip, but something has to, like 9/11, like I don't know, something has to happen that like shocks you, shatters your whole world, and then you have to like re-put it back together.
Right.
That's why they do shit like that. It's they do these big world events as ritual, but also to cause, like, if they need to cause people's worldview to change, they need to shatter, their current worldview. Like up until 9/11, most people thought like America's untouchable. You know what I mean? Like no one could fuck with us, right? And then they were like, look, you could be fucked with on your own soil. Haha. And that fucked a lot of people up. You know what I mean? It shattered their worldview.
Yeah.
Shook
I don't
them
know
up.
though if it maybe it's just me, but I don't know because I'm from the West Coast. Even though that was a horrible event, I don't think it shook a lot of people on the West Coast as much as it may have for people
No, just
from
in New York,
in the
man.
area. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I lived in New York and everyone was all fucking like traumatized from that shit. And that's part of like trauma-based programming. It's like global
Definitely.
it's like a broadcast of satanic ritual abuse to a large portion of the population for some type of agenda.
Right. I've heard somebody refer to it as the 9/11 mega ritual. It was kind of on point, man.
It was, because in Roman numerals, it matches the Masonic fucking 2-pillar, 3rd-pillar portal system, the IXXI, the 101. You know what I'm saying?
And if you want to take it back further, we're talking about Japan, the Hiroshima the bombing of the nuking of Japan. That probably catapulted them to change their paradigm into making all this technology and electronics and stuff.
Yo, you're right. Because they were like, these motherfuckers just got over on us with technology, so we must go full blast into it, and we will get them one day with a Gundam.
Right.
Bro.
They definitely own a lot of the people in America and Europe with their TVs they used to make.
Shit's facts, bro. TVs be able to, there's technology that they could use TVs and all kinds of screens to manipulate your emotional state and your mind. And that's not even with the lights and sounds. There's like, if you look at a lot of them old TVs, they look like a ray gun aiming at you. The tubes, cathode ray tubes, bro. And now the new ones, if you break open a TV, it's got an electromagnetic coil running around the whole screen. Every TV, break one open if you don't believe me. Every one of them bitches got, and it's a very specific copper wire. It's shielded. It's specific to make an electromagnetic coil, and they can use that to produce frequencies. If you take a tri-field meter and measure any screen, you're going to see massive spikes in radio frequency when you get within about a foot, 2 foot of the screen. It gets crazy spikes, almost like a cell phone equivalency. But if you get like 3 feet away, I have a big screen and I sit really far away from it. You know what I'm saying? If you sit in front of a computer at work, like right in front of it, you're fucked. You know what I mean? These are black screens. What did they use black mirrors for back in the day? They used them for scrying. You know what I mean? Summoning up demons. Now everybody carries a black scrying mirror in their pocket. They don't even realize it. You know, when your phone's off, it's a black scrying mirror that emits, receives, and sends signals. I mean, your phone does all kinds of shit when you're not even using it. If you don't believe me, like monitor the data. You'll see it coming in and out. You're not doing nothing to the phone. You know what I mean? Occultists always used obsidian mirrors to scry. To see into the other side, whatever that means.
And not only see into the other side, but you can send evil intentions to your enemies.
And it could be sent through to you.
Right.
I think the most important thing to make people aware of is that if you're not already combating it, you are literally loaded with technological systems that you have no idea what they're doing. Connecting into your brain, neurons monitoring everything you do, even changing the way you think in real time by applying pressures and different voltages to parts of the brain when you have certain ideas that they don't like. It's like technological schizophrenia. I have a lot of friends calling me talking about it recently. They're like, yo, I don't know how I just like developed some kind of weird schizophrenia. They're like, bro, when you talk about certain shit, like my brain starts short-circuited. And I explained it to him like, yo, you're loaded with straight up technology. You got systems being built in your body by the technology, using all the heavy metals. And you ever hear this new bullshit? Oh, microplastics. That's not microplastics, okay? It's nano systems that are using plastic and heavy metals and silicone to create basically routers and different types of tubes that look like hydras. They used to call it, 20 years ago, they were calling it Morgellons disease. But I've had homies that literally would pull these filaments out of their skin. Their body was rejecting it back in the day. And yo, you could see this shit moving. You would get it near a phone, it would start moving with frequencies. It was almost like it was alive. So we knew this was no Morgellons disease. These filaments weren't organic. They didn't, like my boy's body didn't create it. You know, they almost look like hairs, but you can tell they're not under a microscope. If you look at it, it's totally different. But that was back in the day. You used to be able to see them. Now you don't see them. I mean, you might be able to take a piss and use a dark field microscope at a minimum of 40 times multiplication, and you might be able to see the shit assemble. Once it assembles, it becomes like a superstructure, and you'll be able to see what it is. Like, it's something. But I mean, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I had definitely gotten some shit in me when I went to get a tooth taken out. They shot me full of anesthetic, and I'm not going back to the dentist ever again. I'll pull my own tooth out with a pair of pliers. I don't give a fuck. That anesthetic is a straight weapon. And there's doctors that have put that shit on slides and let it dry, and it assembles into fucking chips and routers and little fucking wire filaments that communicate with light. Gets charged by ambient frequencies. Earlier, you were mentioning LEMF. And that shit that's old technology where they used to be able to do things like control people's emotional states through the ground. They were transmitting it through the ground, bro. Every single house has a ground. Every house wiring system is grounded. You see? Which turns your electrical system into a weapon. And if you really look into it, and this is where it gets real crazy, look at the frequency that the electrical systems are fine-tuned with before they make it to your house. Before it makes it to your house, they tune all the electricity to, like, I think it's like 66.6 hertz or 660 hertz. I can't remember the exact number, but it's a wicked-ass number. I'm dead ass. Look it up. All the electrical frequencies are tuned to an evil number.
Hey, TML, in the reading the Uncle Ted's book that we were going over earlier, he was talking about psychological problems due to our reliance on technology. And but wouldn't you say if we were to actually get rid of a lot of that modern technology that's not serving us, that people would like kind of lose their minds, at least for some type of period? How do you think that would look if that actually happened?
Well, it's definitely a bad look, but the whole idea of it is that, it's not really about the optics. You can't predict large scale changes, right? And then small scale reform won't really affect the system as a whole, right? They'll quickly just be assimilated. So, so you can't really improve one or two aspects of technology and then fix the system as a whole, right? Because that's not how the system really works, right? So that's kind of what Uncle Teddy is saying, is that, well, it's better to he eventually just says, it's better to just dump the system as a whole and just take the consequences. So whether or not you agree with him or not, that's his answer to the problem, right?
Yeah. So a complete demo rather than a remodel, right? If you're using that
Yeah.
metaphor.
Yeah. So he doesn't want to reset. He just wants
I mean, you don't have to dump every system. You just have to dump what we have as the system and revert back to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, actual just, like, living like people. Like, there's people that, like, all right, for example, like, the way that Uncle Teddy lived, if everybody lived like that, we'd be fine. You know what I'm saying? He was using certain shit. Like, you could use a piece of technology that you built. It's just like, it's when it becomes electrical technology, right? Like, that's when it becomes a problem. Like, you can't eliminate all technology, period. You might need a pair of pliers. You know what I'm saying? But then where do you get the pliers? All right, well, then you got to go back to blacksmiths who make the tools and not factories mass producing it. And then that gives a lot of people all over the world a way to make money or whatever the fuck, or make a living, right? Through craftsmanship, through making things. As long as we have humans making the stuff and the stuff is analog, right? I don't think there's a problem with that. You can't ever avoid people creating things. Like even tribesmen out in the woods will take a rock and put it on top of a spear. This is a technology. They'll make a bow and arrow. That's a technology. You know what I'm saying? It's when you got a bow and arrow factory pumping out plastic fiberglass bow and arrows, you know what I'm saying? That's when it becomes a problem. Like, look at the way that the Native Americans lived, right? And I'm not talking about the ones that was doing, like, you know what I'm saying, sacrifices and all kinds of crazy shit. Just the Native Americans in, like, let's say, the northeastern parts of America. They worked with nature. They respected nature. You know what I'm saying? They lived nomadically. They lived in tents, which are inventions. They rode on horses, but they used bow and arrows, which are inventions. I mean, you could even take it a little step further and have, you know, metal tools, but you have to have things being created by human beings, and you have to live in small communities that are not globalized. I think that would work. At the end of the day, I might be wrong, but like we can't all just run around and fucking, you know what I mean, ass naked and just, you know what I mean? You got to have a certain amount of technology. It's just, it has to be analog. When you start getting into electricity, I believe that's where the demons start coming out. Because, like, in order to have electricity, what do you got to do? Can't have a battery, you know, unless you have a factory making batteries. You can't have municipal electricity unless you got some kind of fucking industrial oil burning or coal, or that's where industrialization comes. It's when you start to give, when everyone needs electricity, you know, when everyone needs everything. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Doesn't the human body have electricity?
A human body has energy. I mean, I wouldn't consider it like electricity. I mean, you could consider electricity. It is all just energy. But, I mean, when I'm saying electricity, I'm talking like municipal electricity, battery, like AC and DC, to put it in simple terms. Alternating current and direct current. We can get rid of that and still be fine. You know, there's a lot of Amish people that do it. There's also, like, some Amish people that have, like, they have some exceptions. Like, they'll run a battery. You know what I'm saying? To run like they'll run like a cooler that keeps their food cold off a 12-volt battery.
Right. They minimize.
Yeah, but like, I mean, there could be a happy medium, but the problem is whenever you try to reach a happy medium, you need industrialization. So you can't have a happy medium. You got to just go straight analog. You know what I mean? The Amish are just kind of cheating a little bit, but they've set a limit to how much they'll cheat. A lot of them don't even want to use metal nails. They use wooden construction, like the way that a lot of the Asian people build. They use wooden dowel type of shit. They said, I had one Amish dude tell me that nails are of the devil. I was like, all right, bro, I see you. But like at the same time, his neighbor has a sawmill, and he's buying the wood from that guy. You know what I mean?
Sad trombone.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? He just wasn't going to use nails in his house. He said they're made in the fires of Satan.
That's what reminds me of when people say they're vegan, and then they go get a vegetarian, then they get a pizza in the pizza parlor, and like right before they got their pizza, there was like a supreme pizza with pork in it that was cooking in that one that they had their vegetarian pizza in there.
Like, I could understand if they're a person that just wants to only consume stuff, but do you ever see the people that are like, I don't want to do it because of the animals, and then they'll go and get the pizza and support the pizza shop that sells the meat. You know, like, like, why do you buy from stores that sell the meat then? You know, I guess, it is hard, bro. Because you know what it is, bro? The society has created such a system that they've They've actually crippled your ability to do the simple things without partaking in some part of their construction. And so, you really do need to wipe it all out and start over. And I think that's what's going to happen in the end. But I don't think we're capable of doing it. I don't think people will. You have way more people that don't want to do that. You know what I mean? That's why
Right.
Uncle Teddy's, manifesto's been out for how many years now? And we've just been trucking along. You know what I mean? There's tons of eco warriors out there that read the manifesto and want to do something, but you can't. Like, I know it sounds like a defeat, like it's negative or defeatist, but you can't stop a moving train with your physical body.
Don't be getting all black pilled.
It's not black pilled. It's that you can't do it that way.
I'm just joking from earlier.
Like, there has to be some kind of event that gives you a window of opportunity. But you can't create that event, because until that event happens, you don't have a window of opportunity.
Yeah, it's funny that he just said that in one of his paragraphs, because he's not really counting on a full success. So he says that there has to be some sort of cataclysmic event that actually signals that the system is on the brink of collapse. Then you could launch some sort of counterstrike if people know exactly what they're getting themselves into. So he's talking about a window of opportunity, as you said. So yeah, that is an adequate assessment.
If his goal was just to make his manifesto extremely popular, he has been absolutely successful in his mission.
It'd have to be a Carrington event or something somewhere.
Yeah, that goes to that original thing that Canuck said that he was like disagreeing with me on. He said that it's culture that moves technology, because he said that, and the reason he said that, well, the Star Trek predicted the cell phones, and I was like, well, I think that's a little bit, because surely they were talking about,
They definitely had the tablets, though.
Yeah, but I mean, just in terms of the ideas of Gene Roddenberry, there was many ideas that he was influenced by, I'm sure. Yeah. Or it's evident when you watch the show.
Does that mean before this event that Uncle Teddy's talking about, his idea, or the ideas have to be talked about, so that after the event, people, there'll be some structure there in those ideas, so that people can really take hold to them. But right?
No, it's just like in the beginning he basically just says, well, essentially the system is going to collapse. It can't be reformed. And so essentially those who prepare for what's going to happen are going to be better off than those who don't prepare for it. And even those who are prepared for the collapse of the system, they should probably accelerate the causes that lead to that collapse right at the right time, because that's going to lead to their success and victory if they anticipate not only the forthcoming events, but also when they're going to happen. So he's just talking about, that if it is true that something so big is going to come down, then you have to prepare for the changes that are going to come next. And he says that there's no perfect way that it could be structured after, because you can't predict what's going to come next.
So they know this.
So that summarizes like the basic points in the beginning, and I could read them out because because it's he actually lays it out as kind of a logical argument. So you have to take it as one step at a time of what he's saying.
Yo,
Before
TML.
you do that, what would be, excuse me real quick, what would be an example of those causes he's talking about to accelerate it?
You asking me or him?
Or whoever. I mean, TML, he knows.
Well, he sort of talks about that in terms of what is talked about as leftism and those types of things, that the people that support the system and support reform movements within the system, they sort of adhere to tactics and characteristics that encompass the state of mind that he calls sort of leftist psychology. And this leftist psychology is encompassed by two factors: feelings of inferiority and also over socialization, which can be really summarized by these sociological effects of technology on people's mass psychology, which is essentially, their alienation, but also their interconnectedness. That they're, essentially isolated and individualized, and everybody, but then also everybody's part of a interconnected system. So that's being imposed on them because we all have to use the same means to a certain extent, right? And that means that certain aspects of the system are imposed on us without our consent. So we couldn't totally separate from those means that govern over, certain aspects of our existence and means of our basic necessity, right? And as a means of doing that, we use things that don't actually procure our natural subsistence, right? We don't actually work towards those means, right? We actually engage in things that don't work towards those means, right? So there's all these different aspects he talks about, and I'm really going off the thing. I really have like almost like 5 minutes here. I'm gonna wrap this up.
Well, thanks for explaining that. That was interesting.
Oh yeah. I got very long explanations of all this stuff, and also we're gonna move to Alul and the other writings here. We got some of the writings: technological slavery and anti-tech revolution, why and how, and then and then the technological system by Jacques Ellul and propaganda by Jacques Ellul, which is they sort of sister work to the technological system. As I said earlier, the mass communications techniques are the counterpart to the growth of the technological system as a whole.
Yo, they know that there's going to be an event that's going to basically smoke out most of the technology. That's why they're trying to create a network, right, of interconnected people. This is called like the Internet of Things, so that they can reboot it. While at the same time, they're trying to reduce the population so that it's not a hard, amount of people to control. They believe they can survive the event in bunkers. They believe they can maintain a certain amount of their technology. And they want to merge man with the technology so that when the event happens, they could essentially control that limited population like gods with the technology that they resurface with. And I believe they've done this a few times already.
So how would this time be any different then?
Well, I'm trying to explain to you, you need to basically kill the technology that's inside you and seize the day if you live that long. But it's not likely that we're going to see that. We'll probably be at the end of the game when that actually happens. So that's why I'm raising my family with the understanding of what's going down. And I'm teaching them the old way, not the new way. Because when it goes down, the only people that are going to really be able to survive are going to be the people that know how to live off the land. Everybody else is just going to die. They're going to eat each other in the streets. And then they're going to try to rule over the people that have been living off the land. There's going to be some Amish communities, you know, a couple of this, couple of that. You get what I'm saying? They have all these people, even in the Amish communities, loaded up with technology. They're aware of everything that's going on. They want to be able to monitor everyone from satellites. They're tracking everything, trying to figure it all out. After the event happens, you're going to have most people in big cities are going to just tear each other apart, and you're going to be left with little pockets of people that are going to be in rural areas, and they're going to try to enslave those people when they resurface. But that's why I'm building a large family, and I'm going to teach them. I'm going to create my own culture. I'm going to teach them everything they need to live off the land, live in the woods. I'm actually moving backwards, where I used to have a highly technological dependent life, and now I depend on technology barely, and I aim to have zero. I actually aim to move away from my current property deeper into the woods with zero technology. But I needed to collect a lot of information and really get my everything laid out properly, so that when I do this, I have all the information I need. And I'm going to lay it out in essentially a manual. That's my idea anyway. May not work. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm pulling for you.
Huh?
I said I'm pulling for you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, bro.
More power to you.
The reason why I haven't done it already is not because I'm not willing to. It's that I have to make sure that I'm fully prepared to avoid my children having any kind of hardships. Like the Native Americans that lived nomadically, they didn't experience hardships because they had the culture and they had all the skills they needed to survive in that life. But I was raised my whole life in Babylon. So now I've had to spend mad time learning everything I can about living in nature. My kids have grew up living basically in nature. They don't really have any access to any technology. I don't let my kids have tablets and none of that shit. You know, I let them watch a couple of shows here and there. I highly curate what they absorb. I mainly force them to try to get them into books and try to get them into the old ways. Go play with rocks. You know, I'm going backwards.
Rant, do they have any like other friends they play with that, or maybe aren't, you know what I mean, that are still plugged into the?
So they have friends that they hang out with, and there's a stark contrast between them and their peers. They're outshining their peers in every facet of intellect, vocabulary, knowledge, their mindfulness. They're just way different.
Nice.
Like the kids of today compared to my kids are like literally retarded. You know what I mean? Like they're literally brain dead, like zombies.
Yeah, I don't live in the woods, but I see that when I compare them to like my son, the other kids. I see that in the other kids.
It's weird for me because I grew up in it as a kid. We didn't have technology, and then we did. You know what I'm saying? Like there was technology in the world, but when I grew up as a kid, there weren't like cell phones, and then there were. Cell phones existed, but like we didn't have them. You know, like there was like backpack cell phones, and then like my dad might have had this big ass gray cell phone that he would carry around when I was a kid. But like as a kid, my first cell phone I didn't get till I was 13, and it was a Nokia where the coolest thing on it was that you could play Snake.
Snake.
And it was a backlit screen. You know what I mean? It was just backlit. There was no fucking digital screen. Kids today now, they got phones that got everything on it. You know what I mean? If I wanted to see a naked chick, bro, I had to like hire a bum to go buy me a nudie mag, bro. You know what I mean? These kids got everything in their pocket. I'm just saying, it's a different level of corruption. It's a different level of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we didn't even have computers when I was young, bro. Like personal computers. I know what you're saying.
We had a computer when I got a little like older, like I want to say teenage years, and there was a computer, but it was like the whole family's computer. Like you would fight for time on it, and the computer was connected to the phone. You know what I'm saying? So if you wanted to like do anything on it, it took literally like it took you a few minutes just to get on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like fuck loading a video. There was no bro, you weren't loading a video. What are you talking about? You're lucky if you could load an image. Yo, I would watch the picture loading in, like, you know what I'm saying?
I remember those days.
And so now, like, yo, I was around when YouTube just first came on the scene. And, like, it wasn't even really that big of a deal in the beginning. Like, no one really gave a fuck about it. They're like, oh, a video, all right. That's a new thing. But, like, there wasn't nothing really on YouTube. Now, like, yo, if you wanted to learn something, you literally had to go find a book that had it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember doing a project as a kid, and we wanted to, like, I wanted to make sock puppets of hippos, and I had to do a presentation on hippos. I had to sit there and go through a library of encyclopedias to find out where in there was hippos and the shit about the hippos. And it was just like, it had like 2 pages about hippos. That's the only information you got. And it was whatever the publisher put out there. It could have been anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the access to information is at an all-time high. With that ability, I'm collecting what I seem to be very valuable information in hard copy. I print a lot of books, I bind them, I buy books, and I'm getting ready. Pretty soon, I'm not going to be on the internet no more. You ain't going to see me. That's it. I'm going to be gone. Because this shit ain't real. I'm going to go live in reality. I'm going to teach my kids what reality is. I'm going to teach them about the world. Teach them all the skills they need. If they choose to like go back into the world, they'll understand what it is. By the time they go back in the world, it'll be fucking nothing but chaos and destruction. But I got a lot of work ahead of me, bro. It's not easy teaching, you know, I'm going to have 5 kids, teaching 5 kids. It's not easy.
That's a lot of work, bro. One's a lot for me. I can only imagine 4 more. But it's a blessing, though. I would want 4 more.
It's all by design. I mean, I don't choose how many kids I can have. I could be sterile tomorrow. If they keep happening, there's a reason. There's a future plan that I don't understand. But I know that it's good, and so I'm going to keep moving in that direction. Life in Babylon is easy right now, in the cities, in the society. It's easy life. Living in the woods with even a little bit of technology is very hard. It's grueling. And living completely off the grid is even more grueling. Like, yo, to heat my house, bro, I have to literally cut trees down with a chainsaw, right? Which I won't have. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to be getting away from even that. So at some point, I'm going to have to cut trees down with a handsaw that I'll have to maintain by hand. And then, I mean, even now, I split the logs by hand because I'm trying to get the understanding of all this, the skills, the mechanics, and teach my kids these things. They're around it. Bro, you got to split logs every day. Like 6 big-ass logs every day. You got to split them by hand into the quarters or eighths and burn them for heat. That's just the way of life out here. We don't have gyms out here and CrossFit. My life is CrossFit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie with you, bro. I'm dreading the cold weather because I know as soon as the cold weather hits, bro, I become Paul Bunyan, like you said, and that's just not fun. Life is not supposed to be fun. That's where people got it fucked up.
And that's not saying what you said. If you listen to the words, you said it's not supposed to be fun. Doesn't mean it can't be fun at times.
No, there's fun times.
Yeah, right.
People want to have fun all day, every day. That's called childhood. You know what I mean? That's what adults want. Most of them want to be comfortable and enjoy every minute of every day. And that's not real. That's why society exists the way it does. That's why man worships technology. They want some kind of mechanical slave to do the shit that they need to be doing so that they could do something else for themselves. It's all self-centered bullshit. Because when you don't have a mechanical slave heating your house, you got to do it. But you know what? The guy who uses the mechanical slave doesn't get strong. The guy who cuts his wood gets strong. See? When the shit hits the fan and the mechanical slave stops working for you, my axe will keep cutting. My family's always going to be warm. You know what I mean? It actually gets easier the more you do it. What if you need a doctor? The fucking medical industry does nothing but poison and lie to you. Why don't you learn medicine? I could diagnose problems and heal my children better than any doctor in the local area. The garbage doctors are trash. Literally. They want to give you nothing but poison. They follow the teaching of Asclepius, bro. Healing with poison. You don't need a doctor if you don't live a terrible life. If you eat good food and you work with your hands, you don't become unhealthy and have all these modern diseases that you have today. And you know what, bro? If something crazy happens and you die, that's God's plan, baby. You can't live forever. Everybody's going to die of something. Some people fear life so much. Some people fear death so much they don't live. That's the reality. They rather bow before the tyranny medical industry that tells you, oh, look, this is safe and effective. And then it kills you. What about that? Did you forget that doctors all over this country just did a mass genocide? Did you forget? You must have forgot. Because those same people that you're going to go to heal you are not going to heal you because they don't actually know anything. They only know what the medical industry taught them, which is lies, most of it. It's all propaganda put out by Big Pharma, Rockefeller Industry, petrochemical poisons to quote unquote heal the masses. They never fucking healed nothing. I'll tell you what. The medical industry has never actually healed anyone with the exception of antibiotics.
Yo, are you there, Cecil?
He's there. He's just asleep.
All right, I'm gonna dunk him in the back. All right, yeah. What about you, brother? You have any closing statements here?
Well, I mean, I was gonna ask Remington how he, not that it's a competition, how does you rate that break the internet rant right there? That was dope. Compared to last week, was it Amotep? We got two good monologues right there. That was dope. A lot of truth there. And Machine, thanks for having me on, and you're exposing us to the truth with all the scholarly works you present and analyze in your unique way. And I want to say, like in the words of the great Hunter S. Thompson, he who becomes a beast gets rid of the pain of being a man. And that beast system is banging on a lot of these people. And my prayers are up for you guys. Peace.
Hey, you ready? No, dog.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, what about you, my friend?
Oh, bro, I just said it. You ready now, dog?
He's been saying it for like the past hour.
You already know. You know what I'm saying? So that is what it is. And yeah, thank you guys for having this time with us. And yeah, what about you, Reddington?
Yeah, just like earlier about the social aspect what Uncle Ted was talking about. I don't think the people are going to survive socially because they're already programmed to be dependent on the system, molded to the system. So when the system breaks, is destroyed or whatever, they're going to lose their minds basically because they'll have no frame of reference.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for being out here with me. I'm gonna remove you guys from the stage and play some things for some people here as I wrap this section up here because it's about to be sunrise in the area that I'm in. So be looking at the time there and also gearing up for maybe some morning prayer and some other things, sort some of this area out that I'm in and figure out some other things for the day. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, I hope you have clarity to see through the lies. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, and the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you have been programmed, to realize those forces that impinge upon your freedom and the causes and events that shape our present experience here on this way. So we went over certain things. In the beginning we had a discussion with a guest and Neurojack, and certain ideas were there brought up. We had a pretty interesting panel there, and yeah, a lot of contentious issues were shared. People have lots of different beliefs, and we moved into Grace Hopper, her ways that she talked about information and basically theorized about information before the invention of large scale networking systems. And we also talked about John C. Lilly and his solid state entity, his ideas about technology and the dangers about technology, and how he thought it was controlled by a demonic force akin to Zoroastrianism. We also looked at the ideas of what do you call that guy? Yeah. Let me see. I forgot his name. Turing, Alan Turing, computing machinery and intelligence. Yeah, I think this was published in, well, I don't know what year it was published, but yeah, apparently Alan Turing lived from 1912 to 1954, sometime in between that. Oh, it says in 1950. Yeah, so a work he wrote in 1950, okay, about thinking machines, right? So yeah, we read some of that, and we moved on to some of the ideas of Kaczynski in his manifesto. So yeah, so we presented some of our ideas there, and we also had a good discussion with my friend. We're going to present another show on Tuesday, basically.
right, on Tuesday, right, is going to be a show about the response to my friend, right, on his questions that he raised about the Quran. I'm going to give a similar presentation about the Bible, right, and especially pointing to the words of Jesus and the belief system that he expressed in his presentation, right? And we're going to move into a cross-examination from him for 30 minutes of time, right? So there's going to be that event on Tuesday, and then we'll come back on Wednesday with the regular show, okay? So if you guys want to know what the Tuesday show is going to be like, look at the rant discusses the errors of the Quran, the presentation that he did, right? Right. So far we have like a lot of people seem to watch that video. You guys got a kick out of that discussion there. So yeah, that's an interesting video there. So yeah, go ahead and watch some of that. But yeah, here's some of the videos that are relevant to me and some presentations that I enjoyed, recently that we were on. One of those was this little presentation we did with London McLovin. Let me go ahead and open that up for you guys. And then we'll get up out of here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Okay, join us soon. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, subscribe to this channel here, KJV, at London man, at London _ man, all right.
Clears. Page 22.
It's fucking taking forever. Why is it doing that? Page 20. You know what? Let me stop there on page 22. Stop there on page 22 for the moment. I mean, there's a lot of evidence tonight that's been presented that's, pointing towards Hollow Earth. A lot of evidence, whether you agree with it or not.
Absolutely. I mean, that description is of an 8,000 miles.
All right.
Caution universology is predicated upon an absolutely demonstrated premise: the world face to face with a radical astronomical revolution. Koreshanity is universal science applied to all the
Hold on, I heard the back door. Dan and Chuck.
What's up? How is everything? Dean.
Everything's good, man. We're good.
Dean.
You good over there? You good?
Yeah.
Alright, Jackson, we're about to do some reading.
universal science applied to all the concerns of practical life, involving the science of immortal life in the body. It includes the science of religion, founded upon an accurate knowledge of the structure and function of the cosmic organism. It embraces every department and phase of form and function in the universe, and is there
Cosmic organism, right? Out the gate, they're talking about organisms, cosmic organisms. I like where it's going already.
Form and function in the universe, and is therefore universology. It is predicated upon an absolutely demonstrated premise, a geometric figure which embraces three simple elements: the arc, chord, and radius, practically applied to Earth measurement.
All right. See the arc and the chord. Remember, we already went over the arc and the chord. The chord, what's the chord again? All right, let's have a quick look. Let's go over here. Which one was it? It was one of them that had it in detail. No. Is it this one? Is it gone? Right, so basically they're talking about the eyes, right? The arc. We already went over the arc. Let me show you the arc. 1 second. Get to the arc. Give me a second. Come on, open. Okay, my bad. So they're talking about the arc. Right, we know that's in the eye already.
Maybe the whole eye is the arc.
That's a particular bit on the eye that goes around this bit here. See the white bit that goes around it? That's the arc. You could say like the Antarctic ring, right? See the whiteness? The arc.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
That's what the arc is.
Yeah, this
right?
whole.
And look,
I was
Snell is
thinking maybe.
lens. Remember when we reversed it? Lens, Snell, what a Snell, how they talk about in Islam.
Is it in brown eyes as well? Like, you know?
Yeah, but not as much, I suppose. You can see it a little bit in this one. I don't know if that's brown. It looks a bit brown. That's a big one. Little one. Little. All right, that's the arc.
But it seems to be more prominent in lighter color eyes, yeah?
Correct. Correct. All right, hold on a second. Let me sec. Oh yes. Looking for this. Where are we? We was. Oh yes, the arc. Hey, hiding. Where's it gone? Give me a sec, ladies and gentlemen. The eyes. Sorry, too many folders here at the moment. I'm trying to locate the file. Jesus Christ, where's it gone? Oh, hold on. Is that it? Oh, I lost it. Hold on a sec. How did I lose that? We'll come back to that anyway. We'll come back to that. Oh, look who decided to show up. Hello. Hello down there. Hello down there. Hello down there. How you doing? That's a good dog. Stay. Stay. That's a good dog.
And radius, practically applied to Earth measurement by a process which determines the contour of the surface of the Earth in which we dwell and the direction of elevation. This is not theoretical, but applied geometry. This contour is found to be an upward instead of a downward curve, and thus it is diametrically opposite to the assumed
Upward curve instead of a downward curve. What does an upward curve look like, Dino?
With me. Upward curve.
It sounds like they're describing concave.
It sounds to me like that, yes. Yeah. What were they calling that? Concavity, not convexity, right?
Mm-hmm.
curve, and thus it is diametrically opposite to the assumed convexity of the Earth's surface. The world is therefore face to face with a radical astronomical revolution. The Earth is a concave sphere, the ratio of curvature.
The Earth is a concave sphere. Okay. Okay. I like where they're going with that.
God, that's a little bit double Dutch, though, isn't it? Concave sphere. It's like, it's not saying...
That's another word for hollow.
Yes, it's another word for hollow, isn't it? Mm.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Sphere, the ratio of curvature. Page 17. Being 8 inches to the mile, thus giving a diameter of 8,000 and a corresponding circumference of about 25,000 miles. This fact is physically and mechanically demonstrated by placing a perpendicular post at any point on the surface of the Earth, though it were better to place it by the side of a surface of water, and extending a straight line at right angles from this perpendicular. The line thus extended will strike the surface at any distance proportionate to the height of the vertical post. Hypothesis, or guesswork, indeed.
Hold on a sec. What can I do for you? Good little lass, good little doggy. I mean, I'm all out of dog treats. Bex isn't here. Your woman isn't here. So why are you here? Got no more Scooby snacks for you. Your bitch isn't here. You don't like us. What is going on? Huh?
He's a cheeky cunt.
Hey, this is what you call research, my man, right? This is what we call the boys sitting down with each other, doing a bit of, diving, cooking. We're cooking, huh? We're cooking.
Hypothesis, or guesswork, indeed, lies at the foundation of all scientific knowledge, says the Standard Dictionary, quoting from Fiske's Unseen World, page 3. The term science is derived from scire, to know, hence, science is the Latin term for knowledge. Science means knowledge, nothing more, nothing less. That which is founded upon hypothesis, assumption, is not science, nor should it be dignified by that title. The Copernican system of astronomy has its foundation in assumption. This is conceded by all so-called scientific astronomers. The Copernican system has never been demonstrated, therefore it is not scientific. What does Christianity offer as a substitute for the gigantic fallacy and farce of the benighted Copernicus? First, it offers the fact that in experiments carefully made by the caution geodetic staff at Naples, on the Gulf Coast of Florida, the contour of the Earth was proven to be diametrically the reverse of what is taught as true in the pseudoscience of modern times. The surface of the Earth is not convex. It appears. Page 18.
So they're saying the surface of the Earth is not convex.
It's not convex.
Right? It's not convex. The surface of the Earth is not convex. I mean, that's what they're saying in this. I don't know, but you know.
They're basically saying it's not a globe. Well, oh, hang on. It's not a. If it's not convex, that means it has to be concaved or flat, doesn't it?
Sorry, one more time. Say that again.
If the surface of the Earth is not convex, then it has to be flat or concaved.
Yeah, but depending what part of the Earth they're describing in this particular part.
Yeah, that would stand to reason. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Page 18. To be so because of optical illusion. The only geodetic survey ever made for the purpose of determining whether the surface on which we dwell is convex or concave was made by the geodetic staff of the Caution Unity in the year 1897. In this survey was corroborated conclusively the testimony given in 1870 that the Earth is a hollow shell about 8,000 miles in diameter.
Damn. Did you hear that?
Only 8,000 miles in diameter.
1897. In this survey. Okay. Okay. There was a survey. Okay. That the Earth is hollow. That's what they're saying here. I mean, let me take it back just in case I was hearing wrong.
Is a hollow shell about 8,000 miles in diameter and about 1897. In this survey was corroborated conclusively the testimony given in 1870 that the Earth is a hollow shell about 8,000 miles in diameter and about 25,000 miles in circumference.
How small must we be? We must be really small.
Holy shit.
What the fuck? Hollow Earth, right?
So, hang on a minute, because that's not actually talking about the outside circumference. That's just talking about the circumference of the inside of the hollow, isn't it?
Hollow. Yes, it sounds like it. Correct. That's wild. No in the building. Tizzle in the building. What's happening? I think I did see my Day 1S down there somewhere. Big up Day 1S. Much love.
Big up to everyone in the chat. Big up to everyone in the chat.
Grand old chat room. Hold on. Hey, Baxter, what was you saying now about an eye and a map? Can you locate that for me, Mr. Baxter? All right.
The form of the universe, the great alchemico-organic world. The alchemico-organic, physical, world or universe is a shell composed of 7 metallic, 5 mineral, and 5 geologic strata, with an inner habitable surface of land and water. This inner surface, as the reader already understands, 5 mineral and 5 geologic strata, with an inner habitable surface of land and water. This inner surface, as the reader already understands, is concave. The 7 metallic layers, or laminae, are the 7 noble metals, gold constituting the
laminae. Okay. I'm gonna have to take it there because they're talking that shit.
Yes, I hear what you said. Laminated.
She's talking about the fucking cross, the lens, bro. She's talking about Jesus. Watch this. I don't think you'll understand me. I do it very different. Right, check this out.
Might be doing it very different.
I don't think they understand me. It's different. It's very different, right? Very different. It's what they're talking about. Take them there real quick. Alright, where we going? No, this one here. This is the laminin, right? See the cross? This is what they're talking about. Cells, this is in the cell. This is the binding of the cell, right? Within the eye. This is laminin. Right, this is it here. This is on another
Laminin protein.
laminin again. Right, this is what they're talking about.
Isn't there some kind of macular thing that happens where you get protein that builds up as little particles in the eye, in the vitreous chamber?
Yeah, I think it does produce protein. I'm not sure how, but I think that's how the how would you call it? Like the hallowed canal used to feed before it breaks off.
I'm just, just musing things in my head on that. Yeah.
Different. Go on, keep going.
Laminae are the 7 noble metals, gold constituting the outermost rind of the shell. This shell, or crust, is a number of miles in thickness.
Hold on. Hold on. Because this, you know what it is as well? I just remembered there's 2 parts of the laminin. Hold on a second. 1 second. Oh, shit. No.
So there's 2 chambers, right? Yeah.
Hold on, because I'm about to show you the upper laminin. This is how we're gonna know it's hollow earth, right? Just by this little diagram here. I'm gonna show you guys, right? Check this out. 1 second. So this right here. You see this here? This is the laminin as well. Just before it gets to the lens. The cross would be in here, but this is the laminin, right? Now, how would we know that? Because they're showing you that it's hollow earth now, right? Look. Where's it gone? Oh, do you know what? I think we got not too early. I can't even show that just yet. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's go back over here first. Let's go back over here first. We're going to do something first.
Miles in thickness. Within this shell are 3 principal atmospheres. The first, or outermost, the...
Sorry, Dino, before we continue, did you want to ask me something? Peter's going to say something.
Well, I was just going to say there's 2 chambers, right? And I've in the search that I've done on these chambers, there's a kind of a protein buildup that occurs, and I'm pretty sure it happens in both of them. I just wanted to relate that.
What, in both chambers?
But that protein, little protein particles build up in both of them, not just one of them.
Okay. That would make sense. I mean, there's separate chambers, so they would have to have separate waters, separate feedings, I suppose. Yeah.
Shell are three principal atmospheres. The first or outermost, the one in which we exist, being composed chiefly of oxygen and nitrogen, the one immediately above, that is pure hydrogen, and the one above the hydrogen atmosphere we have denominated Aberon. Within this is the solar electromagnetic atmosphere, the nucleus of which is the stellar center. In and occupying these atmospheres,
The nucleus of which is the stellar center. The stellar center. Is that what they're calling it? The nucleus, remember, that's the lens.
Yeah.
Interesting. Machine, you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good man, good man. What's your take on it so far? I know you're up to speed on the Hollow Earth stuff.
Well, I think it's interesting that these theories, how they changed over time. So you have in the 16th century the belief that the world is basically, I guess mechanos, right? Or it's, just purely mechanism, right? So they ascribe to nature's laws, right? And also to animals. Descartes said animals never had a soul, right? So he looked at them as like machines. He called them deus ex machina, right? So this whole idea about the universe being a machine started to fall apart when they thought of the theory of evolution, right? So when they came up with the theory of evolution, they then understood that basically nature is intelligent. It couldn't function like a machine because of life itself, the miracle of life itself, right? So what they had to do then is say that the universe and all of the cosmic matter is actually itself evolving, So they ascribed evolution to matter even, and then that goes to another theory that universe is just life, right? Because life evolves, right?
Yeah.
Dead things don't evolve, right? They don't grow, they don't change, right? They don't have that quality to them, right?
Exactly.
So it's like, well, going from pure mechanism to then being, as this writing says, organic, alchemical organic, right? Yeah, these beliefs fell naturally into place once they got through all of the flawed thinking of the theory of evolution, and they found out that life can't be possible in this world without nature being intelligent, right? And itself evolving. So it's interesting that the people who believed in the hollow earth, like the people who follow esoteric Hitlerism, they combine religion with evolution, right? So it's interesting.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think it's amazing how we still come up with all this, even though we got to sift through so many lies and propaganda, but yet we're still able to put all this together. I don't know what word to use, it's fate or just straight up intelligence, but that is what these people try. They can't defeat us. We always seem to find out who we are and where we are.
That's it. Can't defeat us. Can't defeat you can't defeat the soul, Can't defeat it, quote unquote. So
Very Adrian.
of which is the stellar center. In and occupying these atmospheres are the sun and stars, also the reflections called the planets and the moon.
the reflections called the planets and the moon. So they're letting you know the reflections. Right? They're not physical things up in the sky, they're saying reflections. Right? So maybe the physical part of it is on the floor with us.
Called the planets and the moon. The planets are mercurial disci moving by electromagnetic impulse between the metallic laminae, or planes of the concave shell.
There's the
They are
lamina.
seen through penetrable rays, ultra-electromagnetic, reflected or Page 19. Bent back in their impingement on spheres of substance regularly graduated as the stories in the heavens. In the foregoing is presented a descriptive outline merely of the alchemico-organo-cosmic form. It is not assumptive. Neither is it intended, in this synopsis, to prove the caution universology. The proofs and demonstrations of the system will be found in subsequent pages of this work. Motion and function. We have already outlined the general principles of form. We here insert this axiom: form is a fundamental property of existence. Therefore, that which has no form has no existence. Limitation is a property of form. The universe has existence. Therefore it has form, hence it has limitation. While the above axiom partakes somewhat of the syllogistic method, it will be noticed that the objectionable feature of the syllogism is expunged, namely, the premise is not an assumption. Motion obtains in everything throughout cosmic form. Nothing exists without motion. The atoms of the rock are constantly changing place with all other atoms. There is circulation in the bar of steel. The angular crystal atoms of the diamond are in motion, and in their circulation and impingement they generate electromagnetic substance of the most delicate attenuation. All these circulations are regular and according to the fixed laws of order. Therefore, while form exists according to definite principles of form, the laws of motion conform to and determine the principles and arrangement of organic relation and shape. Page 20. Cause of motion. The cause of alchemico-organic motion is remote and proximate. Before defining the laws and principles of motion, we will here briefly state that within the alchemico-organic world, cosmos, there resides the anthropostic, or corresponding cosmos. These are two discrete spheres, yet they are coordinately one. The alchemico-organic cosmos, the physical world, the outline of which is given in preceding pages, is in the form of man, that is, in the egg or shell man in the state of UN incubation. The mass of humanity is in the same state. With this modification, the alchemico-organic cosmos.
I'll send in a message.
We will here briefly state that within the alchemico-organic world, cosmos, there resides the anthropostic, or corresponding cosmos. These are two discrete spheres, yet they are coordinately one. The alchemico-organic cosmos, the physical world, the outline of which is given in preceding pages, is in the form of man, that is, in the egg or shell man in the state.
It's in the form of man. The outer world, the physical world, the outline of it is given, okay, in the form of man. Interesting. In the eggshell man and state, okay, in incubation.
Pages is in the
There they
form.
go again. They keep referencing the shell, the egg, the hollowness. Right, it's got a shelliness to it.
You've got that, yep.
Mm-hmm. Eggshell. Yeah. Like OVO type shit.
Yes.
Pages is in the form of man, that is, in the egg or shell man in the state of UN incubation.
Incubation. That matrix shit.
The mass of humanity is in the same state. With this modification, the alchemico-organic cosmos is in space, and is therefore persistent, while its anthropostic coordinate embodies principles which merely correspond to space, and are not persistent in any one form. For instance, the 7 metallic laminae, or plates comprising the general metallic rind of the macrocosmic shell, are perpetual. These are the 7 limitations of essences radiating from the stellar nucleus primarily, and from the solar limbus, as the environment of the stellar nucleus. They constitute the deposit extremities of the 7 essences, or the 7 alchemico-organic spirits of radiation. The geologic strata, through which the essences radiate, are the conditions of chaos penetrated by the essences, before they reach their extremities of metallic deposition and order.
Chaos penetrated. Conditions of chaos penetrated. What do they mean by that? Because they will talk about the chaos region. Is that light, or is that something chaos penetrating? Radiate are the conditions. It could be light essence. Is that another word for light? Chaos. Does anybody know? Why they always reference that? I'm getting that now. On Mars.
Well, it's going with the paragraph before, because it's talking about how nature behaves according to fixed laws, right? So where does growth and change come from? It has to come from chaos. Get it?
Okay.
Because if nature's laws are ordered, they can't change, right? They have to be according to universal principles, right?
Order
Yeah.
from chaos. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so that's where they get the idea of growth and change, because Aristotle had to put that in there. He also invented the categories of form and matter, right? And he also perfected the syllogistic method that they used earlier, right? It says form is a fundamental property of existence. Therefore, which has no form has no existence. Limitation is a property of form. And the universe has existence, therefore it has form. And then it says that it derived this from the syllogistic method, right? So the whole idea is based on logical presuppositions, right? That the universe has to behave according to fixed laws. And that means that that motion and change, right, they have to come from a principle that's leading things to grow and change that's outside of fixed laws, right? So there you would have to introduce chaos, right? So it's interesting because there's two things that come in, because motion requires change, and also it implies that things are becoming or they have a final result to become to something, right? So it's like nature is pulling them, right? So that introduces a concept called teleology, or telos, right? So when you have telos in nature, you have to have chaos existing alongside order, because things have to become, right? They can't just be as they are, right?
It can't just appear fully formed, in other words.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Bible says God just snapped his fingers and life came to be. I'm not buying that, but yeah, I just can't see anything coming out of nothingness without manipulation or some sort of technological magic.
I came across on 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. Give me a sec. Sec. Hopefully I bloody saved it. Non revolving not. But a quick look. All right, cool. I got it. Now, when they was mentioning spirits of radiation, right? But then the geologic strata through the essence radiated, right? When they talk about the strata in other places, it's a reference to like the stars, right? The stars give off light, and when you look at how a strata, how they show you the strata map, it's like sediments out of layers of different how would you call it, different, like, I suppose, material.
Yes, material structures. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Now, the way how they describe the way how the strata looks, it's exactly like the ganglions, like where the lights, the eye, the lights basically in the back of the eyes, right? Now, when I heard, like I said, when I heard strata and radiate, right, and then chaos, right, I'm thinking of something like this, right? The lights. You see how it's got chaos up here?
Yeah.
Right? Chaos and cosmogony, again in Ovid's Metamorphosis. They're showing you it's to do with the lights. The chaos region. Because we don't know what lights is. We got told what lights are and the luminous heavens and all that stuff. We don't know what it is. So, oh, there's the diamond again. Yeah. So yeah, when I think of chaos, I think, and the strata, I think of the eyes and the ganglions that lights the stars, how they would call it. The strata and the radiate, penetrating, the light penetrating through an area in the eye known as the chaos region, I suppose. Where else did we see that? Hold on a sec. Where else did we see that? Where else did we see that? There we go. Chaos. Chaos. Feel me?
Infinity atomist.
We're just putting the pieces together, you know.
Essences before they reach their extremities of metallic deposition and order. The stellar nucleus is the center.
Yeah, but where's it gone? Before they reach the extremities of metallic. Look, look, they gave it away. It's hitting metallic. It's reflecting, basically. All right. It's reflections. The light is hitting the metallic.
The stellar nucleus is the center of space. The metallic laminae are at the circumference of space. Correspondentially in humanity, the Lord Christ was the stellar center, and his
The Lord Christ, cross. Talking about the cross. He said the Lord Christ, laminae.
space. Correspondentially in humanity, the Lord Christ was the stellar center, and his quality was the correspondent, in anthropostic being, of space in the Page 21. Alchemico-organic cosmos. In the progress of time in its relation to the development and progress of the race, the 7 churches, yet to be formulated into groups, are the anthropostic depositions corresponding to the 7 metallic plates. The 7 churches are 7 qualities of human characteristics, and correspond to the 7 planets, and therefore to the 7 primary substratic laminae of the cosmic crust.
Cosmic cross.
By the remote cause of motion, is meant the cause primary to the electromagnetic substance created at and radiating from the stellar nucleus, antithetically generated at the circumference of the shell, and converging to the nucleus. The cellular cosmos, or the great cosmic egg previously described, constitutes a great electromagnetic battery, which is purely physical, or as denominated in caution science, alchemico-organic. The sun and stars are focalizations of physical spirit substance, merging into matter materialized through voluminous and high-tension convergence. There are at these centers constant concretion and sublimation. Spirit substance is constantly materializing, and the temporary materialization is as rapidly changed to spirit substance and is radiated. There is, therefore, a reciprocal interchange of substance from center and circumference. The spirit substances engendered at the nucleus are radiated to the circumference, and are there solidified. At the circumference, the surplus solidification is reduced again to spirit substance and flows to the nucleus.
That nucleus talk again. That lens talk. That lens talk. They ain't gonna believe in London. I know. I know. They don't like it, London. I know. I know.
Solidification is reduced again to spirit substance and flows to the nucleus.
See? Okay. Hold on 1 second. Where's it gone? Spiritual substance. Spirit substance. Okay. Where's it gone? Actually, no. I'll leave that for now. I'll leave it.
Nucleus. As there are 7 metallic laminae in the prime circumference, so there are 7 prime metallic kinds of essence flowing toward and into the stellar nucleus.
By the way, a good way to read this is that essence is opposed to form, right? And substance is basically opposed to accidents or chaos. Get it right?
Say that again, brother.
Run that past us again.
Yeah.
Well, basically, essence is unchanging, right? So it's the opposite of form, right? So essence is to form, basically what substance is to accidents. Get it right?
Okay. I think I'm understanding that.
Yeah, like substance, like spiritual substance basically just means like unchanging spirit. It doesn't mean stuff. Like substance is opposed to accidents, just as essence is opposed to form, right?
Okay, I got you.
So that's a good way to understand the terminology there, right? Because substance does not mean stuff, but it means activity. Get it?
Okay.
Yeah, I got
activity. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, because you know what? You see how they're talking about feeding the nucleus, right? I think they were showing us in Where is it? Hold on. I still got that shit. Yes, it should be here. Come on. Come on. I know you're around here somewhere. Eleven unread messages private chat. I can't wait to look at that. I can't wait, boy. Oh, where's it gone? Come on. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Come on, come on, come on. Come on, do it for daddy. Come on, do it for daddy. Oh, man. Playing with me. I know exactly what they're talking about. Where's this picture gone? Where's this picture gone? Go over here. It might be here. You don't feel shy, boys. Have a little talk amongst yourself real quick. What have you learned so far, Dino?
5 times a day, there's 5 points on the pentagram, so it must be.
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at the eye, basically, and just seeing how we're seeing form and out of chaos, and just how the fluids. I feel there's something to do with how the fluids are working, right? So the formation of a cross through particles in different chambers.
Okay. Yeah. All right, there's a picture that I'm looking for. I guess it speaks volumes, but I'm trying to find it. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Too many pictures. Fuck it. Oh man, that would have been a good time to find that. You have to look for that another time. They're talking about feeding. Where was it? Feeding the central nucleus. Right, but if there's a picture that I'm not even happy. I need to find that real quick. Give me a second, man. This is gonna kill me. I need to find it. Has to be in here. Go back to the bottom. Come on.
It's almost like you might have to stick some pictures together in a certain folder that you're going to have to be able to pull up, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is an old folder that I don't even really go into this much. I've moved on from this stuff here, but there's a particular picture that
represents what we're talking about.
Correct. Correct. Come on, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. You're not gonna do me like that. Hold on.
I'm just keep on thinking back to this 8,000-mile circumference of the hollow itself, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what's crazy? Because they said that just the hollowness, so that's like from measurements that'll be internal to internal, right?
Mm.
And then the shell of it is over, I think they said 100 miles thick or something like that.
Yeah.
In one reading, that's what it said, 100 miles thick. But I don't know, it might change in a different reading, but I had
Well,
a look for it.
they say that we've drilled what the deepest drilling we've had, all going down into the earth apparently is 8 miles, which is just a pinprick on 100, isn't it? Right.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's keep going.
Nucleus. Page 22.
It's fucking taking forever. Why is it doing that? Page 20. You know what? Let me stop there on page 22. Stop there on page 22 for the moment. I mean, there's a lot of evidence tonight that's been presented that's, pointing towards hollow earth. A lot of evidence, whether you agree with it or not.
Absolutely. I mean, that this description is of an 8,000 mile circumference. Well, we know, well, we're told that the equator is like 28,000 miles, right? So 8,000 miles is like, just a small portion of that. But 8,000 mile circumference has to be an internal circumference, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if we're talking like 100 miles thickness of the outer shell, right? And that kind of makes the part of the eye, the hole that Sirius comes through, isn't it? As Polaris comes through.
But I mean, it's crazy because I don't know. I think Polaris may be at the
back. At the back. Yeah. Yeah, reverse it, right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a reversed world. It's a reversed world. What's that? Let's have a look. What she's saying? Maybe. Mm-hmm. That's a lovely picture, by the way. It's a lovely picture. Let me see what the chat room was saying, because I did see something that caught my attention. Mr. Sniper. The chaos requires a lens. Oof. The chaos requires a lens. I like that.
Nice, squirrel. Yeah.
It requires a lens. Okay. I mean, I wonder if chaos is another word for the light on a different level. A representation. It's either that or the serpent.
Well, it reminds me of perception requires duality, right? Because you need to have a seer and what's being seen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah.
Definite. D'Angelo in the building. Shadow and light in the building. Yes, much love. Yeah, that's. I mean, there's a few more things, you know, that I've came across, but you know, it just writes itself now. It just writes itself. You know, hollow earth, the eye, hollow earth, the body, the head, upper room. The more I look, it's just there.
The
more you go
connection.
back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Wow.
also the principle of, you know, as above, so below. That goes along with those 7 hermetic principles they were talking about, right? And you could really read them, you know, backwards and forwards. You know, you could read it as the mind, you know, bringing something into existence, right? Or you could see it as, you know, from smaller to greater, right?
Yeah. Smaller to
Yeah.
greater. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like they go like 7 principles. Like first is conception, right? So to conceive of something is to have an image of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that reaches, you know, it finds its necessary, you know, will of something being enforced on it that has a cause and effect, right? And that's the movement, you know, and the movement requires it to chase its opposite, which leads to, you know, the polarity, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so from 1 it becomes 2, and then the 2 gets into a spin, you know, and that spin and rhythm, the motion of that causes the vibratory stage, right? The cymatic vibrations. And that causes there to be voice and word and correspondence and sound, right? From which comes actual elements form, you know, or you could look at it backwards where there's, you know, creativity, you know, the mind gives birth to a corresponding with an idea outside of it, which causes it to gain in vibration, which causes it to form a internal rhythm, which causes it to seek polarity and change outside of it, which causes it to affect the world outside of it, which causes the conception of a new change, right?
Mm-hmm.
New view. Yes.
Yeah, new view. I agree with that. Mm-hmm. New focusing. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Let's get back into some of that Transformers thing real quick.
You gotta have faith, right? You know we can be.
Our fates were always intertwined, but now our worlds are joined as one. We need to repair our planet.
Oh, what does that sound like to you or anybody?
Repair our planet.
No, look, he said our planets are joined as one. They have to be joined. That sound like that fusion shit that I was telling you guys about. Nuclear fusion. All right, now it's hey, join with the machine, right? Remember what I said? In order, maybe hypothetically speaking, right? In order to maintain this quote unquote home, right? It needs reconstructed. It needs, like, you know, a bit of how would you call it?
Like a boost.
Nuts and bolts, you know, like if you want something to last longer, right? You merge it with machinery or something. All right.
I got you.
To last longer. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's wild. Yo, all right, let's keep going.
Work together if we wish to survive. A dangerous secret is buried deep inside the earth.
I wonder what secret that is. Let's hear it.
More to this planet than meets the eye.
Then meets the eye. Yo, you talking that hollow eye earth shit. Right? Don't play with me. Don't play with me. He talking that hollow eye earth shit. Right? It's the word JD. Right? He said there's a secret within the earth. Right? Yo.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
I am Optimus Prime.
Hold on. Oh my gosh. Yo. Hold on. Optimus. Optic. Ophthalmology.
Yep.
Ophthalmology. Optimus. Right? Optimus. Yo. I'm cold. I'm cold. Don't play with me. Get off me. Don't play with me. Get off me. Get off me. Don't play with me. Yo. It's too cold. It's too cold. And look what he's got in his hand though. He's got the stuff, right? That you know, apparently Moses had and all those people.
Yep.
He ain't playing. He ain't playing. I ain't playing. Let's keep going.
Calling all Autobots. We're going to prove who we are. Why we're here. Oh yeah. Hell yeah! It's there! He's alive! Mr. Leader of the Free Galaxy Planet. Did you forget who I am? I'm Optimus Prime. For today, in the name of freedom, we take the battle to them. I'm coming for you. We will kill them all.
What was he talking about? We will kill them all. Who was you really talking about? All right, that's hilarious.
This cannot and will not be the end. Give me your faith. You'll never stop at one. I'll take you all on. I rise, you fall. That's Optimus Prime.
420, if you got that shit.
The Transformers were originally a Japanese anime back in 1984, and they were quickly adopted into American culture in the 80s. And the first live-action film came in 2007. It was a huge commercial success. Optimus Prime is the protector of the planet Earth, and he systematically battles various villains who come from outer space to destroy the planet and its inhabitants. Sounds like a pretty standard Save the Planet movie, but after contemplating these various themes, they're starting to shape up as inversions of the Bible. You see, they're making Satan the hero, the savior of the planet, all the while they're demonizing whoever is coming to end planet Earth.
This is about the fate of all living things. Unicron is coming.
In each of these movies, there's a similar pattern. If there's a pattern, you have to ask the question, what's the reason for this? Notice what's in the poster for the first film. Observe the words underneath the hero Optimus Prime and the villain Megatron. Protect Optimus and destroy Megatron. There is a deeper meaning to why these words were written on this poster. In the intro to the first film, the live-action movie titled Transformers, we hear the infamous voice of the protagonist Optimus Prime setting the stage. Here's the setup.
Before time began, there was the cube. We know not where it comes from, only that it holds the power to create worlds and fill them with life. That is how our race was born. For a time, we lived in harmony. But like all great power, some wanted it for good, others for evil. And so began the war. A war that ravaged our planet until it was consumed by death.
Do we really believe there's a war in our galaxy? I mean, biblically speaking, absolutely.
The Bible also tells us that there is a cosmic war between Satan and Jesus, and it names God as the only creator of life. The Bible describes this creator in John 1:1-5.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not.
We know this is speaking of the incarnate creator God, and we know him as Jesus. So two things I want you to keep
Yeah, I
in
want
mind.
to comment on that real quick. Yeah, because that got really weird really fast, you know. But yeah, they they had this idea of the black cube and the machines coming out of the black cube, which is obviously, the Saturn magic, so they're looking at a Luciferian system where the planets really represent, cosmic entities, and then they're also opening it up with the idea, like just like in Star Trek, how the Borg come out of the black cube. The machines are in the black cube. So
Okay.
it's just funny. They got this idea everywhere. They even have it in Space Odyssey 2001. So it's like every single time they got to bring up this idea in Hollywood, it just gets really fucking strange. And then they're talking about it being related to this idea that the universe was co-eternal with God, right? And then they're relating it to John 1:1, where in the beginning, there was a word, and the word was with God, but actually in the Greek translation it says the logos, right? So the whole like in Aristotle, the universe was uncreated. It was co-eternal with God, because basically God formed the universe out of void or chaos, right?
Yeah, okay. See, there's that word chaos again, void and chaos. Now
Yep.
it's let there be light.
Right. Yep. So it's so funny because they got the black cube, so they got form and void mixed into one thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely. So you mentioned, I think, 3 movies where they have reference with the machine coming out of the cube.
Yeah, they got it in Star Trek, they got it in this movie, and they got it in 2001 Space Odyssey.
Okay. I need to have a look at that. That's interesting. The machine, interesting. Okay.
World and is at war with Satan, who is on this planet. The Autobots are trying to protect the humans.
Why are we fighting to save the humans? They're a primitive, violent race.
Do you really care about us in Gaza? This is Miral. I am a mother of 2. Alma.
Why are we so different?
Optimus identifies the same as the humans as a violent race.
They're a young species. They have much to learn. But I've seen goodness in them.
Saying that there's goodness in them is going to make the viewer feel sympathetic towards his reasons to save the humans. Then Optimus explains how to end the war in the galaxy.
Freedom is the right of all sentient beings. You all know there's only one way to end this war. We must destroy the cube.
By destroying the only thing that has the ability to create a world and fill it with life, biblically speaking, that would mean destroy Jesus. And hence, the need to break down this movie. So let's just take a step back and see what this Transformer series really is a metaphor of. There are copious amounts of references to biblical concepts that just might fly over your head unless you see them highlighted. When Optimus gives the history of the war to his human consorts, we see him falling to Earth in balls of fire. An interesting parallel considering how the devil ended up here on planet Earth. Revelation 12:7-9 tells us,
And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
And we also see Optimus and his Autobots immediately go into hiding. Now let's take a look at the first villain from the first film. His name is Megatron.
Dear God, what is this?
We think when he made his approach over the North Pole, our gravitational field screwed up his telemetry. He crashed in the ice, probably a few thousand years ago. We shipped him here to this facility in 1934.
Ironically, he's found in a cave, frozen in the ground for thousands of years. The Bible says in 2 Peter 3:8
that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
So it's interesting to me that he was essentially dead in a cave until they resurrected him. Similarly, Jesus was dead in a cave until being resurrected, which is precisely what his minions say about him in a later film.
Lord Megatron, I was so relieved to hear of your resurrection.
We'll get to that later. Notice how Starstream calls him Lord Megatron.
Lord Megatron. Where is the cube?
These are terms that are ascribed to Jesus. And also notice how he reverences him.
Lord Megatron.
An interesting side note is the word Tron actually means a throne of a king or queen. Mega means greatly surpassing the others of its kind. So Megatron's name literally means the biggest throne. In Isaiah 6, Isaiah sees a vision of God's throne, and he says it's high and lifted up. Basically, the King of Kings on a mega throne. In the final battle scenes, you'll see how they portray Megatron versus Optimus, clearly demonstrating that Megatron doesn't really care about the humans, but Optimus does.
Disgusting. Sam. You risked your life to protect the cube.
So that was a bit of role reverse. Can you imagine if that was Optimus who flicked the human and that was Megatron with the young boy in his arms?
No sacrifice. No victory.
If I cannot defeat Megatron, you must push the cube into my chest. I will sacrifice myself to destroy it.
They even used language like sacrifice to reinforce what Optimus is trying to do to save the humans. But interestingly, Optimus is the one who's stuck on the planet. After Megatron is eventually defeated, they drop him off in the ocean abyss. Notice this term that they use for his grave.
Gentlemen, the president has ordered Sector 7 be terminated and the remains of the dead aliens disposed of. The Laurentian abyss is 7 miles below sea level, deepest place on our planet. The massive depth and pressure there, coupled with sub-freezing temperatures, would crush and entomb them, leaving no evidence.
A tomb? In Optimus's final speech, we hear him say that he can never leave planet Earth.
With the Allspark gone, we cannot return life to our planet. And fate has yielded its reward. A new world to call home.
Satan is forever bound to this Earth and not permitted to leave. Optimus's final speech reveals this parallel.
We live among its people now, hiding in plain sight, but watching over them in secret, waiting, protecting.
We haven't seen how bad this is going to get yet. I mean, everybody's talking about the cost of food. There's not going to be any food.
I am Optimus Prime, And I send this message to any surviving Autobots taking refuge among the stars. We are here. We are waiting.
Saying that you're waiting implies that someone or something is coming. Each of these stories, the heroes have common attributes with the devil.
It's just like B. It is. He was attached to the Devil's Brigade. Pretty vicious military unit. Helped turn the tide of war, you know. B. Yeah. He's so nice. Behind the lines during the war, they called him many things. Nice was never one of them.
And the villains share common attributes with God or Jesus. They are inverting what is good and evil and creating sympathy for the devil.
Hold on a second. Was that Bumblebee helping the Nazis? That was Bumblebee helping the Nazis. Or was he taking the Nazis in? I don't understand that part. Because that was like old. He said he was anything but nice. What are you trying to tell us there?
B. Yeah.
B.
He's so nice.
He's so
Behind
nice.
the lines during the war, they called him many things. Nice was never one of them.
Nice was
And the villains share common attributes with God or Jesus. They are inverting what is good and evil and creating sympathy for the devil. So let's bullet point these characters. The Autobots come to Earth like falling meteors. Satan falls from heaven to Earth. Autobots trying to defend humans from total destruction. Satan is attempting to prevent Armageddon. The Autobots identify with it as a violent race. The Bible says Satan was filled with violence and a murder from the beginning. These are attributes that resonate with the devil. On the other side, Megatron comes to Earth, dies, and rests in a cave and is resurrected back to life. He's called Lord and Master, and Megatron dies and then is put in a tomb. Once again, a word associated with Jesus. There's even a full-time surveillance over watching Megatron's tomb, paralleling the guards that were placed at Jesus' tomb at his resting place.
We know that the enemy leader, classified NDE-1, aka Megatron, is resting in peace at the bottom of the Laurentian Abyss, surrounded by SOSUS detection nets and full-time submarine surveillance.
So let's look at this one more time in a side-by-side comparison. Optimus Prime fell to Earth, is hiding here, is violent, fights for freedom, and could never leave the planet. On the other side, Megatron wants to destroy Earth. They call him Lord and Master. He was put in a tomb, guarded until resurrected. In the second Transformer movie called Revenge of the Fallen, Optimus once again states the humans are a violent race as well as the Autobots.
Earth, birthplace of the human race. A species much like our own, capable of great compassion and great violence.
In an intense battle chase between Optimus Prime and one of the Decepticons, we hear the statement made from Optimus Prime.
Any last words? This is not your planet to rule. The fallen shall rise again.
Satan is not the rightful
Well, hold
ruler
on
of
a
this
second.
planet.
Was that a one eye
God gave it to
he had?
Prime and one of the Decepticons. We hear the statement made from Optimus Prime.
Any last words? This is not your planet to rule. The fallen shall rise again.
Satan is not the rightful ruler of this planet. God gave it to Adam, but Satan stole it at the fall. And did you catch that? He said, "The fallen shall rise again." A true biblical statement. Those who have fallen asleep in Jesus will rise again.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first.
The backstory is told to introduce the motive for the villain.
You see, in the beginning, there were 7 primes, our original leaders, and they set out into the universe seeking distant suns to harvest.
We know that God creates worlds in the universe, and he always puts what he refers to as the sun to rule it. We know this from the book of Job, when the sons of God came together and Satan joined him.
Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them.
The Prime set out with one rule:
never destroy a planet with life until one of them tried to defy this rule. And his name forevermore was the Fallen. He despised the human race.
So saying the villain of the story was supposed to destroy a planet with life on it is basically speaking of only God, because he's the only one that has the ability to destroy a planet, and Jesus will do the same on Judgment Day.
But he wanted to kill you all by turning on that machine. The only way to activate it is with a legendary key called the Matrix of Leadership.
Fighting to show who is the rightful leader is exactly what God is doing by this war on planet Earth. Even to the point of dying and being laid in a tomb. Remember that from the last film?
The Fallen was stronger than his brothers, so they had no choice but to steal and hide it from him. In the ultimate sacrifice, they gave their lives to seal the Matrix away in a tomb made of their very own bodies. A tomb we cannot find.
Using the word tomb in multiple places to describe the villain's grave to which he comes back to life and becomes the ultimate enemy is a little bit suspect. So just to be crystal clear so that you know who they're intending you to see this villain as, they even resurrect Megatron. After Megatron is resurrected, we see him shoot off to his home in outer space. You know, Jesus also ascended into the heavens after his resurrection to go back to his home.
Yo, that was a good connection right there. He's going back home. That's wild. Machine Dino, you still with us?
Yeah, most definitely.
Yep.
All right. It's quite interesting the way how they're connecting dots here and there. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because, you know, like it's obvious that the people who made this movie are Jews, right? And they're not basing it off of the New Testament. They're going to be seeing the characters in the New Testament as demonic figures anyways, right? Like if you, you know, like if you read the Talmud, like Jesus is a demonic figure, right? Like he's a magician, right? And
okay.
Yeah, so the whole thing about it is that, you know, it's interesting that they're spinning that they're really talking about the battle of Satan versus Lucifer, you know, where like, you know, like one is going to save mankind from the other one, right?
Yeah.
And so the being that rules this world is an evil god, and then basically alien god is sent into this world in order to save it.
That's it.
You know, which goes exactly with Marcionism and the Kabbalah, you know?
Well, hold on. It goes with what? The first one you said?
With Marcionism, you know, the belief that there is an alien god sent into this world in order to save it from the evil creator god.
No, I don't know that one, cuz. Yo.
Yeah.
What the fuck, Machine? Yo. Damn. Damn. Yeah. All right, you bossed me. I didn't know about that one there. You bossed me on something. Respect.
Yeah, but it's interesting that he's coding it with the New Testament, but it's obvious there's way much more to the story that he's leaving out, right?
Way more, yeah? Okay. Interesting. All right, let's see where they're taking it.
Starscream, I'm home.
Lord Megatron, I was so relieved to hear of your resurrection.
You left me to die, pathetic insect.
Only to help spawn our new army. The fallen decrees it. After all, in your absence, someone...
I'm at the back door. Have a quick look. Oh, no one's there. Cool.
Had to take command.
So disappointing.
Catch me, careful, fragile.
Even in death, there is no command but mine. My master, I have failed you on Earth. The All-Spark is destroyed, and without it, our race will perish. You have much to learn, my disciple. The cube is merely a vessel. Its power, its knowledge can never be destroyed.
Disciple. He said, my disciple. Okay.
Only transform. How is that possible? It has been absorbed.
And it was her then boyfriend, Anthony Bourdain, who made it.
Oh, that's giving me a clue.
Argento writes, Anthony Bourdain was a man of great perceived wealth and had his own reputation as a beloved public figure to protect. Argento accuses Bennett, who has yet to comment, of taking advantage of them both for financial gain. The negotiation took place soon after Argento publicly accused Harvey Weinstein of rape last year. As the movie mogul denies.
I met one extraordinary woman with an extraordinary and painful story, and who introduced me to a lot of other women with extraordinary stories, and suddenly it was personal.
Based in refracting light, or in an ether from nothing. What is this? A hologram? An endless platform?
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I've got a raging clue right now.
Throw the video.
Mine's pointing to the left.
Some random stuff.
Frank, seriously? I have such a raging clue right now.
Look at this wreckage. See how there's no plane part? What does that look like?
I think we better follow it.
Okay, let's follow your record. See, President Bush was in a secret society at Yale called the Skull and Bones. His dad was too.
Terrorism and to violence. For example, the worst mass shooting in Norwegian history was carried out by a man named Anders Breivik, and he was a known professed Odinist. Now, with Odinism, there's a lot of people that practice this in America.
And they all worship Satan.
A lot of neo-Nazis, people like that, people who have tried to carry out terror plots. But what this involves is a lot of worship of these gods, these warrior gods.
Worship Satan? In my personal opinion, absolutely.
The 2017 murders of 14-year-old Liberty German and 13-year-old Abigail Williams.
Attorneys for the man charged in the case say it wasn't him. Instead, he says the girls were sacrificed as part of a pagan ritual by a white nationalist group. In court filings today, attorneys for Richard Allen accused investigators of ignoring critical evidence from the scene, linking the killings to a group called Odinism. Allen was arrested last October. His attorneys blamed 4 other people for the murder.
Wait, if a candle, modern technology's too much to handle.
Call to his wife.
Which kids bar mitzvahs or big sleepovers with Scotty Princess, linked SOS and Morse code. Once at the VMAs, they sprayed me with a hose in a pit board.
I was a Jew and a Zionist Jew, no less. So, how racist he could have been, I don't really know. But he's from a different state. It's so hard to talk about this. He was hilarious in some ways, in that he was what he liked to call a law and order man. And he didn't believe in lawlessness and anarchy. He was against the hippie movement. He totally stood opposed to it.
Connected and on topic, this plot. Who is he? What is it? Get him faster.
Virus, the virus obsolete.
Do not be a spectator. How about, notice how he doesn't say the activity. This is his little subversion.
Jeffrey Epstein, sure, we all know Jeffrey Epstein.
He changes it. He makes it a conceptual thing that is a misuse. It's an abuse. It's an inversion of what queer really is. It's about the theory. No? Notice how he won't remove the theory, right? One guy writes the best way to combat it is Christian nationalism. Gets in a response, of course.
He slipped and fell off your roof and broke your neck. That would be a sad funeral. This stupid fuck.
Someday, you could be the first astronaut to walk on the moon.
No! Green was an astronaut who first walked on the moon.
Well, no, not really. Basically a tie. I mean, it doesn't by a couple million votes, but it's still it's like 49% to 51%. It's crazy. We're 2 different countries. That wasn't real. Mountain that basically opens up and we have a lot of missiles in it, long-range missiles in it. Most of Virginia is some sort of secret government. There's 2 different sets of ideologies here, so I don't get why we all have to hang out.
Will you please be quiet?
Suck my presidential cock, bitch!
And then come to find out, Kek is actually an Egyptian deity. And more specifically, Kek, also spelled K-U-K or K-E-K-U, is the deification of the primordial concept of darkness in ancient Egyptian religion, represented by a frog-headed man or in female form, a snake-headed woman. They are a symbol of darkness and also represented obscurity and the unknown, and thus chaos.
American alt-right, and I don't know if you know about things called like the meme war, but do you see this as an expression of postmodern fetishistic copycat of the third political theory or nationalism?
The star took his own life in June. Up until then, Argento had been one of the most outspoken Weinstein accusers.
If we stop this conversation, then we're really doomed. It's the one chance I've had in my lifetime to advance the whole human species.
Really shifty how Bourdain died, rather.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I put it in this video, because the other comedian dude died under very strange circumstances, and so did Bourdain and Chris Cornell as well, all like at the same time. Basically, they all like basically just suddenly, you know,
Yeah,
had some weird shit happen to them, and
very sus.
yeah.
But did they die? You know, that's a whole nother can of worms, I guess. They
Well,
want
I
us
mean-
to say no, believe that they die, and who knows?
I mean, when I was younger and I wanted to be famous, I wanted to get really super famous, like Kurt Cobain, and then like at the height of my fame, I wanted to fake my death. So yeah, I mean, I could definitely see it if I could afford it. Why not? You know?
Or at the very least, get disappeared.
Yeah, for real. I mean, so I'm not taking any of that off the table. I think it's just, you know, whether it's to spook everybody not to talk about shit or whether it really happened is.
Or
It lets
people
you know
can't
that,
take it anymore, and they just fake their own death, and no one really pursues it.
yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's really weird. Well, and by the way, the girl Asia Argento that was talking, like the main accuser of Weinstein.
Yep.
Her dad is like one of the most famous Italian directors in history for like horror movies. A lot of super famous zombie Italian movies and shit like that. So
The zombies go after the spaghetti or something, or I don't know.
I don't know. But it's pretty weird. Like she's like a B or C actress, but her dad was like connected to a lot of strange occult movie making stuff. So it's kind of a weird connection in a way.
All right.
And Bourdain, obviously, he's weird because he's like flying all over the world with like, you know, millions of dollars of budget to like talk about food, which is, I mean, yeah, it's cool, but it's kind of weird. Apparently, he was like a personal chef for some rich person, or I don't know. Somebody told me the story about him, like where he came from, but like I guess he was just like in the right place, right time, knew the right people, kind of shit.
Well, he's all in the restaurant business for sure. He knew the ins and outs of that industry.
Well, a lot of
And that industry is dirty.
Yeah, well, I've heard that there's a joke among like people who know. They say that like, you know, like they call the Culinary Institute of America or something like that, the CIA. So like the joke is like a lot of spooks go into like culinary stuff because it's like a good way to get close to people.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I've heard that many times in different places.
Why is it a good way to get close to people?
I don't know. I guess because like you're just cooking people's food in restaurants, you can like bug the restaurant, or you can like,
oh,
you know what I mean, or you can like see people go on dates with women or private business meetings or something. You know, it's like something like that. I don't know. That's what I've heard. I mean, they had this super nice restaurant in San Francisco called like something Darko, and many years ago when I used to be in the city a lot, you go by that place, all the windows are blacked out. There's like a long line outside of it, and like only like it's like $500 or $1,000 a plate or something like that. It's like crazy expensive. So, you know, it's like basically like just like a private.
But gang leaders and stuff will probably meet up there.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like basically you go there to like not be seen, essentially. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, everybody going in there is highly vetted, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, like
So
you can't. There's no
you'd
way
have
you
to
can just like walk
be
up in there for sure. Like you
you have
cannot
to
just walk in.
be really undercover for be a spook to probably get into those places.
Yeah, and they were talking, and I heard someone say one time that they had like technology to like face scan people in restaurants, and like it was like a secret technology where they already knew like 10 years ago, like everybody coming in and out of like these upscale restaurants and shit like that. Like they track people or something. I don't know. It's really weird. I can't remember where I heard that from, but I'm sure if you look around, you'll find something about it. But
I'm sure
pretty
they have
crazy.
some kind of similar technology, if not that. I mean, cell phones right there just tracks everybody anyway. So unless they don't take their cell phones into these places,
Yeah, well, that's like the rich people thing now, where like a lot of places won't even like a lot of the upscale places, they don't allow you to use your cell phone while you're in there. Like they'll
yep.
come and police you, like put your cell phones away. We don't allow it, that kind of shit. So it's kind of weird. Like I think it's kind of becoming more and more like they want to limit rich people doing tech stuff, I guess. I actually met someone who was like a consultant for Google who basically went to Google and told them like you guys need to like remove your phone from your workplace when you have lunch. You need to like not do it. And he was trying to make it like a new age thing, but I think they were trying to like push people like away from like we're here to make tech. We're not here to use it. It was kind of weird in a way, but it seemed to be like they seem to be taking it pretty seriously.
Kind of like selling the drugs. You don't partake in the drugs, but you sell them.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard, I don't know how true it is, but I've heard at least some rich families don't even like let their kids watch TV when they're growing up. Something like that.
I had a family member who was like that. Like they had two young kids, a little bit younger than me, and like they literally had a one TV in the house, and they kept it locked in a closet. And when they would come to my family's
Nice.
house or something, they would come and just like binge watch 8 or 9 or 10 hours of TV straight because like they just didn't have it. So it's like they're like drug, you know.
Yep.
Pretty crazy. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. If you guys want to interrupt, just interrupt.
Or do you see some kind of creative twist?
This particular short. He's been massively away from the politics. Range Rover posits the claim that all desires are external, that people don't know what to want until they see other people want it. Either through a fictional character or a real person or whatever happens. And they'll chase that thing. So and he posits the claim that the one true universal human desire is for transcendence. And you can see how liberalism takes that desire and does its own little, weird jujitsu with it. I'm saying we reform it and take it for our own. And if what is transcendence was, it's to start to build a civilization that will be bigger than you, you'll be long gone before it's even really in its fruition. And they're saying, well, what do you model that on? And as a Christian, I'm looking at saying, well, we model it on the concept of the city of God. We model it towards that purpose, not because we're gods.
Oh, that's it, baby. You get my jag on hard. Yeah, let's party. Yeah, suck my jag on. Yeah, now you suck on my jag on. Oh, yeah.
I think that chastity is a good idea.
Stick your finger in my pressure. Suck it. Suck that jag on.
Even past 25.
I want to apologize to Anna. Sorry for the.
Dude, I have no idea what we're seeing right now, but I have a feeling it's really, really
I
bad.
appreciate it, Neural.
I still think it's a good idea.
The mafia invented the mafia by the KGB. This outbreak of Soviet criminality is controlled, and it's being exported on a global scale. Why is it being exported? In order to, it's one of the themes that they are developing to create problems which need global solutions, so that there's a world crime epidemic, terrorist epidemic. We've got to have global structures in order to contain this epidemic, which they themselves have created.
Also, the KGB generated criminal activity provides an excuse for ever tighter control over whatever window dressing business or free enterprise or business or entrepreneurial activity may exist over there.
Sure, and not only that, but of course, you've got the drug element as well. Since the 1950s, Soviet military intelligence, GRU, has been in control of drug networks all over the world.
Makes sense.
Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot how that's a South Park cartoon I saw as a kid, and like when I was making that video, for some reason I kept thinking about that scene, and so I had to go find it, and then I put it in. And I was like, "This is really." I cannot believe they put that on TV. With like, I think I was like 16 or 17 when that came on TV, or maybe like 19. I don't know, but just remember like going back
Man,
to
it
watch
is
that.
wild. That cartoon is freaking wild.
Yeah, that
If
it
you
was like
watch it just
crazy
like
what they got
with a
away with.
non-drone mindset, like if you rewatch it.
Well, in retrospect, I think that it was I don't think it was like a limited hangouts cartoon where like they were literally telling you like what was really going on, but without it. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
I think
but it
they
was on Adult Swim, right?
Comedy Central, I think.
Oh,
From, yeah.
okay. Sorry.
But no, I mean it's like a very weird like limited hangout thing where
Right.
you
If
know,
you
and so
get it,
like
you
that
get
was
it.
basically supposed to be Jews. You understand? You know what I mean? Like that's supposed to be like
Mm-hmm.
the Weinstein brothers or something, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's why I put it in there because it's Anthony Bourdain and the Weinsteins and all that because like that kept coming to mind and then I looked that up and then it was like basically that's supposed to be like you know small-hatted people in Hollywood doing drugs and hookers and stuff, but they made it an alien so they can get away with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's my
Good
excuse that I
one.
put it in there, but I think it does drive the point home that this is known like 20 years ago in Hollywood what's going on, but you know they put it in like quote unquote kids cartoons or you know young
Mm-hmm.
adult cartoons or something, you know.
That kids were watching. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
let's
I
be
was a kid watching
honest.
it, so like I know kids were watching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
like like my grandpa took me to watch that movie, the South Park movie when I was a kid, and like
What?
my grandpa was so shocked like how bad like he's like, "Oh, I know you like this cartoon, let's go watch it." And I was like, "Grandpa, I don't know if you want to go see this." He's like, "Oh no, that's okay." And I just remember him being like, "What the fuck did I take my grandson to?"
My condolences.
Right?
My
How
grandpa was
awkward.
Yeah, my grandpa was pretty like open-minded for the most part, but he's still like an older guy, you know what I mean? So he was like he was just kind of
Yeah.
like,
You don't
wow,
expect that in a cartoon. You really don't.
yeah, it
It's
like the
like when
movie
I
is
went
still
to watch that movie, Sausage Party. Have you ever seen that?
no, I've avoided it just because like I don't like
Well, I didn't
generally
know.
sexually charged
We went to
cartoons.
watch it in the theater, like from college, I think. And
Yeah, how bad is
it
it? Is
was
it really
just,
super bad?
it's horrible. It's horrible. It's basically porn.
Nice.
Yeah, I had to shut my eyes for most of it. But that and the Deadpool, yeah, so many. They did it again. They took their kids to it. A lot of parents took their children to Deadpool.
Yeah, thinking that it was just some action movie or some shit. Like I watched
Well,
like I can't watch those movie
Deadpool
like
1, but there's been Deadpool 2 and now Deadpool 3. And people are just doing it on purpose now.
well, I think they're trolling traditional America who doesn't like, dude, me growing up, like I was always open-minded, but like even me growing up, I was just like I could watch it, but I was like just thinking like, why is this being allowed? Like this is obviously not good for society. Like even if people like even it like if people like me could handle it, right? Like I thought I could handle it, and I still think that I can handle it. You know, it's like why would you want this out in your society, right? Like why would you want this like in the minds of kids, right? And I think that's what always stood out to me a lot, you know.
Right.
Of like
And
why.
I guess my thing was I didn't know how much they censored every Hollywood movie that went into India. And coming over here, I guess you rewatch some of them and then you realize how much has been edited out, even in the theater release. So anyway, they did that a lot with the film AI, artificial intelligence. That's an older film. I think it came out in the year 2000. But it's about an android young boy that's given to a grieving mother, basically. And yeah, I guess that's the other side of it, right, Neuro? It's like, well, if you see it, it's one thing, and then if it's edited out, I guess you feel like you've been lied to in a certain sense. That movie, the Indiana Jones Temple of Doom, they didn't even allow that to be released in the country. It was illegal in India. I think still is. And they had to film it in Sri Lanka
That's one
because
of the
they
ones I
wouldn't
never
allow it.
really. Sorry to interrupt you. That's one of the ones
No,
I
no,
didn't.
I was
I don't
saying
remember much of. But do you remember why that was not allowed? Or
it's ridiculous. I mean, it's really offensive. It's like they paint Indians as like real savages, and like they're eating monkey brains, as a delicacy in the
yeah,
king's
it's
palace.
really funny. My mom used to talk about that as a kid, and I don't know where she got it from. She might have got it from that movie, but I remember my mom like talking about, oh, they eat monkey brains and blah blah blah. And it's like I think it's like, well, and the other thing is this. It's like, there was a lot of undertones to the Indiana Jones movies, and when I realized that Harrison
A lot
Ford
of occult undertones, right?
that
Occult,
well, absolutely, and but also like
and
the
also like kind of like pedophiles. I'm
yeah
sorry,
yeah that's what
Pedialyte.
I was referring to. Yeah, so it's like both of those themes were heavily undercurrents, and you said something in chat yesterday. I didn't see it until later, but about that movie Bright Eyes. I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me with like what I know about that band Bright Eyes now. If you ever get a chance to look into it, I'd be curious because like I haven't been able to like figure
I
out
think
what the
they
canon is.
their namesake is that movie. I mean, that movie came out in 1947, I believe.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't surprise me because like I think a lot of these artists were influenced by that stuff and like knowing what we know now about Omaha, Nebraska and some of those things that we probably can't even talk about, you know what I mean? But it doesn't shock me and like the way that this dude did his music, especially early on, like I definitely think he's alluding to the fact that something like that was going on in Omaha where he grew up at because yeah, it's very like it's just I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous because it's pretty crazy. Like when you look into like
Say it.
he had this giant network of musicians, like I was saying yesterday, and like a lot of those dudes are definitely into the occult, and it's like the Damien Eccles. It reminds me of like the Damien Eccles thing, right? And like that video I was just watching talking about another weird case, like, and I don't know. I'm just saying like these dudes are all like into spiritualism and like communing with the dead and like like they make it like it's like an artistic thing, but like again like they
Also,
make
like
great
they
music,
act
but
like
I'm just
it's
saying.
meta, right? Like that they're trolling. Like that's why they're doing it.
Well, and what really broke it down for me is like I saw so like a lot of this like I watched Stephen Colbert a lot as a kid, right? And like when he first came out, I thought he was actually like a conservative guy, like doing the companion piece to Daily Show to make it more balanced, right? Like you have like a leaning one first, then you have a right leaning one second, right? And then over time, I realized like he was very uh like extreme left, like, and I was just kind of like shocked by that. I was like,
Right.
how's a Catholic guy like extreme left, right? And then like some of his jokes started getting
But
like
that's
overtly
also like PR because like they don't reveal them as that immediately.
right. Well, yeah,
Right.
I mean
Like
it
look
took
at Tucker
10 years.
Carlson's rebrand.
Yeah, for real. Like, dude, like I hated Tucker Carlson until the last like 5 years. Then I was like, oh, turn over a new leaf. And I believe that mainly because that's what Alex Jones said. But then as time went forward, I was like, this is really bizarre. And now, like, I mean, I'm not even going to get into my Tucker Carlson opinion, but I think he's totally, obviously, like doing a very sophisticated psyop. I don't know. I can't explain what I think it is in a short amount of time, but I don't know what it's very sophisticated in my opinion, like very, 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 very.
Well, and then the name like Tucker and then the face, it's so effeminate. Recently they came out with the story, there's the girl with the same face. who got mistaken for Tucker. I mean Tucker, and then there's not even a beard. You know, like never have I seen a beard on that person. Never.
Well, yeah, and I know what you're saying, and like I'm not gonna make any claims just because it might be too far advanced for most people, but like when I was watching him way back in the day, and he was on that show Crossfire or something, I hated his arguments because he's basically like pro-war, pro-Iraq war, pro all this stuff, and I was just like being a kid in school, like I was never like a left-wing person ever, but I hated Bush because I just, I just didn't want to go to war. I thought it was stupid. I was like, whatever happens, like we shouldn't be involved in this stupid ass war. It's like, oh, he just went out and came back in. Sorry, but I don't know what happened. I didn't touch anything.
Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Sorry, but
No, it's okay.
I lost you at pro-war.
Yeah, I was just saying I was never pro-war. I'm just saying I just didn't like Tucker because of those reasons. So like when he was on his old TV show like Crossfire on CNN or whatever, like I remember watching him as a kid. I was just like, this guy has every position he has.
Unbearable, unbearable.
Yeah, retarded. Yeah. And then anyways, like when he rebranded a few years ago, Alex Jones kept saying he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I was like, why the hell is Alex Jones saying Tucker Carlson's a good guy? And then I've seen him slowly like rebrand himself, and I kind of fell for it, to be honest with you, for like a couple of years, and then like since the last 4 years, I started like really looking very closely at it, and I was like, this is just bizarre. Like especially when he had like Andrew Tate on, and he's like, oh yeah, Andrew Tate is a good example. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? Like it's just really, really bizarre, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but yeah, it is very strange to say the least. And I went off the topic what you were saying, but it remind me what you were trying to get at.
Yeah, I think it dovetailed quite well. I was actually, I was for a little bit. I was listening to some sermons by a pastor in Texas, but she's from Africa, I think West Africa or something. And I mean, like worship is worship, whatever. Like they have a really beautiful style of worship, in my opinion. But you can kind of feel the energy, and if I'm going to a place of worship, then I want to feel into it anyway. But that's the whole thing about prayer. But the reason I brought her up is she started doing some weird stuff, and she has a following on YouTube, 50K on her YouTube channel, but she's also a medical doctor, and she was anti-vax, so that's why I was like, okay, well maybe you can trust this person, and boom, she's on Alex Jones. Next thing I know. And I mean, like that guy, I already know, that guy is like a POS. So that's why, I mean, I guess it was to add to the fact that we can get hoodwinked. And
I mean, I totally fell for Alex Jones. I have no problem admitting it, because I think that like it was really difficult not to fall for him back in like the mid 2000s. You know what I mean? Because I mean, when he did the whole like 9/11 truth stuff, I was like, how can I not support this? Because it was the first time I ever heard anyone close to mainstream voice that opinion. I mean, I waited like at least 7 or 8 years before I ever heard anybody really pushing that out. And I was like, I thought that was like a big make or break moment, because as far as I was concerned, that was like the big turning point for the United States. Like there was no going back. Like the point of no return was that, you know what I mean? So, and then I watched the first time I ever heard of him. Someone had a copy of Obama Deception, and I still think that movie does kind of hold up. But that's the thing, is like he told you the truth about so much, but again, this is.
But he slipped in so much bullshit at the same time. He still does.
Yeah, exactly.
And he has like the supplement and stuff that he promotes or whatever.
Well, I have a whole theory about what that's about, and I'm honestly scared to talk about what that theory is. But
and have you noticed there's like some some homosexual like overtones with Alex Jones. Have you noticed that?
I definitely have over the years noticed it, and without getting too deep into it, like I think that it's either really true that there's something like that, or they're just all high as fuck on like what's that like
Yeah, like
that drug,
ketamine.
yeah, whatever those drugs are that is popular now. I think this thing is like when you're on drugs like for like years, I think that your boundaries are really lowered. And I think that's where they get a lot of these guys. It's like you need to like maintain performance, so you got to start enhancing, quote unquote, right? And I think that that's where they get these guys really good. I mean,
Right.
it's the oldest story of the book with like famous people. They tour for 10 years. They're just stressed out. They're like they get a psychiatrist, and you know what I mean. It seems to be the kind of trend, and
Right, and that's like lining a lot of pockets.
well, I mean, look at what's his name, Prince, Michael Jackson, all these dudes. Like they just basically had like a team of like drug dealers around them all the
Dopers.
time,
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess like the Kanye situation that the people are talking about right now. But,
Well,
or
and I
it
was
could
just
be an act. It
well, I
could
was
be an act to get you to do it, you and I, or impressionable young people.
and it was another thing. There's another thing. Like I was watching this video about what do you call it? Dumb. Okay, you remember the movie Dumb and Dumber with
Yeah.
Jim Carrey, right?
Jim Carrey, yeah.
So I was watching a movie. I was watching this video about the second one that they made like in 2014, right? Which I saw it and it was like not really memorable, so I don't really remember what happened in the movie. But the whole funny thing is like there was like a tie to like some money laundering scheme from Malaysia of like $1 billion that was skimmed away from the taxpayers of Malaysia through some like shady dealings or whatever. So, anyways, long story short, a
Is
lot of
that the 2014 one or the
yeah,
older one?
the 2014 one, yeah.
So you know that what else was in 2014?
No.
It was FIFA. I don't know. Soccer isn't big here, is it? But it was a FIFA World Cup.
I kept up with it pretty well.
Okay, well, it happened in Brazil, and after promising that they wouldn't tax the people of Brazil to pay for it, they ended up taxing them. It was like a big controversy. They increased the price of transportation and stuff like that, like
Yeah,
bus
and money. I'm
tickets.
sure they did money laundering, and again, like this is why like Americans don't. I'm so frustrated with Americans because like they really don't understand like the level of corruption around the world. And the thing is, we have a high trust society here. Like seriously, I think we have probably one of the highest, if not the highest. And like again, it's why I question immigration and all this because like, people just don't understand. Like people are comfortable with corruption abroad, and the costs are so hard to calculate of like how damaging it really is because essentially when you think that your government is just going to screw you anyways, like becoming a criminal almost seems like a necessity. See what I mean? And so then it just
Yeah, and everybody's doing small petty crimes like to get your driver's license, to get your passport. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So and again, that's just what I'm saying. It's like people just don't think about and this like and I hate stuff like in graffiti and all these like little things that people are like, oh, it's so minor. It's like people don't understand. Like it's a cascade effect. Like it starts small and it spirals quick. Like I've seen it in a lot of neighborhoods I lived in where like everything's chill and then like within 6 months it can shift. And even with like where I live, like it's kind of like that, but it's like it's being slowed down because the people here are concerned about it, right? But I think over the next 5 years, you're going to see it's just going to spiral so fast because, like, that's like San Francisco now. Like, you look at San Francisco, it's totally dead. There's just drug addicts everywhere. Half the retail businesses are more closed. Half the restaurants are closed. I mean, there's just not much going on, and it's like, how is this possible in a major city, like one of the most major cities in the world? You know what I mean? For business, it's like totally dead. It's like it doesn't add up. So
the last time I was there was 2019, and I was like, wow, what a hellscape. But
Well, and it's gotten worse since then. That's the crazy part.
yeah, and we're talking about we're four years past the you know what that which shall not be named, and people are still not like able to pick up and move on, and it's all being presented as gung ho, everything's back to normal. But it really isn't, to be honest.
Well, and I think that again, like here, you know, I could get into like 100 different angles of conspiracy that I could go towards, but I'll just say that like I think one of the major pillars of what they were trying to do, I guess, is for the kids. You know what I mean? Like imagine you're 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. You're that age, right? And then they just drop this on you, right? Now your whole worldview is going to be totally shifted, right? Like, you know, from there forward, like you're just going to be like expecting it around the corner. You know what I mean? And 30, I was basically in my 30s when it started, right? So I'm just saying, like, imagine for me to be that shocked, and I expected something like that to happen, right? Now imagine you're like 10 to 16 years old and your whole life just like totally shifted course, quote unquote. And that's how I felt on 9/11. I was 14, you know, and I'll just never forget that day. It's like I felt the world change that day because I didn't trust it from the beginning, but everyone I knew did. They just took it at face value, right? So, you know, that's a very isolating experience too, because I think a lot of people didn't really take it at face value, but they were scared to admit it. You know what I mean? So, and I think it just forces cognitive dissonance on people that it's really hard to like calculate, you know? But I don't know. Maybe I'm talking too much.
No, I think you're on it. I think you're on it, Lou.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this just to get a conversation. I'm actually genuinely curious. I don't think you've seen most of my videos. Like most of these, I don't even have on my channel right now. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this. Just interrupt if you find anything interesting.
Because I mean, is it place? Like we understand place. Again, we're you know, these are spiritual things. When we speak about light, when we speak about heaven, in some sense, there is a fact that state, because we're cultivating heaven or hell in our own lives right now. But we're also a place. I'm a place. So I have heaven or hell in my heart now, right? To some degree, trying to cultivate either one. We see the effects of hell around us in the world. You know, the brutality, when men become, you know, bestial and brutal, you know, suffering, gulag.
So my thing is, until you've lived my life and until you've been through what I've been through, don't judge me. Don't judge anything I say, and everything that I say is not to be taken so literal.
There's nothing in the world that can hold us down. The elevator sound, keep the tables roll around. Making hella beats, skate with my peeps. I love to sit chill with my girl by the beach. Complete, unique, and all the way around. Give me a pound from east to west now. Nothing in the world that can hold us down. The elevator sound, keep the tables roll around. Playing leaves from a tree to sound from a seed. Growing time is a time, separation, misery. Fearlessly, I'm living life positively, spiritually. It's evil, living carelessly, emotionally. Sometimes you see and think by yourself, consequently. Remembering the past, I laugh, I skip class. Eventually, negativity don't last. Going time takes time, fear love will never clash. Potentially, stay real and show skill. Feel the feel, cause there's no time to heal. There's a long road ahead of us. Nowadays, I mean people I can't even trust. Love, not lust, good things can't be rushed. I'ma keep my head up, let my karma be flushed. Watch me. What can I say? I'm blessed like a trail in hell and get glad. So check it. Nothing in the world that can hold us down. The elevator sound, keep the tables rolling around. Making hella beats, skate with my beats. I love to sit chill with my girl by the beach.
They love the evil nature. Believe me, even when it has anger, it's evil. And they love their misery and they don't want to overcome it, and they don't want to see anyone else overcome it. And their misery will work overtime to make sure to try and stop you from overcoming. You heard the old saying, misery love company. And most of the time, it's your family member, someone that's close to you, that is miserable, and they want to keep you there. They can't help it. It's not them, but it's the spirit of evil in them. So you argue with the devil. Why argue with the devil? Doesn't even make sense. Inside of you and outside of you, inside of others. Give no room to the devil.
Now out of that, let's say 90 million working Americans that are actually on the streets, free to move around. Let's just say 90 million say, you know what, we're not going to pay the mortgage payments and the tax payments. In fact, we've been collaborating. We've saved up for a month or two. We don't need any gas or food for a month or two, so we're not even going to go shopping. We're not going to get on public transportation. We're not going to use our cars. We're done. We're going to take 2 months off. You know that thing you did to us with the global pandemic when you shut everything off? Well, we're going to shut everything off now. Except we won't turn it back on until you negotiate a better deal with us.
Out of other. Give no room to the devil. If someone want to believe something or be a certain way, fine. That's them. Wish them well. And you go live your life. Don't judge them. It's only going to hurt you. What you do to others, you're doing it to yourself. It's a spiritual battle. It's not physical. It's spiritual. And we live in a country now where there are people who will stand up all night long trying to figure out how to control you, to create chaos and confusion inside of you and outside of you, inside of others, to control you.
And it's based here in San Francisco.
Communist Party, Soviet Union.
Yes.
Yes.
The international department of the CPSU was, in fact, the Comintern. So the Gorbachev Foundation, based in the Presidio in San Francisco.
This is program services, second chances, opportunities, but also accountability. And what's been missing has been accountability, and that's what this is all about.
They're lying to you. It's just words. They help you to get in that condition, and then give you false words to pretend they'll help you out, and they're not.
A greater Russian empire. Land dominated by a superior culture and civilization. Quote, everything will fall into place if we recognize Russia as a civilization, not just a country. In other words, Russia cannot be compared with other countries such as Switzerland, France, Germany, Belgium, England, Italy, and Spain. Russia should be compared with Europe as a whole, or with the Islamic world, or with the Chinese civilization. Similar to how Karl Marx believed.
They're not going to do anything. They call it in the National Guard. Where are the cops? Why not bring back the laws that says that if you do this, you will be arrested? Why not bring back the laws that says that it's illegal to do drugs like that? They don't want to. They don't want to help you. And they know that you're so weak in your imagination and emotion that you're not going to even help yourself.
Hip to modern day lingo, you said Christian nationalism is 10,000% an op. So what is an op?
Okay, so just in case anybody's lost, op is spelled OP, and it is short for operation, as in it is a strategic operation by, in effect, the equivalent of the secret police or whatever, to try to ensnare Christians in this case, and to paint them, whether it's just media-based, that it's going to be scary stories to scare the middle away from voting for Republicans for the first time, or whether it's something that looks very much like January 6th. January 6th was an op.
Did you ever think you would see a society of human beings who are unwilling to help themselves?
Entrapment day, and I think that that's kind of the perfect way to put it. And
those people that speaking right there, they're not on drugs, as far as it seems. But they're dressed up, they look clean, they live in a house. And they created this problem, and then coming back pretending that they're solving the problem because they know that you're not going to know the difference anyway. You're being controlled.
Let everyone sweep their own front porch. Let everyone take care of their own 150 people in their tribe.
Primary cause, not Donald Trump. They're even willing to let MAGA and Donald Trump go. The thread that ties everything that happened on January 6th together, according to a lawyer named Andrew Seidel, who submitted this to the House Select Committee on January 6th, the thread that ties everything that happened on January 6th together is Christian nationalism.
States stepped in and probably made it worse, even though they meant best.
To destroy the order of God in Christ, Christ and man, man over woman and woman over two.
Not practical. Okay, what's your definition of practical? Look what happened in the United States with the rise of housing projects in big cities. Decimated the population.
He says it's not possible to have America and a Christian nation at the same time.
Various black and brown populations. My dad's from Harlem, New York, Spanish Harlem. He got put in prison there.
Children, why do you think they don't focus on the family? Zero focus on family. To rebuild them. It's the focus to destroy the family even more so. Because you have that foundation growing up, it's harder to control you.
The first group I'd have to convince to use it are the right-wing conspiracy people, are the anti-war leftist people, the anti-establishment people. Get them to think this is their path towards freedom.
And I'm not saying it was probably part of that cycle of like, oh, let's just give people free houses and see what happens. It doesn't work.
And they do often try to screw with people's minds by taking a half-truth and then exploiting that half-truth. So
you can't say, well, I feel bad.
Especially if the father is there to protect you from the mother. The boys and the girls.
Pull it up ourselves. Not self-sufficiency, tribal sufficiency.
Both need the father to be there to protect them, stand between the mother and the children.
Group, neighbor sufficiency.
It's evil. The battle is a warfare between good and evil.
It doesn't matter who the president is. Presidents generally reflect the general moral and demographic imperative. Meaning, presidents, you know what causation and correlation? Presidents aren't the cause, they're just the effect. Donald Trump or Biden or Obama, they're a reflection. And in hindsight, if you're objective, they did as much good as they did bad. Every one of them.
You think I own this business?
Who's the great president? Who's the great leader in world history? Study the history long enough and you'll find all their skeletons, every one of them. From George Washington to Joe Biden. Go.
I'm a part-time employee halfway through a 2-week notice. I don't give a shit.
Generally, mentally stable people don't want to rule the world.
I'm telling all my friends not to shop here. Tell them. You think I want 5 other yous running around the store? Have them call me, I'll tell them. You think you hate this place more than me? I work here.
So focus not on what the distraction that you see scrolling through social media. I limit your time scrolling. That algorithm's getting so good, it's hijacking all the primitive parts of our brain that are healthy to build our community and our friends and what matters, friends, family, romance, you know, like soulmates, whether they be your buddies, male, female, whether they be romantic partners, your children, your cousins, whatever.
I know the sale ended last week, but can I still get a discount? Do you hear yourself? We can't go backwards. Time marches on. You want the sale from 15 years ago, too? When's it end, Diane? You want that price? You're going to have to go through the quantum realm with Ant-Man.
And of course, other people's family matter, too. But it's not your job duty, and it's not even
money I spend here more than you should.
We're getting ready to make to come to the microphone, so we'll listen. Okay.
Save your money and my time. Doesn't matter how much you spend here. We don't thank our donors. This isn't PBS. Every time I come here, my order gets messed up. Then stop coming.
And make a statement. Looks like the family is there, and they're getting ready to make to come to the microphone. So we'll listen. Okay.
So my name's Robbie Parker. My family is one of the families that lost lost a child yesterday.
Make my day. Every time you come here, your order's messed up. Sounds like you're making the mistake. Look in.
What I just did 5 minutes ago? I stimulated my penis.
You guys can talk, by the way.
Hey, JR.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you.
Oh,
That
what's up?
video was more schizo than a lot of the ones I did, for sure.
I actually like that one, Nero. I find yours a little too much like a rave to watch, but I actually like that one. I don't know who was that speaking that was saying that people will make it their business to fool you. Was that just somebody like the
The
soundbite?
guy with the glasses on? That's Ty Lopez, like the most famous like marketer.
Oh, I know who Ty
online
Lopez
guy.
is.
Yeah. He went
Yeah,
to go
but
live in the Amish for a few years or some shit.
well, so that's actually the prescription for Kali Yuga. Actually, the demon Kali is the one that supposedly all of these people are serving by causing chaos and confusion, and that's why they're rewarded as well because
Oh, black guy?
he's in control.
You mean the black guy?
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Well, no, I meant the black that I posted on my channel. I posted a picture. I don't know if you saw it. I posted a picture of the demon, or a drawing to be accurate.
Kali, yeah. So it's different than the goddess. So they have like a goddess and then a demon or something.
Yeah, yeah. Goddess Kali is nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and J.R. Busk did an interesting thing yesterday, which I missed, unfortunately. His talk about the Kali, how to do dating in the Kali Yuga. Can you give me a brief overview of what that was about, Mr. J.R.?
Oh, basically, I don't guess there was anything really new. It was just sort of the things that I've talked about in a lot of my videos, just sort of trying to combine them all together and describe how basically like the modern West has done, like modern Western social programming has created these like dependent men that are that view women as like maternal figures that are there to basically like nurture them, and how that's really maladaptive and how that's also really unattractive, and women can sense that. And that's why so many of these guys are inkwells, right? That's why so many of these guys, they have no social skills because they think that it's okay to have no social skills, because that's like something that's hardwired in men, because men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I was talking about how that is ridiculous when you actually look at adaptive cultures and, you know, other times and places which haven't had these problems, and basically that, you know, that men need to flip the script and actually attain social competency and actually attain sort of like a level of emotional self-actualization such that they don't fall into this like mommy Oedipal trap, right? And that they can actually provide nurturance and sustenance towards others, including towards their romantic partners, which is something that men in the West have completely lost. And that if you have it, if you have that ability, you're in the top, you know, 1% probably of men in terms of being able to actually navigate dating. At least in this horrible Western society.
JR, I wanted you to talk more. Actually, I don't know if I explained myself well yesterday, but I think I said it. I wanted the female side of it, or I wanted you to talk about that. Like, why are the women raising men like that, or conditioning their mates to be that?
Well, I don't know to what extent. Like, I'm not sure if they're if this is a conscious thing, right?
Oh,
Like,
it is. It is.
I mean, just
Please, come on. Come
No, I
on.
was-
They know exactly what they're doing.
What do you mean?
like the female, the antithesis to that is because then as a female, essentially you have to make a compromise, right? Okay, if you say, all right, I'm going to let you decay as a male, right? That's what that would be. Like I would let you emotionally decay, but and be emotionally dependent on me, and not be self-dependent. And maybe you're bringing in the money, but you're not independent
I see
emotionally.
what you mean.
And I will
Okay.
feed off of that. And, I'll get my fix whenever I want. I can get my fix. Maybe I could even be unfaithful, or I could have like total control and dominance. So that's what I was trying to get at.
No, because I would say that, like, so what you're talking about is you're talking about for like beta men that they're not actually attracted to, right? Like, yeah, I think that's happened a lot with like, that's like a strategy for
and that is our job.
Yeah, if you look at
Whoops.
the issue as an
Oh.
opportunity to radicalize smart people. And
Sorry, that was me. I was trying to turn you up. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I think that it was essentially what goes on there is that, like, there are these guys that women are never at all attracted to, but they're willing to settle for because they're good providers, and that they'll tolerate the child husband thing up to a certain point, but at a certain point though, it becomes intolerable, which is when they walk out and get divorced. Because the reality is that it's really not a happy situation for women to be stuck with guys that they're fundamentally disgusted by.
But these three things nevertheless find ideological.
I agree. And see, to me, that doesn't entail disgust, like that a male, like, yeah, actually, you know what, JR, I have to be honest with you. Yeah, it is a little bit disgusting, especially like, like really narcissistic cases, or sometimes when it's just expected of you to serve. Yeah, it's not pleasant, but or even like you're saying, what do you mean by beta? I guess I'm fumbling because I don't know what do you mean by beta men?
Well, basically like weak men that aren't attractive to women, that like women put up, the guys that women put up
But
with.
I think I'm talking about a third scenario here, and I'm not going to give names, but in my life I've come across this a lot, and it's an attractive young man, well positioned in life. Man, I'm talking like my grandma, but like a good income. What else is desirable? Good income, roof over your head, handsome, and I guess loving, attentive. And but I can see the woman kind of wrapping themselves around her finger, if you know what I mean. And that's just like, that's a level I think that as a woman you shouldn't go to. And that's a low level.
Can I give you a weird example of, like, because like I definitely have so much to say on this that
Go
I don't
ahead.
want to. If I felt better, I would talk for like 2 or 3
But
hours on this.
JR, do you understand what I'm trying to get across here? Am I just like totally off?
Well, you're talking about what about like basically trying to exert control over
So you're
someone.
talking about a dominant woman. So give me the 3 options. What's the first
Right,
option?
and they're telling me that's how to be. They're even trying to influence, like, this is how you should be. Maybe they'll put in some feminism seasoning into it, but it doesn't stop there. They go about it in the name of female empowerment.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about attempts by women to control and disempower men, whether it's overt or so I guess I'm talking about covert attempts to do that, and maybe you're talking about overt attempts to do that, right? Like the thing I'm talking about. That's
Both, but overt or covert, but conscious in either case. Oh snap! We lost Neuro.
Oh, well.
I'm sure you'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, JR. I think now we're on the same page, though. Finally.
Okay.
My bad. I turned my own volume off. I don't know how, but What's the three options here? So you have the first two options, and then yours is like the third dominant. Third one is woman dominant over the good man to limit him.
Well, they call that the power couple, right? Like that's what.
So what's the
I mean,
first two
like
options then? What's the first
I'm
two options?
saying over and covert control, but conscious, like she's aware of it.
But what's the two options that JR talked about that I missed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, I mean, what I was referring to is essentially, sort of, you could say like if there's an emotional power imbalance in the relationship where the woman has emotional control over the man, which is something that is supported as a covert strategy to disempower men in the traditional West. So this is why we can't look at or the pseudo-traditional, this is why we can't look back at like the 50s as actually being this great base time for men, the way that somebody like Andrew Wilson tries to do. Because in reality, what that was it was covert dominance of these beta provider men by women who put up with them despite not being attracted to them.
Right.
And
well,
that was
yeah,
a maladaptive scenario.
I think it's a conflation of the Protestant work ethic with like masculinity, and I think that's total bullshit. I think that women, again, like I could talk about this for hours, but just to make it very simplified, I think that a lot of this stuff is you can't put it back into the box. Like we're so far down the line. We're 500 years into the Industrial Revolution, so we're trying to put like, tribalistic, hunter-gatherer / feudalist ideals into the modern era, and I just don't think that's going to work. I mean, let me give you a quick real life example, and then I'll tell you like a little bit of something I read yesterday to kind of give you like a little bit of my perspective, even though it's not my full perspective. But so like this morning I was getting a little coffee or something from a shop, right? And I'm not feeling well. I just order my stuff and I sit down, and I go to the shop like twice a month or something. So it's a little tiny like hole in the wall place, right? And anyway, so I order my stuff, I sit down and I'm relaxing, and this other dude, everyone has dogs. Everyone's like my age, no kids, they're dating or married or whatever, So all these couples are coming in and out, but none of them have kids, you know what I mean? And I'm not like looking down on that. I'm just like setting the scenario for you, right? And anyways, so this guy comes in with his dog and he picks up his like little sandwich or whatever, right? And the dog puts his paws up on the little counter, right? And it's not appropriate, but
That's not sanitary.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, he didn't do it on purpose and whatever, right? It's just his dog is kind of like wild. Like I had a dog like that too. Like it's not that the dog is being
Yeah, I'm not gonna chastise. Yeah.
right. So but here's the story. So he grabs a sandwich, he leaves, he's nice, polite, whatever. This other couple was standing in line to order. And this is like a tiny little shop. So like you can only fit like maybe 10 people in this room. You know what I mean? So it's really small. And anyways, so this other couple standing there, they're probably like 40, kids, they just got done running or something, whatever. And they're like relatively attractive looking, strong looking white people, right? And the guy, as soon as that guy leaves, he's like, oh, and the girl's cleaning the counter. She like sprays some spray and like cleans it, right? And he's like, oh, thank you so much for doing that. That is so nice. He is just so rude. He's like, if I were you, I would have, chewed that guy out. And it just kind of like really, really bothered me because this is like a 6'3" white dude.
Yeah, why create a problem? Like it's like begging for trouble. There's enough trouble,
Well, and his wife is right there next to him, or girlfriend or whatever. And then the other girl across the counter is like, probably a 30-year-old white girl. And it's just like, it's just weird to me. It's like, okay, so you're standing right there. You could have just, if you thought it was that big of a deal, it could have been like, that's kind of fucked up or something, right? Like, and I would have thought it was stupid. But
no, he was just like, he won't say that in front of him. And that's the conversation. Like, that's like his Brownie point winner.
Right, but then he told the other woman who's working there, "Oh, you should have said something." And I'm just thinking, like, from his wife's perspective, like, it's such a gay fuck. Sorry to say that. It's like such a gay perspective. Like, I'm gonna chastise the woman for not chastising the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That I failed to chastise as a man. I myself
Yeah.
failed as a man to chastise, but then here I am.
Right. And
Pointing
again, like
and flailing.
it's really small, but like this is the kind of interaction I see happen all the time in public, which is, and like I literally like removed myself from the room because I was gonna say something really dickish to the guy. I'd just be like, you know, I don't know what I would have said, but had I been in a better mood and not sick, I probably would have said something to him just to fuck with him, because it's like it's not a big deal. It's just kind of like I just don't like seeing that dynamic in public. It's very strange, you know. And I'm not gonna say I'm totally immune to it, but I'm saying like it's just really bizarre. It's like,
Well, it's sinister.
yeah,
I guess
and it's subtle, you know.
It's the soy boy low testosterone phenomenon that you hear so much about. I mean, I see it as well, right? With like just so many guys that I see around nowadays. I'm just like, what the hell is wrong with you, right? Like, it's just like these guys that you can tell they've never. I mean, they're living a Peter Pan life. They've never grown up. They never matured and developed as people. Like people in the guys in their 30s that their hobbies are still anime and video games. I'm like, what the hell's wrong? Like, what the hell's wrong with the society that would put up with this? And this isn't even that uncommon, right? Like, I'm talking about, when I say this, I'm talking about like probably a third of the guys my age, if not more, that I see.
Right. Well, and the thing is, so, and again, like, I mean, I could
Well,
go,
and for what about like the females entering the workforce on their behalf as well?
but see that, and that's the thing is like, here's where like I'm not gonna make an excuse for it, but what I'm saying is like we're obviously so deep into this that like there's a pressure that we're gonna have to adapt at some
Right,
level.
right.
So
Well, this is a maladaptation to begin with, and I think, Nero, what you're saying is these are symptoms rather than problems in and of themselves. These are
Right.
symptoms
Right.
of
And
like
again,
a huge
I'm not
sore.
absolving the men of responsibility, but what I'm saying is like to expect that they're gonna know how to adapt to something that's such a foreign environment in a very quick amount of time is also not realistic. And strangely, I think women are much more malleable, and which is why they've attacked overtly, because they need women to conform first, then the men will conform to access the women. But then the damage is going to be so far done that, you know, I think it's just going to be a very female dominated society where you're just not going to have a lot of males around because there's not going to be a place for them. And I think that's
Yeah, and what good
real
is that? You know?
Yeah,
Yeah, and I
and
think
that's the thing that I notice, I guess, is that like it's just somehow, you know, and it's been brewing for a while, and this is why I keep talking about how, you know, looking back at the base trad 50s is a stupid idea because it was around back then too. And you even watch like the movies and the TV shows from the 50s, you could already tell like
There was just as much feminism overtones as today.
yeah, it was very like gynocentric, you know, in a
yeah. I
strange.
know exactly, and it's so
Yeah,
subtle.
and
that no one
I
can
mean,
see it.
I am guilty of having held up a sign that said "Future is female." I didn't write it, but I held it
No,
up
I get
at
it,
one.
and like I almost, and see the thing is like I'm the kind of guy like
But I
when I
didn't. You don't know what you do. It's just so
when I first started
insidious.
seeing that, I used to like want to troll people who had those shirts and those signs, and it wasn't to be nasty to them, but it was just to be like, what do you think the world is going to be like without real men around? And I say that as like I'm not a super overly macho guy, but comparatively, like I think I'm a pretty normal person. You know what I mean? Like when I go into public, I'm like, dude, there's so few normal guys around, and people say that's just because you're in California. It's like, no, I've been to all over the country, and it's the same problem everywhere. It's like it's not isolated to here at all, in my opinion.
I'm in a conservative small town in the South, and it seems like most of the guys my age are soy boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
And actually, I think
suddenly over the last 10 years, everybody's gay and bi and
Well, and the funny thing is, I think California is
XYZ.
actually in a better position in a lot of ways because we've already been through it. And so now we're coming out on the other side and like people are adapting and figuring it out. The problem is that there's not enough truly economic activity to encourage young people to stay here and start a family. So then they're just getting thrown out everywhere else. So now there's just a lot of people who grew up here and don't realize what they're missing. And so like a lot of the men are afraid to go and approach women. And a lot of the women are also kind of like rightfully worried about raising a family in this environment. So, and again, people say that's just California. It's like, I don't think so. I think
It's
I
not.
say I got the front row
It's
seat.
not.
So I see what's coming. And I'm saying like the rest of America doesn't
I mean,
know.
both. I mean, I don't know what state JR is, but we're both in the South, and I'm not in Atlanta, definitely. So, this is out rural
Right.
Georgia.
Well, so I wanted to mention
And
this
that's what I,
article, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but I want to mention this article before I forget. This article I saw yesterday. Let me see if I can find the headline. But it was about men and women in some sort of like study. Let me see if I can find that headline really quick. Oh yeah, here we go. Women aren't desperately looking for a man who will push her around, be selfish, be overly forceful, etc. Instead, being dominant comes down to simply being the stronger one mentally and emotionally in the interaction, on the date, during sex, and in the relationship. If a woman feels that she can dominate you and push you around in most ways, then she won't be able to feel girly around you and truly surrender to you. Instead, she's going to feel like she's mistakenly allowing a weak man to be with her, which is not a turn on, essentially. So, and,
100%. And that was basically the point of that video that I made last night was that, like this stuff, the way that men are socialized to be like emotionally needy and incapable of providing sustenance and providing, real masculine energy. That's really profoundly unattractive. Like even the women that are like, find it useful to have a guy like that around, they're not attracted to those guys. Like women ultimately do not find that attractive because it's disgusting. I mean, I find it disgusting and women find it disgusting.
Well, and the truth is, like you said, we've all been socialized in this environment. So like all of us are going to have those characteristics to some degree. And so
so it's like a catch-22.
Yeah, and so like I know this from experience. Like I'm not gonna, say personal things about my life just because I'm sure people will misuse it. But the truth is, like I know from experience where like, you try to be the emotionally sensitive guy, you try to do whatever. I still do this sometimes, right? Like you're trying to be treat the woman like she's your best friend, right? And the truth is like the best thing to do sometimes is just shut the fuck up and just like find a solution to the problem and pretend like it didn't exist, not because that you want to avoid it, but because like
well, no, one moment. What I want to try to get at is like this emotional stunting, right? That seems to be like the base problem. And then on the other side, the female emotional overcompensation. So what do you do? Like, isn't that just like you got to like figure it out and you have to grow up basically, or what?
Kind of like this. I mean, here's what I'm trying to get at. A lot of this hustler mentality that's being told to men is the solution. Like, okay, you're just going to go out there and make a bunch of money. You're going to scam everybody, get them to give you money for selling courses about whatever, or you know what I mean? It's like this new economy on the one end for men is the hustler mentality, and then for women, it's like use your sexuality when you're young because you don't know what's coming in the future, and at least you'll have control over men. So you have this two different poles, right? And the truth is, like on the in the inside, in the interim, is like it's very difficult for men to try to strive for actual political or social power because a lot of the institutions and structures that were there 100 years ago in the United States, for example, aren't there any longer. So if you actually want to have status and social whatever, you're probably going to have to join some organizations that are not necessarily quote unquote doing good things, even though they may present it as if they are, right? Like being a cop. Like I think that being a cop is an honorable thing in theory, but the truth is also like it's a very politicized thing, right? If you want to go be a professor at a college, similar thing. Like you're going to have to compromise your morals, probably, right? If you want to, you know, go, you know, be a top salesperson for real estate or work, you know, like you're going to be, you know, gone 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, you know, it's like, and so I think that's not healthy, right?
Yeah, well,
And
that's the
most
thing.
of the
Like,
time,
well, the wage economy isn't healthy. The wage economy was a modern creation.
Correct. That itself, to me, it's making it's castrating men a little bit. Am I right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Because like that wasn't like this idea of men being sort of like a saleable commodity, right? It's like, oh no, actually, the goal of men is to be cheap labor, which is an industrial revolution idea, right? Like that the human male is the quote unquote breadwinner, aka he's cheap labor, and his value comes from the value that he can provide to the capitalist boss. And then it becomes honorable, right? And this becomes like, no, actually, this is the honorable thing, and this is where the Christian
And the patriotic thing too.
and that's where like these American style conservatives come in, and they're anti-male grifters, because what they do is their job is to try and sell men on the idea that there's some sort of honorable, you know, moral duty, that there's some sort of moral virtue attached to essentially being an expendable workhorse.
well, and this is again, this is where I start to see, like, comparatively, if you look in Asia or, you know, Eastern Europe or what, or even Western Europe, like it's a very different dynamic. And like I heard this Asian guy the other day said he spent 6 months in Asia and China or something like that, and he said like over there the men just work really hard in order to get a good position, and then through that they'll get access to the best